It's a very, very lonely road, man. Very few people are willing to endure the pain, the sacrifice. It's an uphill battle. On that road, you're not going to see too many friends. You're going to see your shadow most often. You got to trust in the heart of hearts. Inside what you're doing, what you believe in, is a worthy cause, a winnable fight. See, the thing is, for many people, they've tried the same path you're on, and they failed. As you walk this journey, you're going to see carcasses all over the place of people that didn't quite have it. It should inspire you. You're not looking to get further than you're looking to finish. How do you know you're on the right path? Where do you go to ensure that? You talk to your neighbor. No, you don't talk to him. I'll tell you about the neighbor, guys. That neighbor's going to come in, man, and if you're a little chubby, a little overweight, you'd be like, hey, man, I'm thinking about doing a routine, man, or getting a training program where I lose some weight. He's going to encourage you at first. He's like, yeah, you should. Basically insulting your ass, and you're fat, and you need to lose some weight. That's never support. It's negative shit. Oh, you should lose some weight. So you go take his advice, and you start training, you start doing something, you start getting in shape a little bit, maybe at his level. Then all of a sudden, he's going to start asking questions. His tone's going to shift, especially as you get in better shape than him. Then he's going to start talking shit. Because what happens now, guys, is that your success is like a spotlight shining down on their missed opportunities. Success, many will love you for it. The majority will hate you. Because your success makes them feel insufficient in their current endeavor. Reminds them of where they could have done it, but they came up short, and how they didn't revisit it. Where they went at it and failed, and failure is what stood. They never revisited it again. The difference between a winner and a loser, failure's there every single time. Just as the winner gets back up and does it again, until it goes his way. So now you're down that path and you're all alone. How do you know you're on the right path? How do you know what you're doing is in the right direction? If you're wondering if you're on the right path, look at the small things of life. How do you do that? When you wash your car, you spend an hour washing your car. You finish washing it, put the hose, everything away, the brushes. You come outside to look at the job you did, but you notice the spot's missing. What do? Do you re-grab the hose, pull it all out, and finish the job right? Or do you say, it's good enough? That's good enough. So the thing about good enough is we don't know if it's enough until the end hour, the final hour, and everything's on the line. That's when we find out if it is enough. If we come up short, man, doesn't that suck? I promise you guys, if today you never say good enough, tomorrow you'll always have enough. What I'm saying is the character of who you are. It's not the title that makes you, it's not the success that makes you. The character defines the success, defines the fame, and it starts right there. Championships aren't won in the theater of the arena. They're won in thousands of hours in the training room, in the labs, in the 5 a.m. runs, in the training, when everyone else is sleeping. That's when it's won. The heart of a champion is a light switch that's always on. It doesn't go on and off if someone's watching. It's constant. It's how you look at something. If your name's attached to it, that you do it right, the best of your ability every single time. If you're dusting your countertops, do you dust around the picture frame, or do you pick the dust the entire thing? Do the job right or don't do it at all. That's the same person who has his hand raised on the podium one day. Same motherfuckers. How you hold yourself in the small things of life. Build the character winning blocks of the things that we'll remember. I see them as one and one the same, guys. It begins right now with no one looking, man. How you hold yourself, how you see yourself. What do you do when no one's watching? If you do it then, I guarantee you'll be doing it when everyone's watching. Not burn out. How do you stay true to the course when that course could be 5 years, 10 years? How do you stay true to the path, man? Well, there's a real quick answer to a very complicated question. You don't burn out mentally because you always burn out physically. When you guys burn out physically, you push your current limitations to a new barrier, do you not? You hit failure and you go beyond. You force your body to create a demand to grow even more. By burning out physically, you ensure that you grow physically. If you don't burn out physically, and even though you go to the gym, you put your time in there, you check the box, yeah, I went to the gym, man, all good. You come back around, you look in the mirror, man, I'm not seeing anything, I'm not seeing any changing, no. Well, because you haven't pushed yourself for your body to have a reason to change. If I gave a valiant effort to something, day in, day out, I saw no change, I'd probably quit too. But the reason why you're quitting, man, the reason why mentally you're burning out is because you're not burning out physically. It's that mind-body connection of invincibility when you sync them up, guys. Every transformation always gets worse before it gets better. It's supposed to be that way. The journey is not easy. Before you start that journey mentally, you must fuel yourself with the right reasons, the right fuel to sustain the entire journey. Everyone's hot off the start, but after a month or so into it, or a couple weeks into it, with the wear and tear and the grind starts to hit you, you start losing focus on the horizon, do you not? You get caught away in the daily hiccups, the ups and downs, and the wear and tear. And you focus on the speed bumps, the daily activities, losing sight of the true purpose. When you lose sight of the purpose, you give too much value of what the pain is today. We always invest today, sacrifice today for tomorrow's betterment. But if we don't know what that betterment is, the want factor, what we're really doing it for, we can't win this war, guys. Once you find out you want, regardless of what it is, and you combine the mind and the body together, that's when life gets exciting, guys. Stories of inspiration where the person overcomes the odds. When you see the good, man, pump the brakes. Put your hands together, man. Give credit where it's due. Remember the name of the person that overcame the odds. Because that same person you're going to use in your own battle one day. When you hit rock bottom and you feel like the walls and monkeys on your back and Murphy's hitting you down every single step, you're going to use the inspiration to take that one more step.
With all that being said, welcome to episode number 80, fucking Talking Shit with Eagle. Well, we had another guest scheduled tonight. John Indra was supposed to be here, and he was a no-show. Either way, I had these two great guests here backing me up tonight, and I couldn't be any more stoked to be spending a little bit of time with these guys. And they're a perfect example of what this cannabis community is about, helping each other out when somebody needs help. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce my friends, Smiley's Gardens and Canna Queen. How you guys doing tonight?
I just took a massive dab, but hey, I'm happy to be here. I had some power outages issues last night, so I'm glad I could get in here tonight.
Me too. Mr. Smiley, how you doing?
Good, man. I'm all fired up. They got me all pumped up, ready to like go rounds with Drago or something.
That's Greg Plitt, who we were listening to there, who's a very emotional speaker. That motherfucker actually died trying to outrun a train.
Was that
an inspiration?
That garage?
Yeah, he was running from a train in an inspirational video, and fucking ended up that fucking train. He collapsed on the tracks, and the fucking train got him.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
wasn't the brightest of fitness guys then, huh?
I don't know about that, but very, very. He believed definitely in pushing the box. That's for sure.
Seems like definitely a bad time to have a cramp or some shit.
Right. Nonetheless, pretty kick-ass dude.
Oh yeah.
So how was your guys' day? What the fuck you guys getting ready to smoke on over there? I see Canna already started.
No, I started. I'm smoking some Agent Out.
Smiley.
Oh, I'm getting on this white cranberries. So I'm probably roll up a few.
Have you two ever hung out? Have you guys ever met? Well, you know,
Never
as far
hung
as you
out,
can meet
but-
over on Zoom.
Yeah, Smiley's the shit. What's up,
Zoom.
Smiley?
What's going on, Hannah? Catch your live every once in a while.
Yeah, you caught my live the other day.
Yeah.
You're not
Love
catching them, you're missing out.
Yeah, some fucking crazy shit goes on in those lives. But today I found a herm in my garden. Not my gear, but I did find one right on live. Like it don't get more real than that.
Let's talk about it, because you were had a little question about why it may have popped up. You want to talk about it?
See, I don't really have a question how it happened, but people were questioning me whether, okay, so last time I was on your show was growing, it's a triple hash plant. I'm not not into like dogging breeders. It was a phenomenal strain.
No.
It was a triple landrace hash plant, and it hermed, 12 of them hermed in between weeks 4 and 5. So it was definitely not me. It was definitely the genetics. I popped 21 of them.
Well, you kind of said it all
strain,
in the first breath there, Canna. I mean, you took a land race and then took it indoors. I mean, that's the first stress right there. You know what I mean? If it's fresh out of the box.
No, I totally understand that. But I talked to the breeder, and he straight up told me that they could trace it back to the Borea Afghani mom, the broadleaf Borea Afghani. So, and I found that they wouldn't have all hermed in the same week. You know what I mean? At the same bracts, the same type of herm. It was definitely genetic. Which is sad for me to say this again, because the other plant, like I said, I'm not going to say what plant it was. If you were in my live, you saw, you heard. But it happened to be right in front of my air conditioner. So my air conditioner, say I'm the wall, right? Like looking into the grow room. My air conditioner blows straight out, and the table, like the table's like a foot off the ground. It's on casters, it moves. It's a 4x6 table, and I fit like 18 to 20 plants on there. But I keep a close eye on them. I keep my hands on them every day. But this one would happen to be right in front of the fan, right? So the AC blows on it, and then my dehumidity blows like hot air up into the fan. So that cold air goes like this, and the hot air goes like this, you know, and it pushes it. So not only was it right there in front of the air conditioner, but it pushed the pollen and seeded my whole garden. So even a non-novice grower can miss that. So it's really important to have your hands and your eyes on your plants at all times. And I have decided that I'm not going to be growing anybody else's gear for a little while. But yeah.
Well, I do hope you pop that slice of sunshine. Anyway,
I
that
plan on
one's
popping
worth
it.
popping.
It's in my next round to go, yes, of seeds that aren't mine to pop.
That
Yes,
one's
it's going in.
reliable. I can promise you that one's just reliable.
It's happening. Orange is my next. I did the papaya thing. I found a really good papaya cross. It's like a papaya OG by Pink House, Colorado. It had the OG structure, but like in the jar, it smelled like rotted papaya, like rotted, like didn't have an actual like pinpoint terp, like an apple or an orange, but it was like just like really sweet rotted fruit, like nasty. But the high was amazing. I really liked it. So I kept it, cloned it, and I'm gonna play with it a little bit. Cheers,
That
everybody in
orange
chat.
that orange there, Canna, is the actual orange too. It's not like a burnt orange. It's actually like a good sweet orange.
I have to shout out a couple people in chat. Mr. Grower, what's up? I saw Big Ed in there. What is up? I haven't seen you in a long time. Mystic Marks, Chris Mertz, everybody, what's up? Sorry.
We encourage it.
Mystic Marks.
The first squirrel of the night. Sorry, had to. Sorry, not sorry.
He was hoping you'd come on after that, after in the opening there with your super weed nerd superhero outfit on.
What?
I'll have to work on that.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle mask and shit.
Just one of these.
My internet. My internet cut out. I didn't hear any of that. Probably, luckily.
No, we're just making fun of. Just make fun of me. Just making fun of me.
Oh, he's making fun of you. Okay, I thought he was making fun of me. Like I'm blushing. I was like.
No, I can't make fun of the queen. Come on now.
Right. So, I guess
I can show you some of that Afghani bud. This is some of it right here. We called it Afghan identity crisis. is the Northern Lights #1 times 88 G13 hash plant by Borea Broadleaf Afghani. Fire bud. I mean, most of it I got, you know, to finish, but some of it I didn't.
So that's part of your new seed release. I'm teasing you. You said you got them all seeded out or whatever with that herm. I was just teasing. That's like a new white labeled seed line. Bad joke, I guess. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. What'd you do?
Uh-oh.
What'd you do?
I don't know. I hope she wasn't mad. I was just teasing.
I'm sure it was at her internet. She said she was having some problems.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, man,
I'm
bad now. I was totally just joking. I just was laughing because I just laugh because it's like, I don't know, it's like anytime I have a buddy that his room herms or something, and then like he'll get seeded out, and all of a sudden it's like 2 weeks later he's got this, I'm releasing the seeds or whatever. So I was like teasing him.
That's funny. She couldn't have timed it any better though.
Yeah, definitely, man. You set it up. She got me on the drama. Now you got me blushing, Canna. I thought I hurt your feelings and shit.
I'm like, that's it. I'm out of here.
Yeah, it's like, damn.
Oh, I do want to forewarn you.
Sign up for this.
Wi-Fi issues like crazy. So when it's starting to cut out and stuff, I'll try to exit and come back. But if I don't, that's what happened to me.
We understand internet problems.
Not in my favor today. Just gonna roll a joint in honor of fucking talking shit with Eagle and Smiley.
Yeah.
Actually, that being said, I kind of wanted to say that I don't know. I know some people in chat watched the Dab and Gab way back when. It was probably like 3.5 years ago now. With Mystic Grower and I. Well, we've decided to bring the show back. But it's going to be a little different this time. We're going to have guests and stuff, but it's going to be more about like how cannabis is helping people with medicinally, like how they're curing their cancer or how they're helping their epilepsy. Real true human stories, like you're going to hear from the horse's mouth. The show is, me and Mystic are still, you know, going over like the details and stuff, but we think we're just going to start with just doing like one show a month and then, go from there. But we're gonna have like real live people. Like I just feel like, and I'm not dogging on any show, but all the shows have become like really clicky and more like about, oh, look at my rig, bro, like I'm so high, look at this shit, like, you know what I mean? It's like we lost the knowledge, the learning. I'm probably gonna get ridiculed for saying that, but you know what, some things just need to be said. So we just want to bring back a show where it's inclusive and not exclusive, because the cannabis community was built on inclusivity, and in turn, it's turned into just like an exclusive clique. You know what I mean? I don't like that. The plant does not discriminate. She don't judge. We're supposed to, if you're truly passionate about the plant, you should embody everything that she represents, and that's my goal.
I think we check all the boxes of that here.
You do. Actually, I do have to tell you that you had Mystic on, you had me on, and you kind of inspired us to bring it back because, I don't know, we really like how it's just laid back. You know what I mean? You don't have really a real structure. Like you really just, I mean, you do have your questions that you ask, you know, everybody, but it's really easy to follow along with. It's relatable, and I really appreciate your show. So.
That's cool. So that's going to be patients telling stories, Canna? Is that what I got?
So patients, mothers, you know what I mean? Veteran alliances that are helping veterans. We're just going to get people who need to be spotlighted. We're going to give them that. We have that platform. We have that voice. Like we have that chance to really like make an impact, to make a difference. Like there's so much, you know, I hate to, like, I'm treading lightly. Like we just need to, get back to the roots of what this community is about, you know? And Eagle, you really are embodying that, so.
You're killing my next, your whole clicky argument is killing me though. You kind of like spoiling my next announcement. Well, I had 2 announcements I was gonna make. Now the other one, it may just be one now, just maybe one.
Stop it. You're different. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not grouping everybody together, but all of you know exactly what I'm talking about. Every single one of you know how the shows went from being only about the plant, only about the knowledge, to oh my god, and it's about the YouTuber and not really about the plant person. And I'm not talking about every show. I'm not even singling out a specific show. I'm just saying, like, let's bring
you
back.
just singled out my show, Canna. You just singled out my show. You might as well started with the name. I still love you though. I still love you. I mean, but you did kind of like describe the show almost
everybody.
to a fucking T. I mean, just saying. Just saying. It's okay though. It's okay.
What's up, the American one? What's up, Green Mountain Grower? Miss Cantaloupe, Canna Shiva. What is up, everybody? Wait, Canna Shiva said something I wanted to read. I can't remember.
You know what's funny about that, Canna? You can read it and listen. Is I purposely started the show with that idea though, kind of fucking to go deeper than the grower shit. I mean, because most of these people that we see, that's all we hear, a lot of times. And that's the part that intrigued me is, you know what I mean, trying to go that next level. And then you just punched it right in the face.
When you're trying to create a community, but there's one thing when you're trying to create a clique where nobody can feel like they're included. Does that make sense? Like, I think we're kind of missing a little bit.
I know. I'm just fucking with you, basically. I'm trying to have fun with you, Canna.
Bust my balls,
all in good fun.
Lady ball, my lovely lady ball.
So that does bring up a couple things. So one of them is for real though. Because you mentioned the whole clicky thing, how things can get clicky. But then again, and I was just getting ready to say too, I was going to be on. I had denied the initial invite to be on Embracing Organics, but then kind of fucking accepted tonight. So I'll be on Embracing Organics next week, thus kind of proving your clicky bullshit. So, thank you for like that anyway. But yeah, I'll probably be on there next Thursday. Second thing I wanted to kind of shout out was I grew some.
I knew people were gonna get butthurt.
Oh, I'm fine. I'm just playing with you, Pete. I'm not.
No, I don't think you're butthurt. No, I don't think you're butthurt.
I grew some, had such a great response with the background here, or this nice drawing he sent me. I decided that, and I also had everybody wanting to ask for some slabs, and I never wanted to do any slabs, just for like Eagle or Eagle Gardens. But the idea of like spreading the good word for the show, and I like the fact that I grew some, actually put, it's down here in the corner that you can't see, but like links to the show, the fucking with Talking with Shit Instagram, and then, the YouTube links and shit. I decided to get some slaps made up. So I ordered a fucking shit ton of slaps today. And if you guys have won some beans in the last couple weeks, or not couple weeks, in the last week, starting from Lighted Up Again Tim to current, they have not went out yet, and they will wait a few more days until the slaps come in, and you will be the first people to get the fucking Talking Shit with Eagle slaps. So they'll be coming in, and I'll just be handing them out. If you guys want them, shoot me a DM. I'll shoot you out some. So hopefully you guys enjoy that.
That mural is amazing. That guy, I grew some. You are talented, sir.
Oh yeah, man, that's a badass drawing. I love it.
I mean, if you could sit there and stare at it and see all kinds of different stuff that you would have seen it just by first glance. You know, that's the kind of shit I like, that you have to look deeper.
Definitely.
There is too. There's something in the eagle. I can't figure it out. To me, I zoomed it up last night on the show. Here, I'll bring it up real quick. And it looks like fucking chipmunks. I can't quite tell. Let me open this up here.
Like in the rib cage?
In the eyes. He's in the eyes like he's driving the fucking thing. Where'd it go? I'm trying to open this picture here.
Kick-ass. Dig it.
All right, now let me bring my zoom back up. Okay. Screen share this picture. Cool. I'm still learning, guys. All right. Now, if you look over here, right here, there's something there. It looks like, see it? Looks like a little chipmunk or something. Like he could actually be driving or flying the eagle. You see it?
Oh, yeah.
These couple of eyes right there. It looks like some chipmunk's cheeks. It looks like he's like holding, like driving it, or, you know. I looked at that for a while last night. I'm like, how fucking cool is that? But it's a fucking squirrel. I bet you it is, Canna. I bet you that could be the squirrel.
That's cool.
This is great.
That's fucking, yeah. I didn't even think about that.
Too
but
crazy
it looks
for you,
fitting, don't it?
That's funny.
It sure looks like a squirrel. That was my initial thought, but yeah.
Eagle, are you trying to eat me or what? Am I your prey?
I don't know. That's about as far as I can blow it up right there. And move
That's
it
really cool.
center.
It's like those hidden picture from highlights. Oh, we should do that.
A couple of other things.
Almost
I tried to, I tried to play a little game of I Spy last night for some seeds. And I fucked it up. And technically I should really give Chris some seeds. Because we were going to play, I seen that. And I started playing, calling it out. I see something in the picture. If you guys can spot it, I'll give you the fucking, a pack of seeds. And Chris Mertz, he wrote I Spy with my little, and he messed up I, and then retyped I in chat, like almost immediately. And I assumed he caught it, automatically got it. But he was just kind of playing I Spy with my little I is what he was typing in. But by the time I read it, I kind of blurted it out with, Chris got it right off the bat. You know what I mean? So before the game even started, I kind of ruined it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I wanted to play a little I Spy with it last night. But I kind of fucked it up.
It's like I just fucked up this joint. I can't roll to save my life.
I cheat on rolling.
I haven't even started my fatty yet. I just got it rolled.
I got fatty fingers that I can't roll a joint.
So,
I cheat. I use a roller.
So we started off talking about herms a little bit, and that was actually a topic I had today with another friend, and he's been kind of having off and on issues with certain terms, and wondering if it's genetic, or if he's damn sure it's not light leaks. Like, he's been battling this several rounds where he's just, I don't know, if he pops 10,
when is it happening?
One will be a herm. And it's different times, it's been different plants, but yeah, just trying to help him through it. I'm like, well, light leak's got to be your first one, so he'll sit in there for hours at a time and make sure nothing's leaking. So he's dead sure about that, but then he thought it was his LED lights, kind of moved those around, dialed them down, some different things, but he's kind of thinking it might be something to do with the some of the nutrient that he's adding. But
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I've ran a few strains, but what threw me off with what you were saying is it happens to different strains. But I've ran a few strains, both the God, what was it? The Black Lime Reserve times Locomotion and the AK 47 times Locomotion. Both were really good strains, but both had this trait. Like it did not want to be pushed after week 5. You know, you better have laid off at least by half of the nutrients by week 5. Otherwise, it was going to throw a banana every fucking time. Every fucking time. And it wasn't until later on I actually figured that out. And then around week 4, would start backing off my nutrients, and I'll be damned if that didn't take away the problem from then on. After I started doing that, you know, pulling back, you know, pretty heavily, week 4, never a herm after that. So I'm wondering if it's the same thing. It's just he's got a strain that don't like to be pushed as hard as the other ones do a little bit later in flower.
Well, it got me thinking because I was actually listening to a discussion, and I believe it was Josh Rutherford from Dutch Bloom said he would throw like chicken manure, which is like a real hot nitrogen source. If he wanted to get seeds, he could throw that chicken manure down, and it would cause the lower branch to herm, and he would get seeds off them that way. And I apologize if I grabbed that wrong. It was a while ago. I heard that in a podcast, but anyway, that caught my attention because it's like a high dose of nitrogen at a certain point in flower, and he was doing that intentionally. So if that's the case, I mean, it could very well be hitting it with a nitrogen. I don't know. It's been years since I ran a house and garden, but I know a lot of them will up the doses as they go right through the first couple of weeks in the flower. Or at least house and garden was. They were kind of upping the dose of it, so to speak.
Maybe it's the type of nitrate, and there's 2 types of nitrogen, right?
Yeah.
Would contain a different nitrogen than like most plant-based fertilizers, or you know, most fertilizers do.
Yeah, and then this is the part I always get fucked up is the nitrite stuff. I know, I understand the difference, and I think, yeah, I always mix up the names though. I know that, especially when I'm stoned.
Ammonium nitrate is less absorbable out of the 2, right? Is that what it is? One of them's less absorbable, and the other one, if the plant uptakes too much of it, causes problems, right? The other form.
Right. I think it's the nitrate is the one that has to convert to nitrite, and then ammonia is easier to convert into nitrite. I believe is how that is. Now it's off the top of my head, so somebody look it up. Hit me up in DM on Instagram and let me know.
Where's Jack when we need him? Damn it! Where's Jack when we need him?
Yeah, I mean,
there's protein. There's Chris.
But it's just an interesting topic too. I mean, the fact that, you know, herms do happen, and oftentimes like the breeder is going to get blamed right away. But you know, there's so many different scenarios that can happen under too. So I don't know. I was just kind of thinking out loud for some ideas, maybe of to, you know, just different things that people would run into that have caused herms that maybe he could be doing. You know?
I was gonna say to your point about people are so quick to like run and blame the breeder, which I've been on both ends. You know what I mean? I've been the breeder and I've been, you know, the grower. So I can definitely understand how, you know, a lot of your time and energy and soil and money went into growing that plant. So automatically human nature is like blame somebody else, right? I definitely look, you know, internally first, make sure, you know, I'm sure it wasn't something I did. And then I talked to the breeder. I'm just like, hey, no problem. Just letting you know. Have you seen this? You know?
Get like that pose though.
Right, that's about perfect. That's not even a squirrel. We can't even count it as a squirrel. That's like frozen.
She's back. She left and came back so quick.
But the cat came back. Shit.
You know, actually, man, all that shit doesn't bother me at all. It makes me feel better that I'm not the only one that struggles and has some terrible internet problems. I did order that fucking thing that Loki suggested, Smiley, that dual band router, that 1 gig router there, that I can plug both of my internets into there, and it kind of flips back and forth with its own security and shit. So hopefully they'll end that shit on my end anyway. Canna Queen's back. Squirrel. Does your internet chase squirrels too?
I was just gonna say the whole family, even the Wi-Fi.
So yeah, American one, shout out to him. He said he'd throw some seeds to him if he wanted and whatever, which would be really cool. The reason it got me thinking that there's something else going on though, because I gave him a clone that I've run for, I don't know, two and a half years now. Never had an issue with, and that hermed on him too. So I know that there's something beyond genetics happening there. And that's kind of the other reason why I'm just thinking out loud of ideas outside of the norm that, you know, like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Here's the thing, like, it's not that abnormal that a dual sex plant changes sex. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the bottom line that people just, they can't grasp the concept that you are growing a dual sex plant. If you're growing in a colder environment, and I've tested this theory, I get more females. If I'm growing in a warmer environment, I get more males. I really feel like, you know, it's all connected.
That doesn't really help much though, from my point.
Hold on. I had a thought and then I lost it, so I tried to, like, you know, I tried to grab it back at the end there. My biggest point is, like, you know, when I was in my garden and I had that herm and it was right in front of the air conditioner, it had constant, you know, heavy air hitting it. So, I mean, a weaker plant would, you know, herm. It was stressed. But people were like, oh, you should tape up the air conditioner light. Now, mind you, my air conditioner is really old in there, and, like, I have to put my hand over it to, like, see the numbers. So, but anyway, my point is, open doors, hot air, high humidity, like, it doesn't matter if it's herming in those conditions, unless it's like the one, that shit don't belong in your garden, bro. Like, unless you have the skills and the knowledge to work with a plant that is so finicky. You know what I mean? So I definitely breed my plants in a little bit more of like a stable environment, but I add stressors. I turn off my dehumidifier. I fuck with my light schedule, sometimes not even on purpose, but hey.
That was when I was watching earlier, Canna, that was my initial assumption too. It was that you had a cold spot right there in front of that air conditioner. But then you said that hole 12, you know, that changes things a little bit. If it would have been just that one directly in front of the air conditioner, because I seen it, that air conditioner is pretty low. I mean, it's
right,
damn
like,
near at canopy on that one.
Yeah, that's my biggest problem with my fucking growing is the air conditioner is lower than the plant. So it automatically, there's nowhere I could move the table in that room that would the air
Could you
conditioner.
put like a small fan, like at a 45, so when it blew that air like up into, you know, to the hotter area of the room, which would be like towards the, you know, up
So
and
yeah,
away
I'm gonna
from
have
that
to
one
reconnect
plant
it.
right away, kind of let it fall back down, push it up and then back down, you know, let it fall more evenly across the canopy before it comes down. You know what I mean? Instead of just blasting that one. Just
Right,
thought,
but like, here's my point. I've had plenty other plants in that same spot, and I've been growing in that shed for 4 years. So, and that's the only one that's ever done it. And the other herms before that, they were genetic. So I definitely made sure I knew that it was, you know, my error. It was, you know, if that plant hadn't been there, it was a beautiful fucking plant. Like, I was super fucking excited about it. I had grown another one of the same strain, and it was fire, but it left a little to be desired. And this one was stacking harder, was shorter. I was just like, hell yeah. But, you know, the plant has other plants.
Yeah, and that they were mentioning light toxicity and some heat stress, and I don't know. My rooms have gotten hot too. That's actually one issue I still have, and it does stress the plants, and I know it's a problem, and it does not cause worms that I've found in there. So I don't know. I mean, possibly that is a reaction some genetics would have to heat, but anyway.
And that's what I'm saying. Like maybe if you have a garden where you have 5 plants and you can keep an eye on that plant and you can keep it away from air. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just feel so strongly about, I'm going to put strong plants into my people's gardens. Like if you're buying strains from me, and I'm not saying I'll never have another hermaphrodite, but I learned my lesson and I hope to never have another one. I know that, you know, it comes with the territory. And, you know, I also can be empathetic to people or sympathetic to people who get angry, because my first reaction was like, what the fuck? I have 45 plants in my fucking flower room. So all 45 of my plants were seeded on a non-seeded run. One of the only times I was doing a non-seeded run. So yeah, I was upset. I was angry, but I couldn't be mad at the breeder. You know what I mean? I definitely think when people are selling seeds, we should put it's for novice growers, for more experienced growers. If you know it has 30% herm rates, but it's still a fire strain, you need to say for expert grower. You know what I mean? Like, I really feel like the levels should be on there for people who don't know the difference. If they see, you know, an expert or whatever.
That's a good point, though, because some of them are really difficult, and they would require a higher level of skill to be able to handle a higher trained eye or whatever, more experienced eye. But that's an interesting one too. I don't know.
Hermy genetics cause hermy plants. Okay, so I have to just touch on this because, well, the plant is dual sex, so it's born a hermaphrodite if you want to go there. You know what I mean? Like it's born both sexes, it's just not old enough to show it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't feel like hermy genetics cause hermy plants, because Gorilla Glue was found out of a bag seed. How do we know that wasn't a herm? You know what I mean? There's certain strains that are out there that were made from a hermaphrodite. That's how they used to self plants back in the day. That's how you used to reverse them, was to herm them and make, you know, fem seeds. So I don't really see how, you know, herm plants making hermy, or hermy seeds making hermy plants, because yes, it does, but there are also exceptions to the rule. No?
Eagle, you're a tester. Why are you so silent on this? You have to have seen him over the years.
Herms? Yeah, I've seen herms. Mine, like I said, have usually been because of just the nutrients is what I've seen the most of. You know, just, you know, different. Yeah, that's been the biggest hermy issue for me. Other than that, I don't really have problems with light leaks and stuff like that. I've never really tried to stress the plant. You know what I mean? When I'm testing them, I'm not necessarily purposely stressing them, trying to get them to herm. I'm more or less looking for structure, flavors and terps, for the breeder, and pictures for the breeders to put out, pre-sale. You know what I mean? Help them together a full range of the phenos out there and flavors that are present. So when they're, putting out them descriptions, they have, a more accurate description of the phenos that they will get per bag. That's, basically. So I'm not necessarily purposely stressing them, trying to get them to herm. In fact, like I've been noted to say, the first round, I don't even like to fucking top them. I'll let the first round come straight up. I'll take some clones from the bottom, and then I want to see that natural structure of the plant first before I even fucking manipulate it at all. I want to see what she's got. If she's going to be a bush on her own, then why fucking start, fucking with her right off the bat? You know what I mean? Let's see what she's got the first round. Then the second round, I manipulate the plant, I top or do whatever I got to do with her. And then second round is when I give my full report on the strain. I don't like to rush that first round. I might give, a brief report on that. And Canna, you're kind of, you've asked. I've ran your, the buttercream haze there, and you wanted a report, damn near, after before harvest almost. And I was like, not yet. I don't do that. I like to give that. I like to run her a couple of times and give
Some
her
people like
accurate
to make
assessment.
notations as they're growing. That's why I was like, here's the tester form, fill it out as you're going. That's how I do it, because I'll forget, I squirrel out. So I'll be like, oh, what pheno? Like right now I have a watermelon stem rub on one of the Ferrari Blue Stars from 420 Girl Genetics. Fucking on the stem rub watermelon. I was like, oh shit, son. Like watermelon terps are pretty hard to come by as it is. But on the stem rub, it almost blew my mind. I was like, okay. Yes. I let this cool off together.
That's cool. I like her Ferrari in front of everything. That's badass. Because they're all hot rods, right? All right, no more.
I've almost seen the light of day on my dry trim. Smiley.
What's that?
I've just about seen the light of day on that fucking dry trim.
You're still milking that fucking thing out? What is going on, man?
Milking that thing out, man. It was. You act like it was like one plant and shit. Now it's just like, yeah, it's been hated time right there. I've shaken my head the last fucking 2 days finishing that shit up, just going, oh god, I'm doing this shit again. I'm close. All
right, Ego, you're the one that was playing the motivational stuff, and you got to realize, you got to see the irony in this, because your bad attitude towards the dry trim to begin with. You had a bad attitude before you even started it, and look what it's doing. It's just on and on for you.
Right on. All right. I'll
You're
take
like,
that.
I hate doing it.
I'll take that.
You just got schooled.
He's got a good point. He really does. Light it up again, Tim. What's up? Miss D's
Sometimes
nuts checking in a little bit late.
Right?
Look at those rock star glasses right there.
I have a crown, but I thought it was a little too extra tonight, so I just wore my Canna Illuminati shirt, my little shades.
You had to have the cape on and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle costume.
Not me. I got the crown, and yeah.
So that's funny. That would have been funny. Me come dressing up like some kind of like inspirational super weed nerd, like you had suggested, or somebody had suggested in chat. Canna shows up in her fucking cape and crown and sunglasses. So how are you gonna show up there, Mr. Smiley? Just Smiley there, just face. Smiley.
Just a big ass grin on my face because you guys wore costumes and I didn't fall for it.
So I just have to rebuttal a little bit with Jay Diz. He said Hermy genetics are more likely to Herm. That's correct. I'm not going to deny that. Subcool wouldn't breed with DJ Short's blueberry because of it. Well, I mean, I don't know. I feel like if you're working with a stable line that has the DJ Short blueberry in it, Jordan the Isles has the Godblood times the blueberry F4. I found like
no fairness, he tried twice.
Oh, did he?
Breeding with yeah. I mean, recently he tried early on with the first one, and then he bought it back in Arizona.
I did see that.
Yeah, and tried to pheno hunt that for breeding.
Yeah,
so he
actually,
tried. He just
that Newberry. It's. I'm trying to think of the cross that's in Newberry besides the blueberry. What's the other part of it?
Tell you.
I can't remember what the other part of it is now.
I always forget I can Google shit with fucking while I'm doing this.
I've never grown anything from DJ Shorts, but I think he's badass, and he has to have one of the coolest fucking logos out. Just him with the top hat and the cane and shit.
You know what? Before I actually saw a picture of him, I thought he was like a big, giant, like black guy. I don't know why. I just thought a DJ short. I don't know. I just thought like a big black guy. Like,
because a DJ.
I don't know. You think of him being like a big, giant, like macho dude.
No, not at all. He's a Michigan native, though. You see him around a lot of Michigan stuff.
No shit. I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, he's in Lansing currently.
Dude, there's so many freaking amazing breeders and growers that are from Michigan. It's unreal. Like all the time, I'll hear different things. Like, honestly, I didn't know Scapegoat was from Michigan, and I started hunting that black cherry cheesecake cookies they have, and I ended up getting it from Oregon's Elite or whatever. I had no idea that they were right in my hometown until just recently. So I don't know. Kind of crazy when you figure out, like, I don't know, some of these legendary guys are right from your home state.
Leafly says the Newberry is a cross between Blue Heaven F4 and F4 Blueberry, is what Leafly says it is.
I can't Shiva. I mean, honestly, dude, I don't think it was an impossible goal to just be like, I'm not going to grow genetics that aren't from Michigan. I think you could easily say that and actually have some of the best fire in the world and never have grown anything from outside of Michigan, you know?
Right on. Doing a live sound check here, Smiley. Hold on.
With what?
Doing a live sound check. Say something.
What's what? Say something.
Can you hear yourself? Yeah.
Am I echoing back through or something?
Yeah, are you? Can you hear yourself?
I can, fine, yeah.
No, I mean can you hear yourself through my mic? Is what I'm asking. No. Good. I can lose this fucking earbud. I can lose this fucking earbud.
Yeah, it was you had that happening with Dung Beetle last night too. Sorry, guys, I missed the show. I passed out, but I was listening to it today. He's cool. Guy.
Did you listen to it today?
Yeah, I did. He was a real cool guy, man. He's pretty interesting dude for sure.
Yeah. I almost didn't air it. I'm gonna be fucking honest. I almost didn't air it because of the sub cool bullshit.
Whatever, man. You doing rabbit hole and all kinds of shit. You can't stop now.
I loved it.
I was digging it. I was digging it. I was like, hell yeah, there go rabbit hole and everything.
Deep too. You notice once he started, like I told him, I said, you notice I didn't fucking stop that at all. You know what I mean? I was like, man, I've been down almost all those. He went down, he touched frequency, you know, he fucking touched fucking money, fucking the carnivore virus, you know, the COVID-19, fucking all kinds of shit. And I was like, man, I've been down a lot of those rabbit holes. And I'm not even, you know, disputing anything you're saying. Just go on, buddy. Go on.
He was gonna play a video too and all that. I'd never heard of that word that he was searched though, Neria or something like that. I forget what it was. Started with an N. Could have swore. But I'd never heard of that before. That whole idea or thing. Eugenics was the one that I've always kind of heard about.
All crazy subjects, so they're fun to talk about, but people can get a little weird with that shit.
Yeah.
My Wi-Fi doesn't really want to cooperate. So if I drop out again, it was a pleasure. I'm just not gonna fight it anymore.
No. It wasn't that bad. I figured Eagle made you mad this time.
Right? Blame it on me. Blame it on me.
Right?
Can't, I'm telling you, we understand internet problems around here. What up, Joni Bell?
I've been seeing you've been having your share.
And then some. And then
well,
some.
I think those things that hit you guys, hit me, not too far after. So, but Comcast, I guess Comcast and Xfinity or whatever, they're like upgrading to 5G or some shit, and like they fucked my shit up like royally. I don't know.
5G messed you up?
Well, I guess they did some kind of upgrade or update or something, and ever since the update, like my Wi-Fi is not working. It cuts in and out. Like I used to could go live in my shed. Like today I was able to, but I don't know. It's iffy at best.
It's because it's setting off that carnivore virus. Have you been watching the news?
It's all the squirrels chewing the lions. What do you mean?
You're going to see a sudden outbreak down there because the fucking 5G went crazy and shit.
Finally got this ass joint lit. Look, I tried to roll a fatty like you, Eagle.
It looks comparable. Oh, mine disappeared there.
So I fucked it up and I ripped it off where it was really fucked up.
Two good halves. Two good halves.
Put the other half in my bowl.
JD, Mystic Marks. What's up? Mystic Marks will be the guest tomorrow. Oh, I dig it.
That was on my booth at Kushstock. Abolished, cantaloupe, remember that? Still got it.
It's good to see them in chat tonight.
Yeah, it was
Mr.
really
Abolish,
good.
hey.
See them around.
Okay.
So,
I don't see Mr. Cantaloupe that often, so it's nice to see you guys hanging tonight.
Canna, do you have chat? Can you see chat? Mystic Marks was telling you to do something.
Oh.
And I understand it less.
Where? I can't.
I guess he tagged me on it, but it says to disable 5G transmitter through the modem, so only the 2.4 gig is working.
Righteous. Hell yeah, that's a fucking tip of the day. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, dude.
So you
Thank you,
understood that?
What?
I said you understood that then? I didn't follow. But.
Oh, I didn't quite understand it, but I know that that's where the problem is in the fucking modem. And like Comcast, because of COVID, they won't come out to your house unless you don't have Wi-Fi. So.
Yeah, I know this much. 5G, as far as like in your home, doesn't penetrate through walls and shit very well. But that 2.4 will go through walls and extend a little bit further. But the 5G is definitely faster if you're in a room close to, that can utilize it. But
yeah, I think the 5G is like borrowed from somebody, honestly, like borrows some fucking energy from some other phone or some shit. But the 2.4 like reached from my house to the castle, and I was like going live today from the Wi-Fi in my house. I was like, come on, you're fucking sketchy at best, but you'll work 400 fucking feet away from the fucking wireless router. I mean, not wireless, but we even got an Ethernet cord and tried to hook that. Like, it's all fucked.
That should have helped right there a lot.
We tried everything. Like, what will the world do when we don't have internet? Like, what will we do? Smoke a lot more weed.
Right now.
Read.
And I'm running low on cash. It's definitely going to be worse.
I'm so fucking stoked that there's a squirrel in your eagle eye right now. Like, I can't even really get past that right now.
That's what it looks like, though. That's kind
So
of what it
cool.
looks.
Yeah, someone said in chat that they saw it on their TV and it was definitely a squirrel. So that's cool.
So are you popping these new seeds to find new genetics to cross, Canna? Is that your plan? You're looking for some new blood?
I'm not looking for anything. I definitely have everything I need. I laid out the footwork, you know, in the last 3 years. I've created over 50 strains, and I've said this before. I think I even said it on Eagle. Some are winners, some are not. But I have these strains that I made, right? These are all my strains. So now I can start making crosses with my own strains, and like now I'm breeding. Now we're fucking breeding. But yeah, I'm doing autos right now. I'm popping a lot of autos because I just did a breeding project. I'm doing a photo to auto breeding project with the Queen White Haze. What's really cool is in the F1 generation of autos, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. You don't find a lot of auto plants, auto traits in the F1 generation. But the Queen White Haze is super quick flower, like 59, 63 days, like she's super quick. So I think that her being a shorter flower and like crossing her to an auto, like kind of just they met in the middle. Like I know it's more of a fast version, but I found about 33% autos in the F1. So I'm really super stoked about that project. I'm just really discouraged in my flower room right now because you know.
Canna. So would you be better off? And you've kind of sparked my curiosity here. Would you be better off smacking a regular photo period with an auto male? And how many times would you have to do that to make that photo period, an auto? Or would you be better off trying to breed in that strain as a male into the auto? So would you be better off trying to hit, that auto early on with some male pollen to achieve that flavor into the auto to make seeds? Or would you be better off the other way around, getting an auto male and hitting it with your photo?
So generally speaking, you want the most dominant traits, which I mean, they come from both sides, but in this case, because my Queen White Haze is so dominant, I did buy, what do they call it? Binary, where I did the Queen White Haze male to the auto purple microdot selected female. And then I did auto purple microdot male to the selected Queen White Haze female. So I'm doing both. Like I can't work them both. Like I should be popping them both. That's what I'm looking for. Consecutively, but I only, I can only handle so much. So the Micro Queen is what we're calling it, me and Morningstar Seed Company, with his auto purple microdot, which it's a huge mutt. But it's an amazing, huge plant, like huge trichome producer, purple. Oh, more purple than I've ever seen. Like it's just a stunning plant, and on top of that, it's an extra large plant. So I got 6 zips off a 4-foot auto plant in 89 days. Fully mature seeds, like actually overripe seeds. So that the auto finished, I couldn't even believe it. I'm like 30 days and they had mature seeds. It was kind of weird because I'm so used to everything being so slow with the photos. So, and autos are a lot more hands off, which I'm still learning how to do. I haven't been reading chat, but I'm sure I'm getting a lot. But basically, generally speaking, when you cross a photo to an auto, you would want to use, in my opinion, you would want to use the auto male because you're trying to go more towards the auto traits. So I would use an auto. I mean, I did both so I could prove myself wrong or right because that's what I do. But squirrel, it was gone like so fast.
So would you have to take, when you're crossing the auto male to the photo period, do you have to take it multiple generations to, like, say,
Yes.
F2 before you get a stable auto?
Yeah, so basically your selections, you know, ideally, hypothetically speaking, would be slim pickings in F1s, if any. You know what I mean? So then you would have to, but you really wouldn't see the auto trait take over until the F4 generation, or you'd probably be about 80 something percent in the 3 generation. I've done a lot of research, which my brain is like, it goes in one ear and out, just like how I forget, you know, when I'm saying stuff. So it makes me feel retarded, but I'm not. Like, I know what I'm doing, because it, you know, my actions, even if I can't understand it, I'll fuck it up. You know what I mean? I'll fuck it up, not on purpose, but I'll fuck it up and I'll learn from it.
Well, we are smoking weed during our conversation here, so I just want to say, you know, this isn't necessarily class. This is a casual conversation, so I'm not necessarily holding you to anything. You're walking me through basically through a very technical process, so no worries.
Yeah,
Ken.
no,
I'm not
it's something
expecting.
I'm learning as I go, and I honestly, I wanted to be as transparent as possible. So me and Morningstar planned on doing breeding with a purpose, a live IG, like probably, I don't know, like once every couple of weeks, and we were going to do live updates on our photo to breeding auto, because what basically now I found a couple like amazing autos in the first generation. So I'm going to go ahead and do my selections, but I'm going to send him the F1s and let him do, since there's so many, I'm just going to let him do that, because he's the auto guy. Like, he's teaching me, but I want him to be like, oh, okay, your selections were on point and this is why, or, you know, we need to go more towards this way, or whatever the case may be. But yeah, so we're collabing like across the country. It's really, really cool. And I'm learning. And like, I don't know, I used to look to YouTube all the time, like for the knowledge and stuff. And now I'm like teaching myself. I'm like,
So, you know, here's another guest just popped in that gave you a shout out during their episode, was Mr. Dr. Wiggles.
Wiggle, wiggle, motherfucker. I love me some Doc.
A cool dude right there. I enjoyed that episode too, man.
That guy could talk for hours and hours and hours about flowers and soil and worms and poop and cows. I mean, he's awesome. He's become a really close friend of mine. We did Operation Grow. I was the breeder for Operation Grow season 2. And we had crossed paths like back in the day, you know, like Good Earth and stuff like that, and hangouts, but you know, we never like we're friends, like we follow, but it was really cool. We clicked, you know, right away. He's just an amazing soul. He gives back, he's generous, and he's an amazing friend. So shout out.
I was gonna say he had a hell of a story, but he's been at it for a hell of a long time too. Shit.
I just want to do a couple quick shout outs. Of course, Dr. Wiggles, Trey Verlone, Dirty Indica 9, Mr. Green Pots, Miss D's Nugs. Oh, there was Aldridge 25, of course, you know, Abolish Farms, what's up? Smoking Grove Fraser, Anturo Sensimilia, Double Tap, and Mo Roa. I wanted to add the latest additions to the chat. Want to give a shout out to all you guys. I get bummed because, like, at the end of the show, when I do my shout outs, usually, I can only go so far back. You know what I mean? If chat's popping, that shit might be only like the last 10 minutes of the show. You know what I mean? So I won't be able to go back sometimes as far as I'd like to go back and do some shout outs. So I think I'm going to start trying to hit them a little bit more frequently, but people aren't hammering it down in them last few minutes of the show. But sometimes, like I said, I can only go back 15, maybe a half hour sometimes. So shout out to you guys. Damn it, I fucked up completely fucked up the flow of the fucking conversation and shit.
That was the squirrel. What do you mean? It wasn't you.
Aldridge is gonna say we were thinking the same thing, but Anthro Sensimilia is not Anthro.
I know it, but it does though. I mean, that's the way it looks though. I mean, you can't see that.
I didn't want to say it because I don't want to tease you and make you feel bad.
It's Tyler. I forgot Tyler. Can't forget Tyler. Wouldn't be the right show if I didn't fuck up somebody's name at least once. Come on.
That's what I was thinking, right?
You know what I have right here?
Majestic tonight.
I just want to say to that person, I'm not even going to say no names, okay? I just want to say, Ellie, that name is so much fucking easier than all the above. I would just saying, of all the names you've chosen, that one is so much easier. But I'll stick with Anturo.
Sir L. Howe had probably the best one. Got everybody, even chat. Chat was off on it too.
Thanks, Dr. Wiggler. The artwork was, I'm sorry, Smiley, was drawn up by Gruesome. Fucking amazing. I love it.
At Doc, there's a fucking squirrel in his eyeball. Like in the eagle's eyeball, there's a squirrel. What? Eagle, I got you some giveaways together today. I will be shipping out on Monday. I got you some buttercream haze, queen white haze, lemon delight, and queen white haze B2. So
nice. Sounds like some fun stuff for some lucky people. That's for sure.
There's a little something extra on the other side of the envelope for you. Just it's something tiny. I mean.
Oh shit. Stoked.
I take flaps too, so you can just throw them away, like throw them at people. Not throw them away. Throw them at people.
Don't like ninja star them. You know.
Flick of the wrist.
Do you remember the episodes back when Sub would joke about that shit right there? How far he could actually toss a fucking pack of beans and shit. He said he could fucking fling them like a fucking Chinese star and shit. He used to just sit around and practice throwing them like a fucking ninja star and shit. I always thought that shit was funny. You know you're giving out some beans when you're practicing your technique, sitting around fucking smoking a joint, you know, trying to hit shit around the house. Shit.
Oh yeah, I'll be like.
That's the fucking crowd work in there, man. That's overtime right there.
There's a dude that does that. There's a guy that does that with playing cards. He like sticks 3 playing cards into a fucking watermelon and shit.
Oh yeah, I've seen that guy.
Yeah, so it can be done. Sub probably saw it too. That's when he started practicing. Like I can fucking do that.
It'd be a fucking good commercial though. How do you plant my seeds? You just fucking ninja stars them into the ground. They come rolling right out the tube. Fucking right into the fucking ground. That's how you plant a seed. That's how you plant the date. That'd be fucking funny.
Hey Eagle, I challenge you to a grow off. I see we're growing the same, well not growing, but we received the same strain, that twisted TK.
Oh, from Deep Southern?
Mm-hmm.
I have it right here. Oh, I almost dropped my torch. I have some right here. I was actually, you know what? I'll accept that. I'll accept that, Queen, because I was thinking the other day.
You're gonna outgrow me all day, every day, but my turfs are gonna outdo yours. No.
You know, I've also heard lately that you can actually send meds from one state to the other. If it's medical to medical, I've heard you could honestly do that. So the twisted triangle, is that the one you're referring to?
That's the one that's calling out to me. So I always pop the one that calls out to me. I don't really make a plan, but that one, yeah. The other one he sent me, it was like a peach ring something. I'm super interested in peach right now. I don't know why.
Oh, that's lucky. I got the my cane and me moon pie, and then I got what is it?
Micanopy.
Micanopy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It was a tribe of Indians from southern Florida.
Well, now I can honor them by saying that shit right. And the Blue Kendricks, is that how you say it? I'm guessing. That's the other one I got from Deep Southern. I passed out some the first the Micanopy. Did I say it right
Yeah.
that time?
Micanopy, yeah.
Micanopy moon pie. I gave out some of those beans and I dropped some. Right? No, I didn't drop none of these yet. But I kept
I
some.
haven't dropped any of these beans yet. I need to.
Drop those. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll drop 5. I'll do 5 of the twisted.
The twisted? Okay, I was gonna see what I got. I don't know if I'm allowed to say.
Them are the 3 I received. I plan out dropping some and I'm going to give out the rest. He said that was cool. I said, I'm going to give out 5 packs of the, some of what I got. He's like, that's cool. Plant manager. Nice.
Joey said, "Can a queen show some plants?" Oh my gosh, I want to so bad, but my fucking Wi-Fi, it won't work. So I got the twisted TK. I got peach rings from Dying Breed times 89 Skunk One. Tore Up, which is Star Dog, Corey's Cut times 89 Skunk One. Yeah.
So Canna, can you like everybody's putting these 89 and 79. Could you just put a number in front of your whatever cross? And it doesn't have to mean like the fucking year, right? It could just be a number, but people would be like, ooh, that's from 89, and they'll fucking buy it just because it's got an 89 in front of it.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I know that the Skunk One came from 89. And I know what it looked like, and I know what it smelled like, and I know what it smoked like. So if it looked like a duck and it quacked like a duck, it might be a duck. Or a squirrel. Here, I'll show you some bud. You want to look at some bud? I'll show you some bud. I can't show you plants right now. Lights are off anyway. Oh, this light sucks. Hold on. This is Afghan Identity Crisis from Land and Air. That's that triple hash plant. This is the
shout out Soiled Roots too. Sorry, Canna.
No, go ahead. I'll just show nugs.
Just wanted to shout out Soiled Roots. I meant to hit them in that last shout out, but I missed them somehow.
Said gelato was 1933. That's funny. I got gelato 33.
How did that Skunk One turn out, about?
They always come out cheesy for me, the one I had anyway. It smelled super great and flower and all that, real skunky, and then it just kind of like ended up like cheesy kind of. I don't know.
I hate to talk about Skunk One because I lost my prize pheno. Very sad story. But anyway, I don't want to be sad, but I miss it. So
what do you miss about it?
I might have to pop 5 of those and 5 of the TK. I popped those Menage a Delights. Me and Lefty collabed on. It's a TK NL5 Haze Male to the Lemon Delight. Woo! Fire. Anyway, I don't know if they're fire. I just popped them, but I do pretty much know they're fire.
TK is the Triangle Kush. Is that?
Yeah, that's the AK Bean Brains TK and L5 Haze. Wait, it's not my birthday? Was I supposed to say that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's always somebody's birthday.
It's every day Smiley's birthday. They think in chat.
He was wishing Canna Queen a happy birthday.
Oh, today's Canna's birthday? Happy birthday, Canna.
Yeah, happy birthday, Canna Queen. I didn't know it was your birthday. I didn't know it was your birthday today.
It's my birthday.
Watch Chad will blow up with a happy birthday.
Wouldn't that be fucking awesome to wake up every morning like fucking Frosty the Snowman? You remember that when he put his hat on and shit? Happy birthday! Every morning, just start the day like that and shit. A fat joint and a happy birthday. Fuck yeah. Why
I can
not?
think of somebody better than the fucking Frosty the Snowman. Say happy birthday.
What?
Every morning.
No, that's just what he did every time they put the hat on him. Every
Oh.
time he woke up, what he said. That was the first thing he said every time. Do you not remember the fucking? Oh, jeez.
I always just want to change the words to every song now to like Frosty the Turp Man. Oh, I don't know. It's stupid.
Funny. I'm surprised somebody hasn't taken that name already.
Oh shit! I just gave somebody a new handle. You're welcome.
For sure. Wow.
So what, Ego?
Oh man.
I know. Can I have some music or something?
Jeez.
Oh, you probably get cut off from YouTube for that, right? Music.
Yeah, I think you can get by with covers like that, you know.
You got to get Mendo Dope on. I was just thinking that. And then just let them let you play their music.
Here you go. Yeah. Leave it to Eagle. Bring back the. Hey, you're right. That's funny. Oh man, I gotta word my. Oh, I still got part of a fatty here. I was looking to roll one. I still got a fucking third of one left.
That's how I'm doing. Sitting here
So what
rolling.
were those? You had some new strains, weren't you, posting the other day, Canna? Did I see?
Well,
You were posting. What was you posting up? Was it
I can't remember
strawberry?
exactly what I posted. Huh?
I see. What was the strain? It was something new. You just posted it today or yesterday. Was it yours or just a tester? No, I don't know.
I can't remember. I know I posted a couple days ago. Like, I have a Queen White Haze F4 in the garden. I have some X18 moms. I was trying to monocrop the X18 times the white, and a bunch of shit happened, so that didn't work out. And then I'm just running all my own stuff now. So I have like Wookie Unicorn in there, Lemon Delight. I have the cheese. I have.
They're hollering for the cheese.
Yeah, that was gifted to me. I don't. And honestly, I don't like to give it away. I don't like to. Yeah, it's mine. It's definitely OG. It's like old school. My dad loves it. My dad absolutely loves it. So, wake and bake. Yeah, it's about that time. Huh? I'm gonna need some coffee here in a minute. I'm old. I'm sorry. I'm fucking old as shit. Oh yeah, was it Queen White Haze F4? Well, I don't know if you guys saw, but Delta 9 Jack, I have to shout him out. He's growing the Lemon Delight from Operation Grow, and he's in, I don't know if I'm allowed to say, he's in Africa somewhere. But whoa, his Lemon Delights are probably some of the most beautiful plants I've ever seen. And I'm not just saying that because I bred them, I'm saying that because they are. Like, phenomenal. So phenomenal that I asked him to join my guardsmen and he accepted. So welcome to the guardsmen, Delta 9 Jack. We're international now. So. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I'm excited. Cool. I want to shout out DT. What's up, DT?
TW.
He posted that.
I love it. You can't fuck up initials. God damn, it don't get no simpler than that. The only one that gets any simpler is that E. That's an easy. I'd love to even hit that guy in chat, man. That's a one finger fucking shout out right there. Just boom. E. What's up? TW. Ain't fucking that one up. What up?
You want Cheesehead MD73. He's got the best cheese I've ever grown. MD73. I like cheese. I like that raunch. Bubblegum Princess. Yeah, Bubblegum Princess is pretty fire. I think Angie Tangy Sensimilia, shout out, she's growing it right now. And OBGD Kush, he is breeding with it. He had a Bubblegum Princess. She faded black. It must come from somewhere in the Queen White Haze lineage because I've seen it in the F4s and I'm locking it in the F5s. I'm actually back crossing it in the F5. So. Shout out to
Jeez.
Yeah, that's one you don't hear about a lot right now. Jeez.
See, I like all that old shit. Haze, cheese.
Yeah, you should call it
Deep
something like a photographer or something. Do a cross with a photographer. Yeah, that's what they tell everybody to say, right? Cheese.
I'm so slow. I
Did you
was like,
seriously miss that? Like, come on, dog.
listen, just takes a minute, but yeah, that was good. Changed my mind.
Yeah, I gotta shift off some of the fruity ones. I've been on that for a minute.
I'm not a super fruity lover, but if it's like super prominent, like the Bubblegum Princess, she smells like the great bubblicious bubblegum. Like it's got the bubblegum, but you get that great. Oh man, it is. It's unbelievable. Like strains that have that fruit, but yet it has like underlying other, terpene piggybackers, whatever you want to call them. But yeah, I like ranch. I like GMOs, cheese, skunks. I don't know. I really like that. It's repulsive when you open the jar. That's the shit I like. It doesn't even have to be specific. It just has to be raunchy.
Super stoked to fucking see that about everybody that has got their pack that I mailed out the other day. Everybody that won their seeds has got their seeds that I mailed out. Pretty cool. TW was just confirming he got his, so that's awesome.
I love when packs land. I don't love it when they don't.
Right on. You know what's even worse about that, Canna, is, right now it's a shitty time for that because it ain't even, you can get that shit out lickety split and fucking it could sit somewhere right now in one of those fucking facilities for God knows how long because of COVID. I heard this straight up from my manager that they're going by like honor system. So like fucking if you cough or don't feel good or whatever, no note or no nothing. It's cool. Don't come in. You're on your self-policing system. I said, so basically what you're telling me, every fucking nice day, nobody's coming in. He said, basically. Basically. I'm like, okay, that explains some shit. Because they get that shit off with pay. They get it off with pay. COVID, hazard pay. Not ever go home. So it's the same thing that's happening in a lot of other places. So it does suck right now about worrying about people getting their packs. I'm glad to see they made it. I'm sorry, Smiley. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that'd suck for how do you manage that too? You know what I mean? Basically, you're fucked if they all call in. You're like, all right.
People are getting doubles. Good people on one end are, honor and hoping, thinking whatever. Oh, it got lost in the mail. Sending out, seconds, which sucks on the sender's part. You know what I mean? But then it's like the other ones show up like right after you've sent that second one out, usually. But whatever, at that point, then happy customer. You know what I mean? I'd rather have a happy person on the end rather than, vice versa. Not send something out and somebody be unhappy. I'd rather bite the bullet. Nice. Thank you, Stephanie V. You're welcome. I'm talking drop. I'm taking your challenge right now, Canna. Right now. I'm fucking
Right
while
now?
we're talking. I'm working. While you're talking, I'm working. I got mine right in front of me. I'm sliding the route right. It's
That's
right
rude.
over, right? That's not rude. That's a challenge accepted. That's
All right,
challenge accepted.
I'm doing it right now too, live. So next time I ask somebody, when did we start those seats? Go back to the stream, please. Twisted.
It just missed the full moon too. What's the deal?
I know.
Is it?
Daily
Total
scholarship.
spontaneity here is what?
How many days ago was it that I dropped?
How many days ago? What?
I just dropped. Oh, it was Monday. What is today? Fucking Wednesday. I dropped a Pine Tar, GTR, and Starfighter Monday, and let's see here. I got 2 Pine Tar showing already, 1 JTR, and 2 Starfighters showing their heads currently.
Oh, I'm gonna beat you on the pop, like no doubt. Like that's not even a question. I'm just joking. I'm not competitive at all.
No, couldn't tell.
Well, this is just for fun. This is just fun.
Yeah, I'm really not competitive, and I'm not the best grower. Like it's not gonna be the best looking plant, but it's gonna be like fucking chirpy. And, like,
Well, this would be fun. Just support a friend down there at Deep Southern Roots. You know, it'd be fun to do long stuff, but we'll be showing Simple Man, Simple Woman some love down there.
Yeah, so we can do one of your shows where we show off our plants and have them on and talk about them. Oh yeah.
I've been trying to get him on. I've been trying to get him on from Get, man. And
he'll come on if I'm on. He'll be like, all right, canna clean us.
I said, man, you just got the hemp farm started and shit. You got plenty to talk about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah. He's a good dude. I got nothing but respect for that.
This is late for like old fucking people. Like when I sit here and I volunteer, I forget that it's like fucking, I don't know, 2 a.m.
That's just the halfway mark. Shit.
I know. I'll be like.
Well, with that being said, too, you guys, nobody's ever required to go that full gual, and I always appreciate when people go, but it's funny when I ask people, and they see that time. I sometimes I forget to tell them that in the invite, and like they look at the. Probably a good reason why some people don't reply back. They look back at fucking 5 hours. Fuck
so here's
shit.
The thing: leave the time slot out, get them to agree, and then be like, "By the way, is
I never put the time slot in. I think that's usually after when they go back and look at the playlist or something. You know what I mean? They go, "Holy shit, they're like 5-hour shows and shit."
Chat is cracking me up, dude.
Yeah.
I'm really high too. I don't know if you can tell.
I don't know if mine froze though.
You're froze?
I'm froze?
Just my chat, dude. I don't know why it does that if I leave. Hold on, shit. Hold on, sorry.
Usually after when they go back and.
I just refreshed and it unpaused. My bad.
Anthro's asking you, Eagle, who bred that Starfighter? I want to know who bred that Starfighter. Was it JJ?
Right here. It's bred by Dark Knight. Right, that's what it says anyway. It's bred by Dark Knight. It was sent to me by Warlock in that pack that Warlock sent. He sent me a bunch of stuff. He said, pop something or... I obviously had my eye on that Pine Tar, Right? That's what he sent. Then he sent a whole bunch of extra bullshit. He's like, keep them or fucking chuck them or, give them out as freebies. And I said, you know what? So I popped some of them. And then what I think I would do is, because they're mostly like 10-pack plus, you know what I mean? I'll bust them up into 5-packs. I'll probably bust them, take 5 and for myself, and then 5. 5 for a freebie. Because, I am that kind of, I ain't gonna lie to anybody. When they've looked at that vault, they shouldn't surprise you that I'm collecting beans. You know what I mean? I'm definitely ordering
You're a
some beans.
hoarder at this point. You have a problem. You need to admit it.
There's no doubt about that. And then listening, the more I've talked to some of these big breeders and stuff, especially Jodrey, I'm super excited about holding stock in in vitro popping and shit, man. They, if worst comes to worst and that gets affordable, they can crack it. As long as they can crack it 9 times out of 10, they'll be able to bring it back no matter how old it is. And plus on top of that, the tech on hopping old beans is, everybody, is coming a long way. You know what I mean? So I've got encouraged. I'm really encouraged now about sitting on some beans. You know what I mean? For long-term storage. I'm a collector. I'm a collector.
Me too. That's what I'm gonna call it.
How can you not be though? It's just kind of one of them things. It's always good to have genetics around.
I call that my bug out box, man. Them are my bug out boxes. I tell you what, that's all I need right there. There's 2 things I can make it anywhere. I tell you right now, man. You give me my fucking nail bags and a fucking box of that bug out box of seeds, and I'll be all right. I'll be all right. I can fucking take a sailboat and fucking pop up just about anywhere and fucking make it. Just fine.
You guys are making me jealous. I'm gonna have to pop something with you. I was thinking of popping the high Mac that I just got.
Ooh.
High school sweetheart. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I can't get that cotton out of this shit. This shit. No, I'm kidding.
I was gonna say, do you really do that?
I don't. I've done it. I put hydrogen peroxide in the water. It kills everything. Like, not kills it, but you know what I mean? Like, it's counterproductive.
Yeah. You don't know what a super soil can?
So I was using Bio 365, shout out. And that was my first pallet of soil ever. And I went through it in 3 months. However, it left a little to be desired as far as like I had to feed with it. And that's fine if I knew it was like a base, you know what I mean? I didn't educate myself as much on it. It's just like a biochar based medium. I still don't know much about it. I would love to have them school me. But anyway, I was sold on it when I smoked a bud of Mac 1 at Emerald Cup that they had grown in the Bio 365. I was like, yeah, I need some of that. I need to try that. But I didn't know that you couldn't buy it by the bag. So that was like a huge downfall for me as, a small grower, even though I should buy it by the pallet. I can't afford it by the pallet.
What is it, yard or those 2-yard totes or something?
I want to say they're not totes. They're like, woven bags.
Yeah.
But I think there's 2 cubic feet. I think there's 2.
It'd be yards, but yeah.
Oh, I go by cubic feet. I don't know. I don't know arithmetic.
Yeah, you're good then.
Thank you. You can school my ass on that.
You're still going to be running through that for a while then, is that what you're saying?
Do what?
If you still I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. God damn it. I'm being lazy. I should be typing this shit. And I'm like, fuck it, I got a microphone.
You're so rude, Eagle. You're so fucking rude. No, I'm kidding.
These nugs said bouncing on the grow off. That's basically. Miss
Well,
these nugs. If you, and I'd send you some of these if you want to play. I'll send you 5 if you want to jump in on this. You want Miss these nugs? Mix these nugs jump in on this. Why not? No? I wish I had more. I wish I had more to extend this out, but I don't.
We should really all be growing the same strain. It doesn't really matter. Like, we're just growing together, but like, I don't know.
Right. Well,
Should I provide the seed?
I know a few sources where I could probably get a few 300-400 beans and make a little. Not it wouldn't be a grow off, just like a community grow. You know what I mean? You grow together, but not a competition. Just
it's collective growing. Like, we're all growing the same strain. I could be like, bro, like when I did this and like yours maybe got sun or something, then yours does. And you're like, oh shit, I knew it was gonna do that. Like, that's the kind of stuff that's cool, where you can be camaraderie with somebody and like be able to like connect on a different level. You know what I mean? Not just surface. Like, the plant has that ability to do that. So.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. Something like that, it's easier to do because I'd rather just, I'm sure I could, like I said, reach out to a few people and get that relatively easy. And then, nobody's out nothing. You get a grow off, there's usually an entry fee and all that good stuff or something. This would just be like free. Just free. You just want to fucking do it. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I don't want to brag, but I am kind of like the grow off facilitating queen of all grow offs. No, I did throw one of the best grow offs on IG, and I've had so many people like, "Are you gonna do another grow off?" And I'm like, man, it was just such a huge task, and it was draining, soul draining. But I did bi-weekly giveaways. Like, I made sure like everybody in the chat was like, I don't know, it was a huge responsibility, and I had a little bit of help, but for the most part, it fell on my shoulders because it was inevitably my idea. So, but it was huge, like getting the sponsors and all that. It was a lot of work.
I love it, but you ain't getting me back on Discord. You just ain't getting me back on Discord. You guys want to gather there? That's cool, but man, I ain't going to Discord.
I couldn't do it either, Eagle. I couldn't do it at all. I was on there for like day and a half, and I'm like, yeah, F this. I'm out.
Discord is exactly everything I hate about them group chats. I'm sorry, but it is. There's so many fucking sub chats and chats and chats and chats on chats on chats on chats on chats. Room after room after room after room after room. Fuck all that shit. Who's got time to look through fucking 30 rooms a day for? No, I'm sorry. I love you guys, but
listen, I used to do that. We used to do that back in the day before we had face-to-face shit. Like, yeah, I have a PDF library if you want to read, if you feel like reading.
penis breath. What the fuck is fucking Chris talking about? What did I miss? What am I missing in chat?
Is that a new strain? That's a new strain, penis breath. Yep.
I don't want that in my mouth. That's a strain. I don't care.
Maybe it's a new penis envy mushroom strain. How about that?
It ain't happening. I don't give a fuck. That's the best weed I ever smoked. I am not putting penis breath in my mouth. I'm not fucking hitting it. I'm not fucking hitting it.
Buddy of mine was telling me about his like the guy lives downstairs to him, but they're like there's like 2 gay guys, and they have this bowl that's like the shape of like a cock and balls. And when you hit it, you're like putting the head of the penis to your mouth. And he's like, every time them fuckers invite me over to smoke, they bust out that bowl. He's like, they don't even smoke out of it every day. They pull it out just for me when I'm there. just to see if
They
I'll
would be
do
the
it.
fucking. That would be the ultimate fucking gay pride fucking strain right there for this month and shit. That sounds like it's something that they would actually breed out right there just to a revenge and shit. That's for all that years of fucking talking bullshit right there, man. How you liking that penis breath? Everybody talking about penis breath.
I was just listen, Miss D's just said, "What you smoking on? Penis breath." Listen, when I name a strain, you know what I do? I say, "What you smoking on?" And then I'll say the strain name, and if it sounds cool, I'm like, "Okay, yep, winner." Like, what you smoking on? Penis breath.
Oh, you know that would be an
That doesn't
abbreviation.
fly, dude.
That would be a fucking abbreviation in no fucking time right there and shit. Just see a big old fucking group of guys and shit. We got smoking on. Penis breath. Fuck, they'd look at right straight to the ground. Penis breath. Nah.
You would,
Smoking on that PB, man. PB.
Eagle, that would never come out of my mouth, and that would never be in my garden. That would never. I don't think that would ever be one. I would just avoid it just because. I don't know.
I mean, people tell me my strain Ladyball sounds like a herm, but I'm like, whatever. If you think it's a herm, if you think that I'm gonna name my strain after a herm, then you don't need to buy my seeds. Like, bye.
You know, even no matter what the strain looks like, you know, the caption in there would be like, "Look at that donkey dick and shit."
Look at that big old penis.
Yeah, I don't think they would hit my.
Oh shit!
Not taking it in, but yeah, that's for sure. Oh man, that sounded even worse.
There is a pussy breath though. I think isn't the Bakery Genetics he made pussy breath, right? And that's like sexy and hot, and everybody wants that in their mouth. Like,
Yep.
Crickets, really? Oh wait.
No, I just. Yeah, is there really a strain called pussy's breath? I mean, seriously, is there? Is that a really?
Yes, I think it's called Angel Pussy Breath, but it's by the Bakery Genetics. Yes, I believe so. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but Donkey Dick is always a good strain, especially if it resembles the size. Wait, Eagle, can we talk about your buttercream haze that was just like towers of just like straight up just, it was like 4 foot long, just donks? Can we call them donks?
Yeah, that was a nice strain. It's not going in another round.
Is that the pheno you picked? I never knew which pheno you ended up keeping from that one.
Yeah, the Hazeliner, we thought, right? Yeah. Yeah. She's over in the LED tent right now. Unfortunately, I'm going to pass that one along to a friend, and because I've got so much new stuff I got to keep. You know,
no, it's not unfortunate. You gave her a good old run. I appreciate that. And if you're passing her around, that's even better, you know? So I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me. Everybody that has my gear in the garden means a lot.
I got too much work into hunting stuff down. I don't ever kill anything off. I just stash it. Basically, I stash a lot of things. I don't kill off a lot of stuff. I just stash it. But I definitely I have another pack, and B, I've gifted a pack out. So it's out there, girl. I know I've helped pass it along.
Now that penis breath. Oh shit. This got me fucked up.
That's funny though. That would be a funny one to trick people on right there. Get it to their nose first and be like, yeah, you like that penis breath? Before you got to get it to the nose. You got to get it to the nose first.
It smells like sweaty gym socks and balls, like straight up.
I wonder how many, no matter how good it smelled, how many people would instantly just jerk reaction, just fucking yank that bitch away from their nose upon hearing.
Like, what? Bitch? What you saying?
What the fuck you making me smell?
I'd be like, let me smell it.
Give somebody a warning. Give somebody a warning before you put penis breath in the nose.
Canna. If you get one all funky smelling, you gotta call it like rewipe or something like that.
Yeah, I have some ideas for names. They're pretty out there, but people say that my names are weird and like I don't care. Like honestly, a lot of my strains, almost 90% of my strains have a story behind the name. If you care to ask, then I'll tell you. But like I have shit fire and the logo is a turd, like smoking a joint. I think it's hilarious, but people are like, that's repulsive. Or like chemtrail haze. I just got my new art done for the chemtrail haze and I got people saying why the name? And I'm like, why do I have to have a reason? But I do because it's Chemstar, which is chem dog, chem trail. Stars make a trail, haze from the queen. So you know what I mean? But I don't feel like I need to owe somebody an explanation if they're questioning like if I made that because it's a conspiracy and I'm like, you know, can Illuminati and shit, you know, like I don't know.
What are you supposed to name it, like Tiffany or something? Like, what are you gonna name stuff, man? People pick that as part of what your expression is. I like it.
I always try to stay true to the name in some sort. Like my blue tree stars, it's Starfighter, it's Blue God, it's you know what I mean? Like it just I always loved Land Before Time, the story, the mom with the tree star, and she was like telling him like she'll always be with him or whatever. Like I just love that story. And the blue tree stars ended up growing. Like the leaves are they're Starfighter diamond. They come to like a long point at the top and they look like fucking stars. I was like, okay, the strain pretty much named itself. Like I literally just helped it, I guess. I don't know.
That's funny. It is weird though, trying to always fit the names of the parents into it. Like you're always you're like smushing the celebrity couple names together or some shit. Like
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, how do I stay true to the strain, which everybody has cherry this, banana this, you know what I mean? It's like I have to stay true to the name, but yet still be authentic at the same time. So I do a lot of puns, I do a lot of like double meanings. I don't know. It's fun that way. Like keeps people guessing. It's getting really late. My bed is
I
going.
say, I didn't know if Eagle is froze or not. He's like,
oh no, that's here. I was actually looking to see if I had some pictures of the buttercream haze on this computer.
oh yeah.
Like,
Rabbit Hole is a wonderful name. Buttercream haze. So it's a wedding cake. Okay, so it's layer cake by which
somebody froze.
Might have
That's
lost.
a funny one too. I wish I could screenshot that one.
See, she's in the middle of talking about her stuff.
Damn, she said if it happened again too, she wasn't coming back.
Yeah.
Damn.
She might though.
Yeah.
Shit. I don't want to break this glass. The last time I broke the glass, I'm gonna try to open it easier.
I can't find my fucking pictures folder.
Yeah. Speaking of like the strain names, like sorry it flipped, but Hi Mac, that's like totally what we were talking about. High school sweetheart and Mac.
Nice. The high school sweetheart. I wonder what oh, there you go. That's funny. People are great.
Yeah, they do have rabbit holes, Jack. I was gonna say the same thing because they've been pumping that. It's actually a really killer.
Thanks to Mo Grower, I did get it just because he said hit record. So I hit record for a second and got canna froze like that. Then look. That's how you get a shot of that. Right there. Thank you.
That is funny. It's
It's
weird that it's still
funny.
froze there though. Unless she's trying to get back in or something.
Yeah, she's
What if it's
still,
like, what if she's on the other end just talking away? Like she's still just talking and going on. And like she was just warming up into the topic that whatever question too. So she could easily ramble like a good 5 minutes before she realizes
oh,
that it's connected.
I've had that happen. I've had it happen. So you're right. She could very well be going on. It'd be kind of fun. That would be funny. And she just comes right back in, like looking at us like we're funny because we're not saying, rebutting anything she's saying and shit. Just like, what? What, you guys fucking idiots and shit?
Comes back in to just end the sentence like, you know what I'm talking about, you guys?
That's another thing, motherfucker.
I mean, some funny shit.
Yeah, that's funny. It does, man. At least it does make me feel better that I'm not the only one who has a little bit of internet issues. That's for sure.
Was she out? She's out in the woods too, or something? Must be.
No, I don't know about that. I think she just got running off cell. They're having storms down there. I think that's what's going on.
My girlfriend's been home for
You gotta love it.
Power, and a tree fell on the power line right around them, so it took out their power. So she's been out the last couple of days. Did you get those storms they rolled through the other day?
Oh yeah, they're pretty fucking strong.
Oh, yeah.
Needed that rain though. Needed that rain.
Yeah. Not so much the 50-mile-an-hour winds.
Right. It didn't do a lot of damage up here. Just the heavy rains. Basically.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Canna Queen, if you don't come back. She was getting a little tired anyway, so she may not come back. But I appreciate her hanging out, that's for sure. I always appreciate anybody that hangs out.
Yeah, it's pretty cool if they get that going once a week or something, she said too.
She said maybe once a month to get started.
Yeah.
Which I can understand that, you know what I mean? It's hard to, especially when you narrow it down like that, you know what I mean? Oh, I'm just going to talk about people with a, good, backstory. Well, you got to take in the stories first, kind of weed them out, see which ones aren't going to be like 5 minutes and all that good shit. That's funny. Be Too Crazy For You says I need to get a good screenshot so when I do the radio bite loop, I need to start getting
Yeah, you got to do it right away, man. Didn't you learn nothing from Dung Beetle?
Oh man, that shit's
Well, he
coming
gave you
way
the
too.
advice of the salesman of the year, dude. That was the money advice. Got to get it up front.
Well, tonight, in tonight's instance, there was supposed to be a guest, right? So I didn't. You guys have already dropped your guys' sound bites. So I guess we could have did a group sound bite. I do got to remember to try that though. You do think that's good advice though? I'll try to get it when it's fresh.
I don't know if it's. I think in the sales example that he gave, it probably obviously worked really killer. I don't know. It's definitely a cool idea to try. Something to play around with. Maybe it matters. Maybe it don't. I don't know.
Cheers to my daughter Lexi hanging out in chat. What's up, girl? Funny story about that is I think she came in about a little bit after 11:30. Kind of see why I wasn't on or something. And It was in the middle of that like inspirational shit. And I was sitting there telling her, yeah, we're on air. Don't fucking, whatever you got to say, know you're going to be live and shit. She's like, yeah. She's funny though. Anytime I don't go live when I'm supposed to, she's wondering what's going on. What's the matter?
That's cool, man.
They not sure. I love her support. It means a lot. It does. Yeah. Man, I can't believe I was really looking forward to Indra too. But you never know. He's the, like I said before, you know what I mean? Shit, I'm checking my messages now. It might be not one from him, but I wouldn't be surprised about any time he just pops in and shit. 2 o'clock and shit.
I don't know who that is, but
That's
that
the
was cool.
dude that came up. Right. Yeah, Indra's the guy that come up with the patent for the BHO.
Oh, all right.
That guy. He hasn't looked at the numbers yet, so I hold my breath on that. That's all I can do. You know what I mean? Especially, you know, sometimes on that shit. Yeah. All I can do is provide days and times and hope everybody shows up.
Yeah, I mean, some of them people, man, it's almost like it's not necessarily they didn't want to or whatever, but I'm sure they get enough going on too. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, I'll get him on at some point. That's for sure. That's for sure. That's an untapped, you know, he was one of the first people I ever heard of talking about THCA. And at that point, he had years into smoking that shit, extracting it.
That is cool, man. That's the guy that was like doing the herbal extract stuff or whatever. Took the techniques over to cannabis.
He took technology from the perfume industry and applied it to cannabis.
So what, man? That's smart, man. I don't blame him a bit. That's fucking genius.
Oh no, that's what I was asking too about Breeder Steve about wine. If he was able to take any knowledge from the wine industry, his years in the wine industry, into the extract, cannabis extract. And he said, "Oh, for sure. But he didn't kind of take me down the road that I was looking for. I kind of thought it was more along the cold extraction, the cold press side that he had learned some stuff, but obviously not."
Fuck no! Did you hear what he said, dude? In like 3 hours, they could turn the isolates into CBN or something like that. Like, so I don't know if that's gonna hit, but if it does, that's fucking like literally turning it into gold.
Oh yeah.
If there's that big a value jump to it, you know what I'm saying? He's definitely a smart ass dude, though. That was a way more information he could have talked about or whatever. Could have that dude every night for a week.
What's up, Spiky Pilots? To our friend in Germany.
Oh no shit.
What's up?
Oh yeah. I'm a quarter German.
It's hard to believe that people are checking us out all the way over there and shit. Germany and shit.
That is cool. It's really cool. We can't even see your garden, Eagle. What do you got going on now, man?
Same thing. Just I'm in a little bit different spot. Let me see here. It's all good. Oh, it's completely shut you out. go up, yeah. Right. Just a different view. I got the table pulled up a little bit. They're still there. It's not like shit went crazy or nothing. I just kind of moved my shit around a little bit. What's up, Red Eye Russell?
Yeah. No, that's cool.
No, I kind of wondered about that because we were talking about that last night. That
I still
fuck
gotta get
it. We like the background and stuff, but everybody likes seeing the plants too. So
let's switch it up between them.
That's actually that was the hat I sent to Sub a fucking long time ago. Wore it for quite some time. Actually said Sub Cool on the back.
That's cool.
I got what else I got up in here? I was playing with backgrounds the other day. This is actually a shot from like McDonald's. McDonald's in Prudentsville. How awesome that is the sunset right there.
That's cool.
I was like, man, even for a McDonald's parking lot, that's fucking majestic right there. Huh.
Yeah.
You know.
Should sell that to McDonald's.
I was loving it. Chances are I was not. God. You know, anymore I can get my fucking food faster. I can get my coffee. I'm pulling up for fucking coffee. I'm waiting like fucking 10 minutes. And it's pissing me off. It's pissing me off. I'm done with McDonald's.
You want to make coffee?
jacksgreenstalk's popped in. What up?
Yeah,
you give him them? What up? That's cool. What's up, Jack? Oh, his audio ain't up yet. What's up, Jack? How you doing, man?
Not much. I saw Canna Queen dropped out, and I'm available to fucking jump in. Better than typing. My hands suck at typing, so figure I might as well hop on, smoke some with you.
Yeah, man. What's going on, Jack?
Not much. Just got a bong bowl of Humboldt Seed Company's Venom OG, which is OG Kush crossed to Humboldt OG that they selected for the more gassy smell. And it's super gassy, but it's also a little bit purple and doesn't lack any potency. It's kind of a daily driver for me. I like it daytime, nighttime. It's just great smoke. Cheers.
Cheers. Nice.
What up, way back farmer? That's a new name I've seen to the show. Welcome to the show. How you doing tonight? Be too crazy for you, by the way. Just a couple quick shout outs. Jack.
Throw them out there, man. Red Eye Rustler. What's going on?
Oh,
you
yeah.
guys make me jealous. I got to get some new glass, man. My bong's broken. And I don't know. I had 2 of them break in a short period of time, and I was pissed. So then I've been rolling joints ever since. So, but now I'm seeing everybody hitting bongs and having cool glass. I gotta get some.
Yeah, man. I need a bong for my daily use. It's like I sometimes jokingly, but whenever I say it, I kind of think it's pretty serious. I call it my medical device. And like when I was on a shortage of like isopropyl alcohol, or we didn't have any actually, I realized like when it gets dirty, how much more difficult it is to ingest cannabis medicine as like smoking it. If you have a dirty bong, it makes you cough way more, and like coughing makes like your stomach hurt and throat hurt and all this other shit. So dirty bongs are no go for me. I try to keep it as clean as I can, and yeah.
But Jack, if you don't get a good cough, that's where you get the bell ringer, man. See the spots and shit.
Yeah, they say if you don't cough, you don't get off, and I sort of believe that also. But like, I think there's a level of coughing like where like you cough a little bit because like the THC that like coats your lungs and all the terpenes and everything. And then there's like coughing so much that you're like spitting and like almost about to throw up because it's just such a dirty, nasty bong, you know?
Yeah, there's a difference between the nasty yellow fucking smoke hit of like a gravity bong versus like the one clean hit that just gives you that huge lung expansion and you just fucking like ooh, can't even hold it in, you know what I mean? Just start coughing that way. That's what I was.
Yeah, no, I like those tokes. I'm probably about to have one right now. So I usually mute myself if I start coughing into the mic though.
Oh my god, I'm fucking losing it over here. Between Jack's little phrase there, and then that phrase right there should be the asterisk underneath the fucking penis breath strain right there. Penis breath. Quotations. If you don't cough, you ain't getting off. Oh shit, that's fucking. Oh, that's
give that
funny.
to Empire for that dominatrix probably too, man. That one.
It's, yeah,
The stuff writes
that's
itself,
funny.
right?
It does. It does. That's fucking funny, and thank you for that. I love when I get a genuine laugh like that. And they can change days some days like that, man.
I
Them
love
kind of laughs right
laughter.
there.
Laughter is
Priceless.
medicine. Laughter is 100% medicine. I think making people laugh, it's been shown. I think it's good for your heart. It's good for your health. I think it makes people live longer and shit. There's like a whole bunch of studies done that show the benefits of laughter. So I'm a big advocate. People should experience as much joy and laughter as they can watching even like a funny movie. I think that's part of the reason that cannabis is so enjoyable, is it lightens up people's spirits enough that they can laugh at themselves or laugh at something that might even be tragic, you know? Like I think some of the best comedians like Dave Chappelle brings up things like racism, which is tragic, but he points it out in a funny light that we can all sort of appreciate and be like, well, yeah, this racism exists, but there are funny elements that he exposed in a certain situation.
Definitely. People need to have a better sense of humor these days. That's for sure.
I keep on going back to the chat and then it switches me back over to fucking top chat. But don't worry, everybody. I clicked live chat. I see you, Red Eye Wrestler, Mr. Greenpot, Spiky Pilot, TW, Riding Dirty, Alexi. Always good to see you in the chat. Miss D's Nugs, Alex B. They always drop some good science knowledge. They said, do you guys have experience with pyrethrum insecticides? And yes, my answer is yes, I do. They're actually banned in California. Pyrethrums or pyrethroids are like the synthetic versions that are extracted and made in labs, but they come from like chrysanthemum flowers. And I can't remember what the reason was, but there was some sort of issue with them. And so they started getting banned. And I don't know if it's just cannabis, or all of agriculture in California, but I know.
I believe it's systemic, so it's in the plant tissue and in the.
That's what it is.
Phloem and phloem, so no matter what happens, you're getting it in the flower as well. And that's the reasoning, I believe. But
yeah, that's a good reason
too. So there's one that's like harvested from the flower, and there's like pyrethrum.
Pyrethrin is from the flower. Pyrethroid is from chemical.
Yeah, so one's made synthetically, one's derived, but they're both systemic, I believe. So
yeah, neither one is good, and there's a lot better options otherwise, to be honest, like enzymes, for example, or certain like things like Beauveria bassiana, like beneficial fungi, and things like that. Endophytic fungi, things like that.
But they do work like a motherfucker, especially for shit that bites the plant.
Yep. But I don't know. I just feel like when you've got other stuff, it depends on what you're dealing with, but nerve toxins can be deadly, according to Chris. This is California. Everything causes birth defects, mystic marks. I do see that, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. As Dr. Squatch, the soap company, says, I'd rather not play just the tip with deadly chemicals, right? So It's like, do you want to use just a little bit? It's like, I don't know. When does a little bit become too much that it's dangerous? And like, who's doing the testing to make sure that it's safe for us? So I try to keep it simple. Don't spray if you don't have to. Get predator mites, plant things that attract predators like beneficials, like wasps and things like that.
So what are your thoughts on things like natural oil sprays, essential
not a huge
oil
fan.
sprays and tobacco sprays and shit like that, pepper sprays?
They work. Pepper is probably the only one of that bunch that I would actually suggest people use if they had those options. But for one reason or another, I really don't like tobacco, even though it's super effective, just because I don't want any of that sticking around on the plant and changing the dynamics. The other thing is shout out to another cultivator from our Growing with My Fellow Growers panel, Russ Brandon. He sent me like 10 articles talking about how oils, one, they close up the stomata of the plant. It can make it difficult for the plant to respirate. That's something that I'm not a big fan of, because even though they're suffocating the bug or whatever, it suffocates the plant at a certain extent, where enzymes don't have that same action. But two, the thing that was more concerning for me is, like you talked about, if you have companion planting, and Breeder Steven even mentioned this, like a bunch of cannabis plants next to each other will sort of change and increase the terpene profiles of the other plants around them. Well, if you start spraying, like let's say peppermint essential oil, peppermint is very strong oil, and it may trigger things within the plant epigenetically that will make it grow differently than if it wasn't ever hit by that oil. And I could pull up the papers, but I got like an email literally with like 6 or 7 papers that all describe the different ways that the oils can sort of have detrimental effects, or even just like, I don't know, I want the plant to express itself. Not that it needs to be perfectly natural all the way through, like I'm super cropping and topping and doing other things like that, but I just don't want like an oil spray to change the taste profile of my plant. I want it to, if it's blueberry, I want it to taste like blueberry, not peppermint.
Right, I'm with you though. You shouldn't be spraying in flower. You should be going with a natural remedy. You know what I'm saying? If you have a problem in flower, you either eradicate or try to handle it with natural predators. In my opinion.
Chris has Lost Coast Plant Therapy. That one has oil, peppermint. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But they have oil, a few different oils in there, and that's actually why, since Brandon sent me that, I stopped using it and I use the amazing Dr. Enzymes Eliminator, which, to be honest, I got like 2-ounce sample bottles, and I haven't had to use them because I grow from seed and I don't take in clones other than the 2 that I've had for years, and I don't have any pests, so I'm not spraying. So I just am in the fortunate situation of like, I have a small indoor garden, and knock on wood, hopefully I don't get any, but if I do see them, I would probably go about using predators, even if I was in veg. I don't know. I would probably use that 2-ounce sample bottle to knock down whatever I have, the Dr. Zymes, and then follow that up with some sort of beneficial insect. OHN, somebody says
100%.
Organic herbal nutrient. That's a KNF thing. You can do that. Those are actually, a lot of people find success. When I was doing like KNF and more recently Jodam, we did KNF for 1 season and then switched over to the Jodam principles. I was working with a buddy and we were doing a little bit of outdoor and greenhouse stuff. And that stuff's really inexpensive, but the time and the labor and sometimes questionable inputs that I wasn't even realizing were questionable. Like if you're foraging stuff that's like by the roadside and there's like a bunch of gasoline exhaust fumes kicking onto it, like you have to just be cognizant of where you're foraging your things from, because you're concentrating it down. And if you concentrate down something that's uptaking a bunch of chemicals all day, that will be put into your cannabis, which is bioaccumulator. So just be very aware of those little things. Like I know one podcast mentioned an example of people were making like a spray with bananas that were not organic, and non-organic bananas get sprayed with all sorts of pesticides. So
catching
do
up on
use
some
early.
chat.
I use it Gen 2, and I buy it from Country Roots here in Michigan. So they make it, and it does take a long time. So Roots said that too. So definitely is one that takes a little while to make, and they sell it pretty cheap. So I think they got an online store too if you're not in Michigan.
They do. I've seen it actually, and Well Grown Seeds also does stuff like that on their website. That stuff's really awesome that people are making that available, because like I think it's like 1 milliliter per like 1,000 gallons or something or something crazy. You know, with some of the stuff, these KNF preparations, like a tiny bit goes a really, really long way, and it only gets better with time. It lasts forever. So it's good stuff. Oh, Abolished Farms was saying break the life cycle with your sprays before you bring in predators. So spray for at least 2 weeks. I guess it would depend on what you have. Not everything is a 2-week life cycle, but I do agree. It's good to use knockdowns before you try to.
Exactly, because natural and predators will never take it away 100%. I mean, you can flood your room with as many nematodes and fucking ladybugs as you want. You're never
Ladybugs aren't good predators.
The problem.
I've seen them.
Well, they're not.
I've seen them completely. I mean, like something like spider mites, for example.
I've used them for years.
My barber had spider mites,
it depends on what form and if you can keep them, Jack. The ones that you buy, the adults from the store, don't really do shit. You're right.
Yeah,
they only eat in
are better,
about 10 to 20 aphids or whatever a day. But if you can keep a colony and babies, now the babies will eat, 100 to 200 aphids a day if that be your problem.
Yeah, they call them aphid lions.
You want the babies. You want to establish a colony ultimately with the ladybugs. If you can keep a colony
if you have
going
spider
in the room,
mites,
that's
not going to help you that much.
But no, you're exactly right. But they do eat some with the spider mites. They're just not.
But my point is, if you have the right predator, like, and my barber had spider mites, and we got him, I believe it was Californicus, because that worked in the humidity of his grow tent. But the Californicus, because he got such a large amount, and the spider mites hadn't taken such a huge hold yet, they completely eradicated without needing to spray anything, because they were in mid to late flower, and they didn't want to spray anything at all. So they picked the webs off physically with like a toothpick, and then released a ton.
I was just kind of confirming what you guys were saying, though, because both of you guys are saying, because if you introduce predators right from the get, they're not, well, you're saying there's a few instances where you can apply them and they may eradicate your whole problem. And that may be depending on when you're catching your problem as well. If you're just seeing it and you set some loose, you may have a good chance at overcoming it early on. But if you've waited till things are a little further blown and you set predators out, well, again, you're not going to dig that problem in the life cycle of the plant that you need. It's still going to be fucking going around your room or whatever tents before the nematodes, ladybugs, or whatever really get it completely under control. But like you said in the beginning, though, if you start with some type of spray, especially in the beds, it is, again, only in the, I want to hear you right, mainly in the veg time. If you spray and kill 70% first, and then you let your natural predators loose then to clean up the last 30, you'll stand much better chance than just, setting them loose on their own, basically. So I was just backing up kind of what you were saying before, not necessarily arguing the fact. Because that's just my opinion. You know what I mean? You can release as many natural predators in your room as you want, but it's never gonna, especially in a room like mine, where you have multiple cycles and shit. You got things in flower, you got things in veg and shit. If you just release natural predators in every one of my fucking tents, I don't think I would get rid of the problem. Just the natural predators alone, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. If you hit a full-blown problem in every fucking phase of the room, you couldn't.
It's just too vague. It's too vague, like, because if your problem was like springtails aren't really a problem.
Yeah, but here's the other thing though, that what Eagle's saying is right, because I've heard other like the bug ladies say that too, where you really want to knock down a huge infestation and try.
Totally. No, I agree. 100. And I said that straight up front.
But
I agree.
the thing I think people miss, or what I always missed with getting bugs, they're expensive, and it's really worthwhile to try to figure out how you can keep them around as best as possible. So learning about an environment or something before you get them, because certain ones can only survive in different temperature ranges and humidity ranges, and some of that stuff you may. So if you're always running 45% humidity, you may not want to get a predator that needs 60% humidity. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like Californicus wants higher than Amelius Swirsky, I think.
Right. And all the info's out there. I wasn't going to try to repeat it. It's like whatever, but you know what I mean? The info's out there. I was just kind of highlighting, pay attention to what you're looking at.
Call them. That's what we did. Call the insectary, and hopefully you have a local one. That's the best, because shorter shipping, or if you could pick it up live. A lot of people have complained, like even beneficial nematodes, they get them, they look at them under a microscope, and most of them are dead with certain companies or whatever. But like if you get live predators and you get the right predator and they can sustain. One thing I wanted to share, this is a Sink Angel or a Zenthanol tip. He said to get explosive ember peppers or any sort of like poinsettia pepper or pepper that produces pollen. Pollen from a pepper plant won't pollinate a cannabis plant, just for the people who don't know. But these plants produce pollen, which a Swirsky, which is a generalist, which will eat things like root aphids, russet mites, all sorts of like really nasty. They eat spider mites. They eat basically everything. They're not great for spider mites, but they're good for pretty much everything else. And Swirsky, they actually feed on pollen. So the females eat the pollen and they produce 3 to 4 times more offspring than they would when they're eating whatever insect, because instead of having to run around and chase down their food, which takes a bunch of energy, they can just sit right next to the plant, eat up all the pollen, and basically get fat and healthy on the pollen and produce a ton of offspring. So you get more of your predator. And basically your little pepper plants are acting like a barracks of like good bugs. And those good bugs that you apply to your pepper plant, when they detect an insect population, they actually prefer eating the insects when it's around, because they're like, oh, we want a little bit of a more diverse diet, so we're going to go hunt down the basically bad guys. And it's like a beautiful symbiotic relationship that you can make happen indoor. I actually personally witnessed it in Brandon Rust's garden. He had little pepper plants in between his cannabis plants in smaller pots, and he'd just give them water whenever they needed water, and they grew and didn't really get in the way or anything. And it took care of his garden much more cost effective than having to buy and reapply over and over.
Yeah, that was my experience with the predators. Is they get pretty dang expensive, especially on scale. Like even trying to get them for a small garden, it's like, man, you're gonna drop $100 on one. So if you want to get an assortment, or you want different sachets or some shit, it's like you're gonna spend $100-200 real quick.
But hey, what's cannabis worth to you? If that saves your harvest, isn't that worth it? Like an ounce of cannabis is worth way more than $100. So depending on where you're at. But I think if you're going to get your whole harvest destroyed or fucked up or lesser quality because bugs are going to overrun it, it's like, to me, it's worth it to use the best knockdown you can. I think Dr. Zymes is a really good one, but there's a bunch of other great products like Tweetment, but that has essential oil that personally I'm not a big fan of. But they're the one who actually had the original enzyme patent for using like IPM with that enzyme. And somehow Dr. Zymes got around it. It's probably because they didn't use an essential oil with it in conjunction. But it's interesting stuff. There's a lot of different approaches. There's not just like one way to skin a deer, as they say in Ohio. I have a lot of buddies who hunt, and not one of them does it the same way unless they were taught by that other person. And even then, they're like, well, I see why you do it that way, but I think I'm going to do it this way because it's a little easier for me.
Yep. Figure out the way.
I'll tell you right now, too, a good way to keep ladybugs around. A good, if you want, depending on ladybug population, even though, as you say, Jack, they're not the most effective, but they're good preventative. If you think rooms somewhat in check and you don't mind a ladybug floating around here and there, they're not bad to keep around in your garden.
You can cultivate them with a little, like a raisin, or make yourself like a little popsicle house with some mesh netting. You can put a little door on there, and every night if you put a little like soca, something with sugar water or like a raisin in there, they'll go and like start eating on that, and they hang around. So
that's kind of what I was getting at right there. Is I found moreover it's easier to just you know, most people like to just bring them home and just start, you know, chucking them around, sprinkling them around the base of the plants or whatever. But I found it's easier to sustain a colony like that. And sometimes it takes a couple rounds. Smiley kind of pointed out the fact that, you know, it can be expensive for predators like that, you know, and especially ladybugs. They can be cheap, man. They can be 15, 20 bucks, you know, per pop, you know, and but the way I when I brought them into the room, this is what I do. And it's similar to what you've just said right there. Is I take a clone dome. I'll take that, you know, thing of ladybugs. I'll open them up inside the clone dome again with some sugar water, or apple slice of apple works very well, and I encourage them to stay in there that first round and breed like a motherfucker. And then even one more time, you know, a week or so later, throw a new batch of them in there in that same environment. And the next thing you know, that before you know it, you'll already have they'll venture off them first 2 rounds and lay eggs all around your fucking tents and shit. The next thing you know, you'll have them little alligator looking motherfuckers all running around. And you'll be like, oh my God, what the fuck are these things? And there'll be the baby ladybugs just infested all over fuck. And them are actually, like I said, them are what you want, taking care of shit. But you got to establish that colony first, not just sprinkle them bitches around. You have to, you know, get a dome going and make them a side home and let them work. You know, get a colony going. You know what I'm saying? And they're better preventative than anything, I think. You know, as an answer.
I totally agree with everything you just said. And don't freak out. Look up ladybug's life cycle. Don't freak out by the little alligators that Eagle is describing, because they kind of do look like mini little alligators when they're babies. But those are the ones that you actually want. They're not going to fly around and leave you. They actually stay.
I'll tell you a funny story,
They
Jack.
eat well.
I'll tell you a funny story about that. That happened to me. I'm not even going to fucking lie. The first time that happened to me was probably about 2010, Dank 10 days. I remember, no shit. I had thrown ladybugs around like fucking crazy. And in this one tent, I seen these little fucking alligator looking motherfuckers. And it terrified me. Terrified me, Jack. I was like, oh, what in the fuck did I pick up? And what did I bring in now? What in the fuck they were everywhere and shit. What in the fuck is this? I posted, you know, a little picture up in the dank den, just panicking, you know, what in the fuck is this? You know what I mean? Like I made some discovery and shit, like a fucking, because it was looked prehistoric and shit. Somebody was all like, yeah, no, that's a fucking baby ladybug right there. And I fucking turned around and fucking searched that and found out, you know, it was right and shit. I was like, oh, shoo. I honestly thought I had fucking just was being overtaken by, you know, a fucking predator I had yet to hear about and shit.
That's
but
the
yeah,
most.
That first time I seen, freaked me right the fuck out. I ain't gonna lie, it freaked me the fuck out the first time I seen it.
That's such a relieving feeling though, when you have somebody who identifies it properly and then you go and look it up and you're like, oh wait, shit, it's not something to be scared of. That's why I encourage everyone. Like I've gotten really into entomology since growing cannabis. I love Sync Angel or Zentanol on YouTube. His content is amazing to me, because I used to like have nightmares that I'd wake up in the middle of the night like, oh, my plants are going to be eaten by pests. And now I just like, I know which the top 50 cannabis pests are and how to avoid them and how to take care of them if you get them. So I don't like panic about it as much anymore. It's like I've got the stuff on hand in my house to like treat them if I get them. It's like I'm not that worried.
I just want to say one more thing about the ladybugs and setting up a collie like that is once you've done that, beware, you ain't never getting rid of them motherfuckers. Oh, the American one's hanging out. What's up, American one? Come on in. And Smiley, I want to ask you, because I'm watching chat too. I'm reading too. How long do you suggest taking the wettable Salford? You know, is that just the first dip, or as you bring in something in, or a fresh clone, or do you take that a couple more times? Do you actually spray?
I have sprayed, but it's pretty corrosive and it stinks like hell. And I don't really enjoy spraying it in veg on all the plants. So yeah, just a dip in the water when you cut the clone to plug it, and then after it's rooted before your transplant, and you just dip it again, and it'll have complete, pretty complete coverage there, and you're going to be giving the plant a pretty decent shot of like not having anything fuck with it until it really kind of roots in its transplant. And after that, I have a regular 2-3 times a week rotation, and I just use the Marone Bio stuff.
So you've never seen any ill effects from dipping the fresh cutting? Seem like it slow things down because you're kind of, with the sulfur blocking, the leaves
Sulfur
intake
is
of
a
light
nutrient.
somewhat.
It actually wants to take it up. They
Yeah.
thrive. They boom most of the time. They'll do better than if you just soaked it in water side by side. Most of the time, the sulfur cut will like grow really, really strong and vigorous versus the one that was just soaked completely in water and nothing.
Yeah, so it's kind of like I don't know, man. It's a protective coating. It's beneficial to the plant, and they don't seem to mind it at all. The clones actually seem happier with it, so they seem to stay in that freshly cut stace like look, I guess.
What's up, TAO? You're awful quiet over there.
What's
Man in
up?
the top hat.
How's everybody doing tonight?
Awesome.
Better now we hear your voice.
Fuck yeah.
There you go. Somebody's talking sense. So yeah, I say we do a giveaway, Eagle. Let's do a giveaway.
Coming in. Bang.
Hell yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
I know it, man. God, that's an entrance right there. Jeez.
Yeah,
Hell
because I feel bad for all the growers who don't have good seeds, man. It's not good.
Yeah,
It is sad. It's sad because people offer me seeds all the time, and I'm like, I do not need them. Please give them to someone else because I already have too many seeds and not enough space to grow them. And like, I'm making more of my own seeds, so like, I'm giving them to like testers and things like that, and I hopefully will be giving them away to people more often. But I'm with you, Tao. I think the people out there want them and need them. So, are you donating some to give away, Tao, or are you putting Eagle on the spot here?
No, I got my giveaway Amy Aces. I wouldn't do that. No.
All right, good. That's what I want to hear. I actually want to see more people growing your stuff because when I've seen Eagle grow it, he killed it. When I see Tanasi growing it, he's killing it. And it's like, I want to see the world grow Tao's stuff.
Yeah, I feel bad for Eagle because I know he got one. I mean, it didn't look like it looked like there was a lot of space between the nugs to actually be truthful. And I know he could have got a better pheno, but I don't swear that's a super duper high yield or every single pheno, but I do tell you that everybody loves whatever comes off that plant, man. And there definitely is some big chunkers, but and sometimes it's deceiving. I think they look like they don't produce a lot, but they end up producing a shit ton.
We all love a big yielder. I mean, at the end of the day, like we all want to pretend like, oh yeah, we want quality over everything. But if it yields well and you like it, there's nothing better than that, right? Like fucking gotta love those big ass fucking ones that throw down are still good smoke.
Yeah, I swear you could get it all. You get one with big yield and killer high and great terps. You could get it all, no doubt.
Oh, I've got it. I got one seed line and I've got like 35 seeds left. In the first 3 females I found, it's called Jack Spike Punch. It was Purple Punch crossed to Del Norte Fuel. Del Norte Fuel is Mexican sativa that he crossed with a bunch of stuff. It was crossed to Chem 4, which was crossed to OG Kush, that was back crossed twice, and they crossed all that to OG or Gorilla Glue #4. But the cross of that, it was just like super gassy with like that grape Kool-Aid, like super artificial. It's methylanthranolate, I've come to find, in ester. But yeah, it yielded double to almost triple some of the stuff in the same pot size and same tent, all the same conditions. It was some of the most potent smoke I'd ever had, some of the best tasting smoke I'd ever had, and it looked amazing. So I'm like, this shit's just, it literally checked every single box. There was not a single thing I could say bad about it. Like, I loved it. I think that people think that those things aren't out there, but Smiley talks about it sometimes with the elite cuts. When you get the real ones, like a Gorilla Glue or something like that, and you get the real deal, and you see it, it's like it can yield huge and be great smoke and look good. Like,
Yeah,
there's some great shit out there.
There's a lot that are like, you know, at the beginning, the people make better cookie crosses now, I guess, but everybody's complaining about the yield on the cookies at first. And I think some people had a problem with the Mac, but I think that figuring out how to grow the Mac can get better, get a lot bigger yields off of that one.
I got all fucking squirrely. Got all squirrely, man. I'm fucking, damn it. This is a new computer and I don't have all my swap. I actually up until this last year could give two fucks about having a computer or laptop. I always had my phone, you know what I mean? And it hasn't been until like the show where I've had this urge to try to get everything together. You know what I'm saying? Because I've actually got a PC and shit again. And it's driving me crazy. As soon as you said the nugs weren't that, the spacing wasn't that good on my Amy's Aces, it sent me packing for my fucking pictures that I can't find on this goddamn Windows 10.
Going through the photos looking for a plant, sometimes I'm like there scrolling for like, 20 minutes. I got way too many pictures. I got to delete some. I mean, I'm sure everybody does, right?
Yep.
I'm just trying to figure out where the fuck I put this file.
I started
accuracy by volume approach, man. We take like 50 pictures and get that best one, but then you don't go back and delete the other 45 or something, and then like you get this giant ass thing. So what I've tended to do after a harvest is like I'll take some of my favorite ones and put it in like a folder and then label it that strain name, so then I can go back and like look at it and be like, oh, that's that whole run from like when I flipped it to flower all the way through when it finished. And then I can find them a little bit more easily when I'm searching through on my phone. Just a little tip for the
I totally put them in strain files.
Yeah, I just started putting doing folders as separate ones. And now, like, I'm going back, and the ones that some of them I know what they are by looking at them, but some of them I can't tell what strain it is. So I'm deleting some of those that aren't special looking, because I have just so many pictures. It's crazy.
That is true. You run into like having way too fucking many of them. So then my phone will warn me that I got loss of memory or limited memory. I'll have to go through and clean all those out that you didn't do. Like Jack was saying, you take too many.
Well,
so
TAO, keep them in the folder. It's really too many.
How about this giveaway, man?
Yeah,
what is it? 5-pack, 10-pack, regs?
At least a 10-pack. I only do. Yeah, I can't give someone 5-6 beans. Yeah, I'll never make a 5-pack. I'll never give anybody a 5-pack.
I'm the same way, man. I was packing up 5-packs, and then I thought about it for a second, and I was like, no, y'all get 10. Yeah, so I was sending out some for testers, and I was like, fuck this, y'all get 10.
Because even when I was doing, I was like, if I have a 4x4 10, you could definitely get 9 plants in there, and I got regular seed. I feel like giving everybody 18 so they could get 9 girls and pack of 10 if they wanted to, even though most people don't do that shit.
If they committed to me and said, hey, I'm going to run a whole entire tent, I would actually feel bad, because the cross that I made is not anywhere justified for somebody running that much of it at one time. So I'd feel bad if somebody blew up like their whole space, and maybe it's fire. I don't know, but we'll see. But damn, just imagine like they commit all that time and space, and then it ended up being like mids. Like, fuck. It just didn't work for whatever reason. Like, even both parents can be fire. Sometimes it just turns out like shit.
But did you must have? So you did test them yourself, and some of them were kind of lacking, or?
No, I haven't. This is just literally like I'm sending them out to people because they're begging for them, and like some people have such little access that I'm like, even if it's
getting into, you know.
Yeah. No, I've given them the whole rundown of like both parents and what, you know, why I chose them and things like that. And I'm not saying that these are like, and they're getting them for free. So shit, can't complain.
When I made my beans, I was like, I didn't want to get, because if I got a hermit, I'd be pissed, man. But I just expect it now. From any seeds that I pop, I expect there's going to be herms in there because I don't trust anything. But that would, like, I didn't want to be that guy, be me, giving away seeds and it screws up somebody's entire crop. I would kill myself. So
yeah,
I
it'd be really shitty.
Pretty harsh. And knock on wood, once I was confident they didn't harm out easily or at all. So far I haven't gotten any reports of harms. But I'm also suspicious that people, but you know, I tell them I want to know. But some people might not want to, you know, whatever. But yeah, once I was confident that they don't harm, I started giving them out heavy, and then people were just loving it. Every single one, all those three, people loved one of, you know, different ones of it. So I'm confident.
Yeah,
so I'm gonna put a number in chat, and then we got to do this, Eagle.
All right, yes, let's fucking do this. I got all fucking squirrely there for a second. Fucking, I gotta get my shit together. It bums me out today. I've got like 5, what do you call it? USB chips fucking with shit I need to gather up and condense. Let's do this shit. Fucking, we got 36 watching. What, 1 to 150? Sounds fair, huh?
Yeah, that works, right? Yeah.
Got to give them a little bit of playroom.
All right.
You guys know the deal. Only one guess unless you see multiple.
All right. I put the number in this chat here.
Smiley, you want to run the start stop?
I can, unless you want me to do the timer too, then.
Sure. If you want. Just trying to involve you, bud.
Oh, that's fine, man. I am getting sleepy shit though.
I was gonna say, Smiley was looking pretty high a couple minutes ago, like he was
I was up early today. It was a long day. Chopping tall weeds down.
Smiley, I have something that'll wake you up, but it'll put me to sleep. That's sort of a riddle. But the tiniest clone you've ever seen in your entire life, just rooted. So it's going to get put into some soil and given a little bit of love in my veg space. And then we're going to have some messages back and forth. And then some birdies will make some things happen. So
Allegedly.
No, it's totally legal, actually. In all 50 states, you can send hemp clones to each other. If it's 0.3% THC or under when it's in veg, no problem. You know,
cool.
Write hemp on the front, stick it in a clone shipper, bada bing, bada boom. We are not lawyers.
Some people was trying to tell me today that you could send medicine from state to state, as long as it was from medical to medical.
Some states you can. Some states you can't.
So
I never heard that before.
You can fly with it from medical to medical state, depending on which state you're going to. You can fly with it within state in California.
We're going to do what, a minute and a half or 2 minutes?
Minute and a half. 20 minutes. Plenty of time.
Right.
They already started.
On that one. Wait, we got numbers flying. We got to do something.
I know. It's only been about fucking like 15 minutes since American won. Let's do a giveaway.
All right, I'm going to type it in. We'll watch for them. So.
No one's gotten it yet. So at least there's that.
None of them count anyway until start. Yeah, we gotta throw that.
Okay, now it started. Everybody.
And just one number, right? Yeah, one number.
one number. You can re-enter your number. Hand throw. It's 1 to 150.
150. Yep.
He guessed 420. I like 68.3. Rob said.
Yeah. Your internet must be a little bit faster than mine, Jack. You seen it? You were saying it before I seen it.
Nobody even thought of decimal points. Fuck.
Right.
We didn't exclude them though, so I mean, hey, props to you for having an open mind.
Thinking out of the box.
73.2. Rob, one guess, dude. One guess.
It's getting there.
Seen
You
some
got a countdown?
close ones, but nobody dead on. I haven't seen 38 guesses. Come on. Come on.
Get it up there. There it is.
3-pack of beans. How can you go wrong with a 3-pack of beans?
I feel bad guessing. I know the answer. I'm one of the chatters, so I'm not going to put in an answer.
The closest one I saw.
You know what's funny is
like 4 off.
I see a 9 off was
4?
Johnny, but who was 4 off?
There's can we just say the number? Or?
Oh, I'm in.
Yo, is the time up?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Time's up? Yeah. It looks like JD. The number was 80.
Yeah, Chris Mertz had 76.
Jay Diz, I think, had 77.
Oh shit!
Yeah, you guys got to go. Yeah, he did. Oh yeah, 77. Chris Mertz. Chris Mertz had the 76. He knows I'm an American. Yeah. But yeah, Jay Diz, right?
Yeah, Jay Diz has 77. I'm just double checking to make sure there's not anything closer.
Bada bing.
Congrats, Jay Diz.
Last time, Tao's beans actually beat my beans there too. They're like, man, I got American ones winnings already. Did you send yours out? I was like, yeah, they're other way.
Ungrateful winners. I'm just kidding. We love you, Chad.
Stabby McStabwood, what up, man? He just missed the seed giveaway.
Yeah, the American one just gave away some seeds. Missed out.
All right. I'll be right back. You see what I can dig up. I'll be right back.
All right, yo, Jay.
Outdone.
Is my mic on?
Oh,
All right,
no.
Jay Diz.
Never outdone. Never outdone. That wouldn't be right. That'd be, that ain't right.
It's not like he's going to ban you from chat or time you out for a few minutes.
Right. You guys having a good week, man? It's fucking Friday already.
I work 7 days a week, so it kind of just one week flows to the next, and I love it. Just staying in my little bubble, trying to stay safe, stay healthy, take care of my family, take care of the people I provide services for.
That's cool.
Yeah, between staying up to hang out with Eagle and this pandemic, time is bizarre, man. This is a weird ass time.
We're in the twilight zone now, right? For you especially, Tao, because it's like what, 3 a.m. there? At least for me, I'm on the West Coast, so I'm like 3 hours behind. So I can at least get to bed by like midnight and get 8 hours of sleep and have a regular day.
Yeah, but there are Eagles in my same time zone. It's 2:30 there too right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I work like once or twice a week, so on those days it really freaks out my sleeping patterns.
That's for me. Like most of the time, yeah, it's just taking care of the plants and the lights are on at night. So like, I'm usually getting home 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. So.
That's one good thing. You can do the work anytime you want or anytime you have to. And, you know.
Stabby's such a troll.
He's so
funny. He says, Tao would send me bird seed if I won. He knows I wouldn't put the cannabis seed to good use. That's great. Or send you some industrial hemp that just grows like 16 feet tall, stocky, and produces like 0.0 both cannabinoids. Gotta love it. They're making stuff like that now that has no cannabinoids. Have you seen that stuff or heard about it?
It's just for fiber or what?
Terpenes is what they're looking for. Is once they breed the cannabinoids down, it just produces a bunch of terpenes.
So they're getting more terpenes than they would if there was cannabinoids in it, right?
I believe that's the goal. I haven't seen the tests though, unfortunately. I've just heard anecdotal stories, but I think that's the claim. I've seen like people like Skunkman Sam claim they have bred a single terpene to 20% or higher in a single plant.
In a single terpene?
Single terpene.
Yeah.
And he claims with classic traditional breeding with no GMO, nothing, just through field selections and good testing, that you could do that within a couple of years with any single cannabinoid or terpene.
Yeah, with good testing.
Well, now, like if you look at Steep Hill, they have like, I want to say like 70 terpenes mapped. So if you pop seedlings, they could tell you like, oh yeah, that one's going to produce pinene, or no, it's not. So like if you're hunting pinene, you pop 5 seeds or whatever, and they'll say like, okay, these 2 have the most pinene, and the other ones aren't going to have it. So it's like you can pop 3 more seeds now and try and find one that's going to potentially have more, or I don't know. There's just more interesting things, but that's expensive. I personally hunt with my nose. I go for the nose because there's shit that I'm finding out now, like esters that no one's talking about, ketones, aldehydes. How often are you hearing people talking about methyl cinnamate? Like that's what's making some of the strongest strawberry smell. And it's found in cannabis.
I've been learning a lot about it from this dude's story on his IG. A dude named jacksgreenstalk talking about all that kind of shit.
I guess so. I heard he might even be putting out a podcast about other shit like that. So someday soon, hopefully, I'll sit down and record it. But I've got like a decent amount of them mapped out now.
Yeah, you do.
I got banana, cherry. I do them as saved stories on my page. So I got grape, pineapple, strawberry, cherry, and banana. And not a single one of them is terpene dominant. But that's what people test for. And they're like, oh, I'm going to get the best terpene profile. And there's like terpene companies and things like that. But I don't know. I think that there's a whole lot more to it. Even minor cannabinoids and flavonoids and like that. They just found out THCP and CBDP, the Italian, actually the Italian army, I think it was. They had like 11 or 12 scientists. Ethan Russo called it a football team paper.
Yeah, they found such a minimal amount in the actual plant matter. Yeah, you read that, right? They had to synthesize it to actually study it even. It was too little.
But you know what? That's where it starts, because all this shit's going to be able to be made in a barrel in China someday. But it's like when I hear people talking about like just think about this, for example, though. Breeder Steve was talking about THCV, which is something that grows in the plant at a pretty high level. And he's like, oh yeah, if you dab that as a concentrate, and like Eagle was talking about, the guy who's going to come on tonight has been smoking that for years and knows how it's specific high is a certain way. And we know how THC is high is a certain way and CBD is high is a certain way. I almost feel like we're like the people dropping acid and all the different little analogs of acid now. Cause like we're breaking apart all these different molecules and figuring out how they work individually and like with each other. And it's just like a whole different thing than it used to be. It was just like the plant altogether. And I'm really fascinated by it. I love it because it's enlightening. I think it tells you more about when you have it in the entourage, when you break them out and figure out each one individually. But I think with THCP, it's going to be something that they'll be able to either breed up to a higher level, or I think they mentioned that even though it might be at super minor levels, it's 30 times more active at the cannabinoid sites than THC. So even at 30 times lower levels, it could be the same. Like if there's like 1% or like 0.01% or something like that. I'm not a math person, but you know what I mean. If there are smaller ratios, it can still be effective.
it still make a difference. Yeah.
Well, and they were never
But yeah,
testing for it because it was just an unidentified blip on the radar for so long, and now it's something that they can actually test for and say, oh, this has X amount of it.
There's a company that can already generate cannabinoids from they genetically modified a yeast to create. So whatever they can put in the ingredients that they want, and it'll make either THC or CBD, or they can even make the THCP. They can make cannabinoids that aren't nature produced, which is crazy shit.
Yep. Breeder Steve says we're dinosaurs growing the plant because no one buys vitamin C from like plants. They get it from a barrel in China. And he thinks that cannabinoids in like a decade or something will be able to say, oh, I want THCV. And you'll just be able to get a kilo of it in a barrel, you know, and they'll just be making it in yeast. But I think right now, as far as their efficiency, I've looked into it, the expense of the lab, the efficiency of the yields on that, it's actually much, much more efficient to field grow a crop. Because like THC, for example, it's something we can get up to, it's like 30%. And if you're doing hectares of 30% THC, it's extremely inexpensive to produce, like how Breeder Steve is doing in Colombia, for example. Whether it's THC or he's converting it to CBN, which are both valuable just on their own. So I think the plant still has a place right now, especially because there's so much regulation. But regulation actually increases price at most places. So once regulation gets dropped and dropped and dropped, maybe it will go to the point where they'll figure out how to get higher yields and returns on the synthesized lab versions, because those usually have less regulation on them actually.
The company that was, I watched the pitch on an investor thing, and they could do it already, but like you're saying, it's not quite cost efficient yet. But they were saying within months they were going to have it to where it's way more cost effective, and they'll be able to produce like tons of it. You know, like it'll be a never ending production of whatever they want to make. You know,
I was told that 3 years ago, so
that's might be true too, because it was an investor thing. So you know, they're very they look through things through a rose. Wait, what's that? How's that saying?
Rose tinted glasses.
Yeah, exactly.
But you know what? I like the optimism, because if you don't have some optimism in science, you're never gonna have the curiosity to explore and make these grand discoveries. You know, like
true.
It's important to have people that are sort of like foolishly out there and pushing the boundaries, and maybe there is some overly salesmanship with it, but I think sometimes they need that to get the funding to discover that next new big thing. And there probably is something out there. Like nature does a great job. I think soil's awesome, but like I think there's some people doing really cool stuff with hydroponics and aeroponics and aquaponics. And aquaponics is something I don't think that would ever naturally really be set up in the format that we see it now. But if you look at like Breeder Steve or Steve from Potent Ponics, Growing with the Vicious podcast, those guys are doing amazing stuff. And they've sort of like taken nature and advanced it to make their cannabis taste awesome and grow really fast and yield pretty high. So there's lots of really interesting things out there where we've sort of improved upon nature, but still like worked with it. I'm always fascinated by the new shit.
You know, Home Depot is actually selling aquaponic kits now. You can actually pick one up, like an herb aquaponic garden for $100 at Home Depot.
It's got the fish in it? How does that work?
It doesn't have, it doesn't have the fish in it. You set it up with the fish.
Okay.
But it's the tank and like the seeds and the medium, but you have to put fish in it and all that good shit.
That's pretty wild shit.
$100. I looked at it, I was like, man, if you understand what's going on here, you could buy a fucking fish tank, you know, fucking $15. You could make your own for a lot cheaper than that $100 they were asking for that one. I don't know. Maybe that's just fucking cheap.
That's most things in life with kits, though. You know, I've realized that not about just like lights, but anything in life. If you DIY it, you can do it cheaper. But if you buy the kit, it's gonna be more expensive. But some people are just like, fuck it, I'll buy the kit, everything's in the box, I'll pay more and just save myself some time and open it up and put it all together. And if you got the money and you know it's gonna be built proper, where like some people aren't as handy. I think Eagle forgets that he's a tradesperson and he's a lot craftier than most people. So with his hands, he can make things happen that most people would never even dream or imagine of doing. So everyone's at different levels when it comes to like their ability to DIY. I personally have shitty hands and I never learned a trade professionally. So anything I've done is like self-taught. But I will say, just to advocate for like self-taught, there's so much shit that you can learn on YouTube or Google or whatever the fuck you're learning is, or from a friend or a family member. Like it doesn't have to be through a school or a traditional fashion. Like I think there's a million different ways to learn and do it well. Some of the people that do the best jobs are taught non-traditionally many times.
Fuck yeah, I've taken apart many dryers, washers with fucking holy shit. Indra's here. Fucking
That makes sense.
Fuck yeah, man. I might jump out actually, Ego. I'm pretty tired anyway if you got other people hanging out too.
Peace out, Smiley.
Yeah,
It's
man.
good talking with you always, buddy.
You too, America.
Keep smiling, Smiley. We'll check you later, boss.
Awesome, man. Take it easy, Ego. Chat.
take it easy, man. How you doing? Thanks, Smiley, for jumping in. Mr. Indra, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
How you doing, sir? I can hear you, and I'm honored to hear you, my friend. How you doing tonight?
Fine as a frog's hair.
Nice. This is something that we've all kind of looked forward to hearing your voice, sir. How you? And this is really an honor. We've looked forward to this. We were talking about you earlier, as a matter of fact. Where's your ears ringing?
I couldn't figure out how to get onto this thing earlier. I had to ask my son.
Well, no, it was good. It was in a good reference, sir. We were just speaking about your ventures with THCA that we've heard you speak about before, and what a wonderful thing it is.
With THCA?
Yes, sir.
Well, I like all the A's. CBDA, CBGA, THCA. The beauty of THCA is one of the most powerful healing cannabinoids present in the plant. And you can drink a coffee cup full of it with no ill effects and you won't get high. In fact, you'll just get all of the good effects of having such a potent cannabinoid in your system.
That's why I like eating the leaves or juicing the leaves and drinking it. I have arthritis, and personally, I find that helps me personally a lot, getting the THCA in my system as much as I can. When I de-leaf, I'll save those and consume them. And I find that even like trace amounts helps a little bit.
Yeah, 10 years ago when they first started with the doctor's recommendation, I had a good doctor who's recently passed away who had a narcotics license from DEA, and he wrote my prescription out for as much as needed. And that was the thing. And so I told him I used to juice up a couple of pounds a day into juice and drink it. I don't know how many other people have been, but since long, long ago, back in the 60s, I started putting THC and various other cannabinoids in my body. And I'm 75 and a little bit like Willie Nelson, except for he just died, damn it. I'm still good to go. And I firmly believe it has something to do with the fact that I've been imbibing and using THC ever since I was a youngster.
Well, nobody here has that kind of experience, that for sure. So, and I agree. You know, I've utilized this plant since early on myself, not in the ways that you've been able to utilize it, of course, but I think it's carried me well in my health. You know, I don't drink or anything, but as far as overall health, I think I've done well for, you know, just taking in the cannabis plant my whole life. And there's so much, and I'm not even utilizing the great ways like you're speaking of. So, yeah, I believe 100% what you're saying.
Well, I think it's, I've long said this, that long ago, they talked about a story in the Bible called the manna machine. And apparently this machine would become available and would produce what they called manna, which sustained the people around it until they could learn farming. Well, I studied all this and read into the Bible pretty deeply to try to get a lot of different people's hit on it. And what I ended up with is, I think that was actually a marijuana machine, and it was spitting out seeds, and the seeds had oil and protein in them, and the leaves have long since been declared by the World Food Authority to be the healthiest, best, most nutritious plant on earth. So I think it was a marijuana. Those were the reason that we have these cannabinoid systems in our body, is because they've been there along with the cannabis plant from day one. It's really hard to, could you close that, Johnny? It's hard to imagine that we could have gotten a cannabinoid system in our bodies without starting right from the very beginning that it was put there for us. I mean, I can't understand any possible excuse for it otherwise. Maybe somebody else can, but I've been looking at it for a long time, and I've had a tremendous amount of THC through my body. I have, you know, I made the first concentrate extract in 1967, and the first vape when I made that was between two butter knives, one cold, which I put the oil on, and the other one hot above it. And then we would hold that under our nose and take a hit off of it. I still got a lot of scars under my nose from taking a hit off that and it being so strong, it nearly knocked me on my ass. And then later we switched over to rolling up aluminum foil and heating it up. But we were doing that in 1967, which is a long time ago compared to nowadays.
You got me by 30 years on knife hits.
Indra, I got a question on
again.
I have a question. I know you extracted those roots that one time. I actually sent you some roots that one time, and there's no cannabinoids in there, but there's other compounds that are healing, isn't there?
Yeah, that was amazing. Those roots, I extracted them, and I got actually two fractions out of it. One was a very light pink oil that was almost, it had a sheen to it, almost like petroleum on water. And the other one was white fine crystals that appeared from it. And instead of sending it off, because I didn't have a place to send it off to at the time, and there wasn't very much, I decided to use it on myself to see if it would help any of my many conditions that I suffer from. But only from going to Vietnam and getting sprayed with Agent Orange, all the accompanying goodies from that. Otherwise, my great-grandmother lived to be 114. Everybody on her side of the family lived forever. And I expect to too. I'm 75 now, and the VA said that I have as much or more than any veteran they've tested of Agent Orange in my bloodstream. And that was kind of a disconcerting moment when he told me that, then right after he told me that, he looked at me and he said, which begs the question that you seem to be in pretty good shape except for the Agent Orange stuff. He said, you seem well, you're strong. He said, what can you say about it? And I said, well, I think what you guys missed on was if you get the exact right magical dose of that stuff, it acts as a preservative. And so pretty much I'm a walking pickle. And that's how I see it. I mean, I just read today that people with type O blood stand the best chance of avoiding the virus, that the blood itself is giving protection. And luckily enough, I have type O blood. But my whole life's been that way. I mean, I was born in a family of 11 kids. I was first one out. And so I was chief cook and bottle washer for a long time after that, until each one grew up and was able to take his spot in the lineup. But Dad and I served in Vietnam together, the only father and son and the first father and son to be in country in Vietnam. And not long back, Dad passed from Agent Orange bone cancer. He didn't get sprayed with it as much as I did. I used to get sprayed with it every other day. And at the time, of course, they told us it's an herbicide and it won't affect you.
That's what they said about Roundup too.
I just want to say thank you for your service. My uncle is in a bad situation, and he had a bunch of Agent Orange, and he hasn't explored cannabis. And I think that's probably a big part of the reason that you also, on top of type O blood, are living a lot healthier than he's. Looks like terrible, and PTSD on top of it. So,
well,
needs cannabis in his life.
Did the root extract help?
I might look terrible too. I don't know. It's all a matter of how you look at it. But I'll tell you this: that oil I took, I had some, I don't know, like a mole, a couple of different new ones that got kind of big and they were growing on me and dark. And after a shower, I could scrape it off with my fingernail. And so I was a little worried about that. And so I started putting that pink oil from those roots on it. And lo and behold, it went away. All of the ones I applied it on went away, and I didn't really have any trouble with them anymore. So there's really something going on with the roots there. But you know what? Really need like 250 or 300 pounds of them to be able to get a good extract and have enough material to have a look at with it. And I just did a very small. I mean, you know what you sent me. It wasn't. We're not.
Yeah, it was. Luckily, if it was 10 pounds, yeah.
Some of those hydroponic farms would be good to work with that have those giant recirculating systems with basically giant root balls. Every harvest, they basically chop the plant and they have this, I don't know, 25-gallon mass of just all roots. So maybe getting in touch with a farm like that, because I think they're probably just throwing them away in many cases. I've heard some of them are giving them to people to turn into salves. Because it helps people with arthritis. They found the people that were working with the root balls who had arthritis, while they broke down the root balls, their hands started to feel better. There's an episode of Shaping Fire that talks about root ball medicine. It's interesting stuff. There's a lot of terpenoids in there.
Root ball medicine. Root ball medicine goes back, I found mention of it in medical text 160 years old. And I think it's, the THC has been the flashlight on the plant up till now, but there's so much more research to be done. I mean, the roots, all of it, it's all producing amazing things that we haven't really looked into. We've only looked into getting high and maybe relieving some symptoms here and there. We've not really taken a good, close look at it. I'm about at the end of my trail too. I remember when a lot of people started dying lately. I started thinking to myself, well, shit, you could be on this list next. And I'm building at my spot, I'm building a small laboratory. You know, in Kansas, we've got a big factory that is being taken over by somebody else now, a Canadian company. And, but that factory has a very nice 1,000 square foot lab in it. It has a 2,500 kilo BHO extractor, largest one in the world, only real commercial one that exists. And somebody is going to do some more research, you know, because there's a lot of things like CBN-D, for instance, is a powerful, potent pain reliever. And a lot, just CBN itself is good, but nobody's really doing research into that because of the high part of it. And I'm a little sad about that. And I wish we could get deeper into figuring out what it is that we haven't discovered yet. I think there's more that we don't know about the plant than we do know at this point. And I've been thinking that for a long time because I've been making the extractions for about 15 years in Kansas. We extracted for Robertet and Firmenich, two of the biggest perfume companies on earth. And they're very, very exacting in their specifications. And you doesn't not mess up an extraction and send them something with contaminant in them, because that would be the end of your trail with them. And for all those years, we never failed a residue test because we were very careful and we proceeded with caution. We discovered a lot of things. Big rose companies from Romania would send us 2 40-foot containers full of freshly cut roses in a jet, and they would land in Kansas City at the airport, rush them out to us. We would crush them on the liquid nitrogen, or overhead actually, and we'd crush them out, put them in the extractor, and we would get 3 very beautiful products. We would get the terpenes, for one, enormous quantities of terpenes. When you've got a 900-gallon catch chamber down below, and you'll see 10 or 15 gallons of terpenes, and then you'll see 220 or 300 gallons of oil, depending on which roses were, and then you'll see the rose water. And these are fresh plants, and so when they're extracted, the water comes along with it, and there's little tiny dots of oil in the water, and that oil and that water will sublimate. They'll mix together. You can't take pot and put it in regular water and stir it up because it's not the right kind of water. The water that was in the plant was intimately in connection with the oil while it was in the plant. And so it doesn't mind being together. And we used to ship those out to them, and they would ask us to insure them for enormous sums of money. A 32-gallon drum of rose oil from Otto Rose, the insurance on it was $3.2 million before we sent it out to the airport. And of course, we were dabbing it behind our ears and our clothes like fools. But we did so many different things like that. And we saw the bottom catch chamber has two 6-inch wide windows on it that you can actually look in and see what is going on with the extraction. And when you're evacuating the gas out of, say, 350 pounds of oil, and you've probably got maybe 100 pounds of gas in there, and what happens is, as the gas is pulled up by the recovery pump, you'll see crystals break the surface. Depending on what seed, flower, root, whatever it was, you'll see different kinds of crystals. Sometimes there'll be little small ones, and they'll be like a wave of crystals. Sometimes they'll be large. I've seen appear for a few seconds the size of a coffee, the little plate that sits under a coffee cup. And we watched this over the years and took tens of thousands of pictures. And these crystals I've never seen anywhere else. And one of the things that watching that made me do was, I decided after reading a book on the power of water and the crystals that appear in water, that I wanted to try something. So I took a drop of our oil and placed it on a drop of pure water in a petri dish that I floated in a tray of liquid nitrogen. So it would freeze the water and freeze the oil solid. Then I would take it out and put it in a small cabinet that I have that has a microscope with a TV camera on it. That when I turn it on, it's maintained at 5 degrees centigrade all the time. And I would slip the petri dish in under this camera and observe what was going on. And the first thing to thaw out on top of the drop of water was the oil. And it would start thawing out. And when it did, a crystal would form in that drop of the flower of whatever plant it was that we were extracting. When we first did it with sunflower, and there was in crystalline form in this drop of water a full-on sunflower with all the leaves and the centerpiece. And I was just stunned by this. And we did it many times after. And we started being able to form a theory, which is the oil, when it's extracted cryogenically from these plants, using this very clean butane, it still has the living life force of the energy of the plant in it. And it manifests in that moment as a crystal, showing that the flower are the reproductive portions of the flower or plant that we just extracted. So we went a little bit further and we heated that very same oil up to 62 degrees centigrade and again placed it on the drop and put it in, froze it, and waited for it to thaw out. Well, no crystal came after heating it to 62. It was just oil. And so this made me more than ever sure of the fact that the living energy of the plant is present in the oil. Until you put that oil in your body will then soak up that living energy of the plant, which is why I am so crazy about THCA. Get it? Hello?
Yeah.
I'm here. Are you there?
Can we hear you?
I'm here.
The last thing we heard was,
Did you guys
this is
hear
why I'm
that?
so crazy about THCA, and then you cut out.
Well, it's the idea of seeing the crystal formed in the oil thawing out. What other reason could there be? Why would that crystal form there if it wasn't representative of the living energy in the oil? I'm willing to hear anyone else's explanation of what that phenomenon might be about, but that's not how I saw it and how I still see it. I see it as an expression of the living energy.
Yeah, it's like that special Curlin photography, right? Where they could cut a piece off of a leaf and photographed immediately under the proper conditions. That outline of the cut off piece of the leaf is still there. The energy is still there, and they could actually photograph it. So I'm sure there's something to this theory that you're speaking.
Yeah, I wish the Kirlian photography thing was real, but recently it's been very thoroughly debunked. It doesn't show up there. The pictures that they put out about it are pictures that are combined. And I had a friend of mine who did a lot of research in it. He built several of the Kirlian photography machines. And his thing to me was, it just ain't true. But
I was unaware
energy
of that.
is everywhere. Energy is everywhere. It's how we live. And the fact that this crystal forms in the oil is a little more solid of an explanation of the energy than a picture made on a machine that you're putting electricity in. I think the crystals, I've photographed like maybe 6,500 or 7,000 of these crystals forming in the oil. And believe me, I still spend lots of time looking at them and wondering, and I tell you the truth, I don't know if anybody's going to take it any further, or at least You know, I hate to die and take energy with me. It's like, you know, I want to leave everything here that I learned while I'm here for everybody who's after. You know, I don't want to take anything away or have it die with me.
Have you seen the mechanical separation of THCA from rosin, where they press it at like 100 degrees and then 110, 120, 130, 140, all the way up to like 200, where they get all the terpenes out, and in that bag, all they're left with is crystal THC. It's not the crystal like it's formed in an oil. It's more of like a puck that is broken down into a powder. But when tested, it's pretty pure. Can be up to like the high 90. It's not like pharmaceutical grade, but for someone at home to experiment with THCA, I've found it to be like an interesting method.
Some of your most
Yeah,
work
I've
always
been watching people.
with. I'm sorry, go ahead, Indra.
No, I've been watching people do pressing, and I bought myself a couple presses and started playing around with it. But you know, the thing about THCA is whenever there's enough of it and it's pure enough in whatever solution it might be in, it's going to try to crystallize out. I've got some pictures, filthy, dirty black oil. I've been able to coax CBDA to crystallize out in really crummy, dark black CBD oil, crystallize out in the middle of it, and while doing so, purifying itself to little perfect CBD crystals. I've been playing with this all a lot, and I got a little laboratory in my new home, and I got a home in the middle of nowhere now. I got 0 neighbors, and I'm extremely satisfied about that. The only neighbor I've got is a couple of bears that show up in the mornings out back, and they're not, I mean, they're just like, hey, what's up? I throw them old corn on the cob and stuff out. But I think there's so much more to be learned.
How about the rabbits? You still got your rabbits, Indra?
I don't have rabbits. Instead, what I get is I buy rabbit poo now. You know,
okay.
If you can find yourself a rabbit meat farm where they grow rabbits for meat, you can buy tons of fresh rabbit shit because it's right underneath the cages and it's full of earthworms, because people who grow the rabbits for meat also infect it with earthworms so that they can sell them for fishing. And they have usually several varieties. But I learned it years ago when I lived in Southern California. We found a rabbit meat farm, and the lady's husband had died, and the rabbit poo was getting really piled up. So she gave it to us for hauling it away. We took like 4 or 5 dump trucks away, and we used it in our grow that year. And we grew 25 and 30 foot tall plants that were just, I mean, we had different names back then. Like our big plant that really was a humongous, we called it Seed Bud Skit, because we didn't have all these cool names now. We just, you know, it was a description of what the plant looked like. And I got into rabbit poo because right where I dumped the rabbit poo before we started filling into the holes, a couple of seeds had meandered over there, and they grew in the pure rabbit poo, and they grew big and strong and good. And I realized then that, you know, these seeds don't burn even in fresh rabbit shit. So it's definitely the right fertilizer if anybody's paying attention. You know, for 57 years I used it, and I gotta say, our weed was known far and wide.
There's a company called Bad Bunny Nutrients that uses rabbit poo, and they're a Michigan-based company where Eagle's out of Michigan. So I just want to give them a shout out, because if you're looking for rabbit poo that's in a product that you might be able to buy in Michigan, they have that available. But they're, like you said, meat farms and tons of options, probably maybe more affordable.
Yeah, well, sometimes you can run into a real bonanza at a rabbit meat farm. seasonally they want to get rid of it when they want to get rid of it. If you buy it off Amazon, it's like $60 for a 20-pound bag, which is, give me a break, $60 for a bag of shit. Been a long time since I had that happen to me. But anyway, yeah, rabbit poo is the magic ingredient. Look, in 1998, when I let BHO out on the internet, that was the start of concentrate business changed into a multi-billion-dollar business. But no one sent me a check or much of anything except for, hey, thanks, man. Really appreciate that. People say all the time, hey, man, thanks. You know, fuck that. Drop a check in the mail to me, man. That's what
So what were people using in Canada to make like honey oil back in the day? What they called honey oil?
Butane.
So it was butane.
So the original name, BHO, the original name was butane honey oil, BHO. And believe me, I used to sell it all over the Bay Area way back when. And people never could get enough. I just had the very smallest of equipment, and I was working it as many hours a day as I could. I decided I needed to write a patent about this. I finally had a friend who was a lawyer, and he said, John, write a patent. So I wrote the first patent on cryogenic collection of oils and terpenes in 1998. And pretty much everybody who started using the Chinese equipment after that is infringing on my patents. I wrote a new patent again in 2009, and I just finished a patent the other day on how to extract terpenes with no lipids in them, absolutely pure. And pretty soon I'm going to let out the information about how to make hashinine. Hashinine is a terpene that is been looked at, but up till now, people have only been able to extract it from old hash. And it's a very thick, golden, viscous oil, perfume grade, no THC present. You don't get high from it, except for it has the most wonderful smell and flavor ever. And a couple of the last times in Santa Rosa when they held the big hoop-de-doo there, I took some along with me, and people tried it, and everybody was like, I got the same comment, hey, got any more of that? And how can I get some? So in the interim, I looked into it, and I discovered that if you take leaf oil, fairly crappy leaf oil, and extract a ton of it and put it in bags and stick it in the freezer for a year, and take it out, thaw it out, put it in a vacuum oven. Once you've got it in the vacuum oven, you want to set the vacuum good and hard, but you want to have the temperature at about 148 degrees. And you need to have a cold trap in between the vacuum pump and the vacuum oven. And you'll find yourself harvesting a wonderful array of terpenes out of that frozen leaf stuff like you couldn't believe. Terpenoids, hashinine aplenty, and it all had to do with just being frozen and not being the best of the flower of the plant, just the leaf. And so in case you want to try it, there it is, free.
I got that in my freezer right now. Shit, I could try it.
You know, John, you're an amazing man.
Definitely,
and I'm not so sure that people actually realize what great knowledge that we have here with us tonight. You are an amazing man, and when exactly you spoke of your first extraction back in '67. What kind of led you up to the extraction, wanting to do extractions? I know, like, you've mentioned that you've worked in the perfume field, but I mean, what actually took you down the extraction, path?
Well, I wasn't working in a perfume field in 1967. I was squatting next to the horse race track in Vietnam, in Saigon, and I was trying to hide from a sniper who was taking pot shots at us. And I ran over behind a big tank, and this guy fired a bullet and it went right through the tank in one side and out the other. And it wasn't not an incendiary round, so the tank didn't explode in flames. I scrambled away from it and I watched the gas blow out of that tank onto a bougainvillea bush that was behind it, which is popular in Vietnam. And after the gas finally quit, this was like a 500-gallon tank. After the gas finally quit, I saw that the plant was kind of discolored, the flowers were, and I wandered over by it, and there was oil on the ground, and I put my finger in it and smelled it. I thought maybe it's petroleum oil or something, but it smelled like bougainvillea. And so the brain went to work on that, and about 3 weeks later, I got a can of Ronson lighter fluid at the PX and a Bic pen, and I pulled the guts out of the Bic pen and stuffed the butt up in it, because buying pot in Vietnam was, extremely easy. All you have to do is say the word, one of the locals will show up with a bag. And so I stuffed it in the pen. I turned the pen upside down so the sharp end was up. I stuck the Ronson thing on it and fired a load of butane through it. And there on the coffee saucer in front of me was a puddle of red oil bubbling. And once the bubbles were gone, a couple of friends who were in the same hooch I was in, they're like, "What the hell is that, Dave?" And I said, "Well, I think it's the concentrate, everything good in the pot plant." So we rolled up a joint, soaked the paper in it, and we smoked it. And everybody ass was kicked beyond belief. And that was the very first extraction that I made. It was with a Bic pen. And that led me to wanting to try it bigger. And I kept building things bigger after I got back to States, got out of the Army. I released the BHO thing on plastic pipes, but then I spent about 5 years asking people not to use the pipe and not to do open blasting, because a lot of people were getting hurt, because I didn't realize that everybody was as fucking dumb as they are. But unfortunately, a lot of people do stupid shit, extracting in your basement, extracting into a big fucking plastic bag, extracting in a low spot in a canyon somewhere where the gas can gather. I can tell you numerous stories that I heard from people who fucked up royally doing that. So I was on a mission for a long time trying to straighten people out about how to do it. And I finally came to the realization there's only going to be one way to make this right, and that is to build a real system, one that can't fuck up, can't explode, catch on fire, one run by a computer that takes the stupid stuff out of the stupid humans' hands. And yeah, there it was. For me, it was my way of saying I'm sorry about letting everybody know about the open blasting.
Now, I know they do extractions with CO2. Is that that rips away some of the terpenes, or is there something there's downside to that, isn't there?
Thing about CO2 that you have to realize is, first off, they're anywhere between 4,000 and 6,500 pounds per square inch pressure in the thing. And they put it in there and they hit it with that. And of course, I mean, it's like a powerful wind outside. There's a strain at the bottom, so it blows, literally forces the oil out of the biomass, but also it forces all the other crap. Once you're done with the CO2 extraction, you got a bucket of dark green tar, and now you got to put it in an ethanol extraction machine to get the good stuff out of it. I don't know. I think CO2 I don't know. You want to stand next to a thing that's got 6,000 psi in it? Me, no. Our system uses 35 and 40 psi. I'm afraid that when people start using those kinds of things, it's like handing a 44 to an 8-year-old and saying, "Here, toy," because it's not. People just don't have the wherewithal to be able to run a complicated thing. So the system we build is very complicated, but it's all touchscreen computer controlled. All you have to be able to do is open the lid, put the stuff in, and close the lid, and push the start button. Go sit down and smoke a joint. It does everything for you. And for me, that made me go have a big sigh of relief. I thought, okay, now if you're open blasting after this, it's your own fault. CO2, big waste of time, a lot of money. Fucking electricity bill at a CO2 factory. Usually they have a 6,500 amp service, and you can run our equipment on a 50 amp service. Their electricity bills are, you could feed the poor off the electricity. And then the compressor that recompresses the gas to go back into the storage things lasts for a year because of the pressures it's running at, and has to be rebuilt, each time costing a minimum of $100,000. So I'm a little sour on the CO2 and ethanol. Oh man, you ever want to slop around a couple thousand pounds of pot leaves that are soaked in ethanol? Talk about dangerous. Look, the gas in our system never sees the light of day. The gas extracts, it's all put back through filters into the tank to use again. You can extract pot one day, garlic the next day, fish livers the next day, and then go back to pot on the fourth day, and it's clean, no carryover from the other things, because we use technology to clean the gas before we put it back.
It all makes a lot of sense.
Well, the guys that use those Chinese things, look, I have a library of 400 pictures of people who used either one of the people who are plagiarizing and infringing on my system, like BHO, Guard, and Precision, and all those jackasses. I have 400 pictures of people whose faces are disfigured by using one of those systems. The Chinese equipment that they put in them, the glass blows out. People do stupid things. They're trying to hurry up the recovery process, and so they heat up the bottom chamber without understanding the dynamics of it. You heat up a chamber on one side with hot air or a torch or whatever. Guess what? All that gas blows up to the max extent right then and there. And if it blows your little glass windows out in your face, I got pictures of people where their lips are torn from the top left side of their mouth by their nose all the way across and all the way down to the right side of their chin, with 4 teeth shoved up in their roof of their mouth, faces burnt, hair burnt off, unbelievable injuries from using that copycat shit. And so our system's expensive, but hey, we've been using it since 1998. Not one accident ever of any sort. We don't use gas. Our factory in Kansas does 2,000 kilogram extractions out of whack. In 18 years it's been there, we've been measuring the gas in and out of the factory. So far, we've lost 10 gallons of gas out of a 29,800 gallon gas field that sits out front. And it's because we get all the gas back out and put it back where it belongs. These guys who say they've got a closed loop system, who pour it out on a cookie sheet with bubbles in it and stick it in a vacuum oven and blow the gas up the chimney out into the countryside. I'm sorry, this is maximum asshole, if you ask me. Pouring this stuff out with 5, 10, 15% of gas still in it, you're taking your life in your hands. You're taking everybody in the room's life in your hands when you do that. And people say, oh, I've been doing it for years. So what? Sooner or later, it's going to burn your ass because it's a dumb idea. You know, our gas, when we open the chamber to let the oil out, there's 0 parts per million in it right then and there. The machine won't even let you open it up if it detects gas anywhere. And there's 50 different sensors on the machine that measure temperature, pressure, percentage of gas, so forth and so on. And I feel like it's the only way to do it. These other guys who make these fake ones like BHO Guard, they're really putting everybody else's ass on the line for them to make money off of my original work. You know, all of those guys who are doing that are simply infringing. Here's my patent first claim. If you put biomass in a chamber, I don't give a fuck what it's shaped like, and you put gas in it, and then you drain it out to another chamber and recover the gas out of the oil, that's my basic patent. That's the first claim on my patent. And I can promise you this, the Canadian company who's taking it all over are going to viciously tear into a bunch of assholes who've been ripping us off for years, because these guys they are well set with money, and they wanted the patent, they wanted the whole 9 yards, and they want to go after everybody. And look, I couldn't build the machines and pursue lawsuits and take care of the stuff. It's just got to be too much. I'm 75, and I get tired of people trying to pull the wool over my eyes. I mean, look, I wrote these patents and numerous other patents. I'm not a dummy. I self-educated myself over the years in many different fields. I graduated from medical school. I was an osteopathic physician. I studied all forms of body work. I worked in a free hospital in India, and I had physicians from all over the world come and teach me their techniques while I was there. And I walked through the Himalayas. I walked up the sacred Ganga up to Gangotri, which is the mouth of the Ganga temple. There I met 7 sadhus, and they invited me to walk to the other 2 temples. Of course, I had no idea how far away they were or how long this was, but in the spur of the moment, I decided I wanted to do that with them. And so we finally walked down the 3rd River Valley 7.5 months later. And what an adventure. You know, walking through the Himalayas at 11,000 feet, you'd think, well, how could you survive it? But in India at 11,000 feet, there's still mangoes and bananas and fruit trees and all kinds of animals up there. And we ran into small rhinoceroses. Woke up one morning, we were all huddled together by a fire because it was kind of a cold spot. And I felt something move against my leg, and I looked up out of my sleeping bag, and there was a giant python that had snuggled down between me and my friends to keep warm. I jumped up out of the bed and woke up my friends, and they looked at it, they jumped up too, and then the snake looked at us like, what's up? It was warm. And then he crawled off. But, you know, the things that I saw and experienced while I was there mean so much to me. I could never trade them. I would never change those experiences for anything.
I knew
Sorry,
this
I'm
was going to be
burning your
offended.
ears.
But, oh, God, no, Indra. This is what we wanted. This is what we wanted. And usually that's how things run here is I usually run it from the beginning and hear the story, try to hear your story from the beginning. But, you know, you've lived such a fascinating life. I've heard you speak before, you know, many years ago with Subcool is what originally drew me into you. And I was fascinated by everything you had to say then. And in fact, I was just saying in chat, I don't know if you could you can bring this up on YouTube and chats chatting along. But I was saying I knew this was good. I could listen to him all night long. But you have amazing stories. I mean, I could sit here and pick your brain all night long, from just growing cannabis to the extracts to the times you were talking about when I asked you to come on. You're like, can I tell you about the time where I didn't speak no words for 7 months? And I actually said that to some other people here on the show, and we were like, that alone sounds fascinating, and we were wanting to hear just that. But I mean, everything you say tonight is quite fascinating. We will honestly just sit here and let you run to anything you want. But yeah, we usually like to hear it from the beginning. So if you could just kind of maybe even pick up where you are and kind of take off, with that, build up. I know it sounds a little bit backwards, but it is such a fascinating story you have. And if you have any pauses, I mean, I'm sure we have tons of questions. Usually I'm on camera, but I realize because everybody else's camera off on YouTube, it just shows me kind of like bouncing back and forth listening. So that's why I cameraed off and just showed my thing there, so everybody else could quit watching me bounce back and forth and listen to all the great knowledge you've come here to put out on us tonight, Indra. And by the way, thank you so much for showing up tonight. And I'm very honored, epic. Like chat just said, epic guest, and I agree. So you can just please pick up wherever you want. We're all ears, sir. We're all ears.
Well, not speaking for 7.5 months, this sadhus that I went on this journey with, right at the beginning, they told me that they wanted to do introspection only and see everything, but not talk about it. No comments while we were walking, and nothing like that. And so I agreed to that. But the first 4 or 5 days, or first 6 days, I got slapped down pretty hard because I couldn't quite remember to keep my goddamn mouth shut. And something would happen on the way, and I go, whoa, look at that. And they'd turn around and look at me like, hey, fuck nuts, didn't we tell you to shut the fuck up? Let me tell you, shutting the fuck up is a lot harder than it sounds. And you're used to seeing and talking with people all the time. And being quiet for 7 months makes you realize how much power is in words and how much power is in not speaking words. And having all that period of time, we had so many things happen to us. We were walking along the edge of a cliff that was like a sidewalk in the cliff. It was about 3 feet wide. And the cliff extended hundreds of feet above us and a couple of 1,000 meters below us. It was quite the thing. But these monks somehow knew where this spot was. And as we walked around a corner, there was a huge boulder that had fractured off from the cliff, but had not fallen down the hill yet. And sitting on the boulder was a female tiger, a real beauty. And she was cleaning her paws, and we froze. We stopped. Nobody made a sound. I'm sure you could hear clothing rubbing against your body at that moment. And she looked at us, and the moment she looked at us, we heard this tinkling, this little bell tinkle. And we looked down below, and there was 6 or 7 goats walking along this really narrow trail in these really fractured rocks. And the lead goat had a bell on him, and they were all following him. And that tiger looked down there and leapt off that rock and grabbed that lead goat and took off with it. But the energy after that, I mean, we were like 15 feet away from that tiger, and over maybe a 6-foot gap, which would be nothing for the tiger to cross. And she could have had all of us on the edge of that cliff. But she went down and got that goat instead. And of course, I really wanted to talk, but these guys are like, "Mom's the word," you know. So we had a lot of experiences like that on this walk. All of them, the sum total of all those experiences to me was I wasn't being observant enough in the world yet. And all those things taught me that I needed to start being observant to everything, and not just like in our country where consumption is a big thing, and he who dies with the most toys wins, and all the rest of that crap. It all went away, and I started realizing that observation is the key to understanding yourself. And you can't understand anybody until you understand yourself. Otherwise, the world's a very mysterious place to you. If you come to a real understanding of yourself, you'll walk through the world easy. People will be attracted to you. People will help you. You'll come to know people's hearts and understand what's going on in the world because you took the time to find out who you are. Never mind who somebody else is, or never mind what this other person's doing or what they have. You know, it's all you. And so all of that really brought me to ground. And I was working at a free hospital in India, and I worked in the recovery ward for kids who had heart surgery. They'd come out of heart surgery and be on a ventilator, and some of them would be partially paralyzed because they pry the ribs apart, and occasionally that'll cause temporary paralysis. And so in India, there's a DNA problem, a genetic problem, where a lot of kids in the South, the left atrium is malformed and the valve is not good. And so they have to go in and do the surgery and fix them so they can live a normal life. And I got to work on those kids. I would go in every single morning, and that's where they gave me the nickname Indra, by the way. I had a name badge on that said Dr. John Davis, and these kids who speak Malayalam and languages from South India could not say it. And so they decided to call me Dr. Indra. I came in one morning and they had a badge made up for me from the nurses, and it said Dr. Indra on it. And so Indra, they told me, was the king of the gods and took care of everything. So I thought, okay, if the kids want to call me that, that's good. So I had a very enjoyable time. I loved working with those kids. I hated to walk away from it, but after 13 years in India, they start looking at you pretty hard when you apply for a visa again. And so I had to come back. Anyway, my teacher at the time told me, come back. He said, I have work for you in America. I had just showed him a week before I'd made a garlic extraction. I took a bunch of garlic and crushed it up and put it in a plastic container for a day or two. And then I extracted it, and I get this beautiful red oil, which was about 3% oil and 6% something red that wasn't an oil. It was a chemical, and I can't tell you the name of it now, but it was delicious. And we would put it on everything. And I showed it to Swami. He blessed it, then told me a few days later, come back to America and work. And so I went to Switzerland, where I wrote the first patent, and I built the first pretty good size machine there in Switzerland. And we started working for Firmenich and Robertet. That very same extractor, by the way, my Swiss partner still has in the building where it's at. And now he's rented out to a bunch of CBD growers in his building. And they want to use the equipment for extraction. So we made a deal with them where they could use it. So it's still serviceable, still working good. And that's been 1997 when I finished with that machine in Switzerland. So yeah, you know, it's been, to me, life has been extraordinarily fascinating. I've never found myself sitting somewhere going, geez, I am fucking bored. That's never happened to me. And I also, I know that people suffer from depression, and I understand there's clinical depression, or at least that's what they call it. Mostly depression comes from anxiety, which is, you know, things are, you're not being able to control everything, so they get anxiety and then depression. Me, I wake up happy. Annie, my wife, who recently suffered triple aneurysm, used to say to me all the time, do not fucking talk to me till I've had coffee. And why are you smiling? But anyway, yeah, that's just been me in my life. That's how I've been. And so I've been interested in other people, and the way I could find out about other people was find out about me. That's what I did. I found out about me. I tested myself every way there was. I went through all the things that one could go through. And when I came back, after I was in the States for a while, I met a guy who was a 3M chemist, Minnesota Mining and Manufacturing, I think. Anyway, one day he invited me to this party, and I said, okay. So I went, and it was loaded with, you know, hippies and so forth. It turned out they were people from the hog farm. At the time, I did not know that, but in the middle of the party, everybody got quiet and they pulled a jar out. Everybody had a hit of MDA, the original hug drug. And when 85 people get high on that in the room together, what happens is you find yourself in this giant melange in the middle of the room. Everybody's hugging each other and feeling the tremendous amount of vibratory love that's happening in there. I mean, not anything untoward, anything, just pure and simple and plain respect and love for one another. And that lasted for about, I guess, into the night and the next morning. And you still feel it. You still have that feeling of heart chakra being open for some days afterwards. And so I asked my friend, hey, what the heck was that? And he said, that's a drug they called MDA. And I said, well, why aren't they passing that out on the fucking street for everybody? I want to know how to find out how to feel that way all the time. And he said, well, you want to work for me? And so I spent quite a bit of time working for him in a secret laboratory, creating that. And that was where I got my street chemistry training. I was working for my friend at the time, Ben, who was a brilliant chemist, PhD. He made the first Marinol way back in 1989 or 1987, I forget, in a trailer out behind the shop, and we smoked it, you know, hammered our asses, of course, and we just had a little bit of it, but it was so potent. And this big MDA laboratory was right behind the police station in San Diego for 14 years. And they, you know, the police parking lot was, you know, 8 feet across from where our parking lot was, which was filled with trailers, laboratories, and a big MDA factory. And, it was perfectly fine there for all those years. And when I left and went to school to start becoming an osteopath, some joker came along who got the whole thing busted. But in the interim, I was there one day, and I was in the booth grinding up a chunk of MDA about the size of your head on a grinding wheel into powder. And someone tapped me on the shoulder, and I turned around and looked, and there was these two guys in suits and had a badge on and a clipboard. And I thought, well, that's that. That'll be the end of this shit. And the guy says, hi. And I said, hi, what can I do for you? And he says, I'm a fireman, and we were wondering if you guys, we go down the street every year and ask people, you'd like to buy some tickets to the Fireman's Ball. So I stopped what I was doing and took him up to the front office where my friend Ben was. I said, told him the story. So he bought all 75 tickets the guys had. Of course, 3 days later, I'm back in that booth grinding. I get a tap on the shoulder, I turn around, here's two uniformed cops standing there with a clipboard. And I'm thinking to myself, I should have left the day before yesterday. And I took my mask off and I said, what can I do for you guys? And they said, well, Greg was here, he's a fireman, and we were wondering if you guys would like to donate some money to Toys for Tots and buy some policeman's ball stuff. And I took them up front. Of course, same thing happened. And for 14 years, Ben supported those guys with tens of thousands of dollars a year in donations, gifts, new radios, all kinds of things for the department. So when they did bust him 14 years later, and when he was in court, guess who showed up as character witnesses? The whole fucking police department and the fire department did. And the judge was like, you know, he was flabbergasted. He's like, why are you guys here? And he said, well, we know drugs were bad, sir, but he used a lot of the money to help us and help the community. And so they gave him 3 years. He served 1.5 and got out. And somewhere on an island right now, kicking back. But yeah, it was a lot of crazy days in those days. I mean, I used to come up to Marin and go see the guys, the Brotherhood of Light guys over in Marin. And they were making this extremely good product. You know, Sanders and them and Nick Sands. And he was a very personable guy, easy to get to know. We used to buy quart bottles of acid from him and then go to an undisclosed location. My friend wanted to tab it, and we kept, in those days when you wanted to look into a tabbing machine, first they wanted to know was your driver's license, your address, your phone number, your social security number, and who the fuck are you anyway? So there was no buying a tabbing machine. So what I did instead was I went and bought a cat food stamping machine, and it was pretty much like a tabbing machine. Had dies. The cat food would, they pour the corn in there, bam, it would hit and change it into a little starlight thing. Well, he bought the thing for cheap, took the dies to a die maker guy, had him change them to round little pill things, and we would tab like crazy with that thing day and night. You'd be so plastered by the end of the day. You have everything on, you got gloves on, you got a mask on. By the end of the day, people would walk across the room and there'd be 15 of them behind them trails. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. Look, all that did not inhibit my mind or my ability to think and understand. A lot of people talk bad about drugs, but I think drugs like MDA, and I'm not a fan of MDMA because you're grinding your teeth and you want to get up and dance. MDA, you were fine sitting in a room holding someone's hand. And I think the drugs now have changed. They've gotten a little more fierce and a little more dirty. And I mean, I can remember at one point in time, we made up a couple of huge batches of mescaline, and we tabbed it up in chocolate, Nestle's chocolate, and mixed it up and tabbed it. And you can put it in your mouth and it would melt down. By the time one or two of them melted down, you were talking to lampposts. You know, it's not the same anymore, guys. The stuff, I mean, we used to have mushrooms and we would extract them properly and change it to psilocin and make these pills that were just unreal. Where do you find that anymore? Go find some mescaline. Not happening, is it? And it's because of all of the ice and speed and heroin and fentanyl bullshit. These people were off of that and onto mind expanding things. The world would be a different place already. There's so many people wasting their lives and wasting their time here. You know, you come here, it's a school. There's nothing else here, only what you learn. You can't even take away one molecule with you when you leave this place. But what you can take away is, what did you do with your time? What did you learn? Were you helpful? Were you always on the positive side of other people? Never generating anger, fear, tension. You know, it all makes a difference. Your whole picture here has to be you surrendering to you. And I don't think very many people don't seem to do it. I meet one here and there. Occasionally I meet some people who are open to the idea and who think that that could be the answer, that we are who we are and what we are because of our understanding. No understanding? Well, you know, then they put tattoos on their neck and kill people and other strange shit like that, which I bet you a dime to a dollar those guys wish they hadn't taken that path. Like the old Indian story, yeah? There's two wolves inside you. Depends on which one you feed. And so I spent my life trying not to be on a bad karmic path. I think karma is a wonderful thing. I know people say karma is a bitch, but I think she's the greatest lover on the world. She gives what she gets back. She gives out, exactly. And so that's a pretty easy formula. Shit out, shit in. So good out must be the other way around, eh? Not too hard to figure out. Just always keep choosing that side of the path, no matter what people come up with. I mean, there's everything is here. It's a school. There's people here learning bad things, and there's people here learning good things. You know, God didn't waste too much time when he built this place. There's no need to be a hell or a heaven. It's all right here. Instead, they just give you a different set of sunglasses when you come in. And if you got the brown ones, everything looks shitty to you. If you got the pink ones, everything looks good. And so that dictates a lot of what happens. And that opens up the wheel of karma, of cause and effect. People that are doing bad shit are doing that as a balance to people who are receiving good. It's all going on here. It's a big, giant, grinding wheel going on and on. While you're here, do the best you can by everybody, including yourself. Otherwise, you know the answer.
So Indra, what's your take on the relaxation of mushrooms, at least in Denver and other parts of America? They're going to start letting loose on the psychedelic mushrooms, at least.
Me, I'm a lover of mushrooms every way. Myself, I always keep myself a small stash of philosopher's stones growing, and I think those are the best. Philosopher's stones, if you grow them, you get the stones in the jar, and then when you dump the jar out and separate the stones off, you take the rest of it and case it, and then you get a flush of Mexicana egg. So it's kind of hard to beat. It's a good thing. I think mushrooms are fine. Obviously, they open doors to your mind that you otherwise thought didn't open. And when they open, you go in and bang, everything's different. You just learn something new. The idea that they're poisonous has always been a disturbing thought to me, because I got early on exposure to mushrooms, and I actually had my first mushroom trip of all fucking places in Vietnam, and plenty of amazing mushrooms there. A lot of guys in Vietnam were dropping acid all the time, but I wasn't. I was a little afraid of acid. on my way to Vietnam, my mother said, "Don't smoke marijuana," and I said, "Okay, I won't." And then, you know, a week into being in Vietnam, I smoked the first marijuana when I was 18. Uh, I was in the back of a deuce and a half truck. We were in a convoy going to a place called Swan Lock, and we got ambushed, and everybody, you're supposed to keep driving through ambushes, but the first truck was blown up on the road and blocked it. So everybody else had to pull over to the right. Jumped out of the back, got down behind the wheels. I was shaking in my boots and pissing myself because the machine gun bullets that they were shooting at us were landing all around us on both sides of the wheel, and little rocks and stuff were stinging me when the bullets hit them. And I thought, well, fuck, this is the nasty ass way to die. And there was a black guy by the front wheel. I was riding in the cook's truck because I was a medic. And so the black guy up front saw me shitting myself, and he said, "Hey man, here." And he flings this big fat burning thing over to me, and I said, "What's that?" And he says, "It's some local stuff. Just take some puffs and calm down." So I took 3 or 4 or 5 or 10, I'm not sure, a whole bunch of hits off it, and I did calm down. I suddenly realized that I'm gonna live through this. Those bullets aren't gonna kill me. And then a rock hit me in the forehead, and it was a guy, and he's going, "Are you gonna hold on to that forever or pass it back?" So that was my first experience with pot by the side of the road being shot at. And I realized that it was definitely something that I wanted to keep touch with permanently on that day. I was trying to buy something the next day. Got screwed by one of the village kids. I went downtown. I didn't know the word for marijuana in Vietnamese, but I knew the word tu cloud was smoke and dinky dao was crazy. So I went down the village and I'm asking everybody around, you know, where's any dinky dao tu cloud? Crazy smoke, right? Nobody, you know, no, don't know what you're talking about. So I turn around, I'm walking back, and this little 8-year-old kid runs up to me and he goes, "Hey, you looking for some smoke, man?" And I said, "What do you know about it?" And he pulled it out of his pants and he had a bag. And I said, "How much?" And he said, $5. So I brought it, went back to the base, went into the hooch. I was going to roll some up. And a friend was across the bed and he says, "Are you going to smoke that shit?" And I said, "Yeah, it's the only thing I could find in town." And he goes, "How much you pay for it?" And I said, $5. They start laughing. And I said, "What's so funny?" He said, "That's 10 cents worth, man." He goes, "Here." He opened up his foot locker and there was all these Thai sticks in there. And so that was my first ripoff from buying pot. And hopefully I learned a lesson. You still on?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Taking what do you think about mushroom extractions? Is that something I know a friend that does like an alcohol mushroom from it's actually extracted from a truffle. Is that something you've ever heard of or messed with?
Well, my favorite way to extract mushrooms is to make a slightly acidic solution of ethanol and grind the mushrooms up good and put them in it overnight. This will change the psilocybin into psilocin and make it very potent extract, and it'll change into needles that you can crush up and take. That's my favorite way. Philosopher's stones are these, do you know about them? They're like
No, I
truffles.
don't.
And well, philosopher's stones are like truffles. Mexicana A, the survival technique that it has is it puts mushrooms out as long as it's wet outside or raining, because they're in Oaxaca, southern Mexico is where they're native from. And when the dry season comes along, all the surface stuff dries up and dies. And deep down in the dirt is this colony of mushrooms, and they will then produce these clumps. You can get them from the size of a walnut to the size of the back of your hand, and it's very nutty. Like when you break them up, they turn instantly blue, and they're almost pure psilocin, and they're just a very mellowest, nicest smile on your face high ever. And as I said, if you grow them, you grow them in a jar, and you don't make any way for the jar to fruit. It's full to the top, and so these things get the message that they need to produce these truffles. So when you separate the truffles from the grow medium and then sprinkle the grow medium on a plate, cover it with dirt, case it, then you'll get a flush of Mexicana A to go along with your philosopher's stones. And yeah, I like extracting them. I like extracting everything. I love the pure stuff. I mean, you don't know how I've extracted over 17,000 different things on Earth. The perfume companies, they were after us constantly to extract all kinds of strange and weird things. We extracted every seed, nut, grass, leaf, bark, wood, flower, succulent, animal tissue that you can think of on Earth. We extracted it one time or another. So it's been pretty interesting.
That truffle I was referring to, Indra, was hopefully I don't butcher this, is P. Gallinadola Alta number 7. Yeah, I know it's a truffle, a psychedelic truffle.
Gallandale. Yeah.
That's
Gallandale. Look, there's about 7 or 8 different ones that produce the truffles, and they've all been separated. You go to Holland and go up to the mushroom sites in Holland, you can see all the different various ones that they have. And if you order them, they'll send them to you in a plain unwrapped package. You got maybe 50-50 chance of it getting through, because it says on there that it's a food item. I've gotten several packages through from them, but don't make the mistake of ordering the mushroom grow kit, because none of those ever make it through. But just they'll send you a shrink wrap pack, and it'll be labeled food and then a brown paper sack. Chances are you'll get it. And some of them are, the Gallandale, for instance, is kind of mellow and mild. There's a couple of the other ones that are pretty fierce and interesting. You know,
what I understand, you can probably correct me here, is that truffles are legal because they don't button correctly. They don't like flower. If they don't, is that true or not? That's what I've understood. They don't produce, in the States anyway.
They don't. Well, the word it's a legal gray zone right now. That's the problem. You see, mushrooms are definitely illegal. A lot of states, spores, even having spores is illegal. Like in California, you try to order spores, they just tell you, sorry, you have to be in Colorado or someplace where it's okay. But yeah, the truffles themselves are not a mushroom, and so it's definitely a dice toss when you order them, that you could end up getting some trouble from it, or you can always cop. I didn't know that's what they were. It said food. But anyway, I have ordered them and I have gotten them, and I treasure them greatly. It's the best mushroom I ever. My favorite highs are number 1, MDA, number 2, mescaline, number 3, psilocin. Those are my 3 in a row faves. I guess acid would be number 4, but you know, when Sam's and them guys quit making it, I don't know if anybody makes it clean anymore. it was so clean. We used to take 600 and 700 microgram trips, and it was just amazing. Nothing bad or strange or no bad feelings. It was just all like to the light of wonderment. And same thing when I was in Amsterdam, I decided to try smoking DMT. And I've had the DMT trip by ayahuasca numerous times by then, but my friends wanted me to give it a shot to smoking it. And what a crazy trip that was. I mean, I didn't even finish getting the hit inhaled in my body, and I started tripping already. I was still drawing on the pipe, and I was heavy tripping. And when I finally decided I had enough, I took it in, then let it out. And I was looking around the room, and I could see a mandala above everybody and below everybody. There was filtering energy from this colors in their mandala down into their body and out in their feet. And I was just flabbergasted. I was sitting there watching this, and I was trying to understand what was going on, because when you're in the middle of that trip, it all seems ever so natural. Still, there's some part of you that wonders. And some lady came to the door and knocked on the door, and they let her in. And she had an absolutely black mandala above and below her. And she was just reeked of evil. And I left the room and went into another room. And when she left, I came back out. My friend's like, "What's the matter, man? She's foxy." And I was like, "Maybe," but her energy was like unbelievably super bad. And so, but anyway, DMT opens doors, acid opens doors, mushrooms open doors, all these doors. We must be meant to go through them. I mean, if you went into a house and it had about 50 doors in it, of course you want to open every one of them, wouldn't you? I would. They say curiosity killed the cat, but I don't believe that. I think it just made the cat a lot smarter.
I know I've unlocked a few of those doors myself, and yes, I do want to open them doors. And you kind of referred to earlier, people, the drugs were different, you know, but I don't necessarily think that. I think that it's just the abuse, in most cases, the doors are there and unlocked, but you just have some idiots that sometimes just want to stand there and slam that thing until the fucking door's broke. Yeah, it's just that sometimes people run off with it and don't know how to, utilize it correctly.
I know. It's like the big difference between MDA and MDMA. MDMA is a lot of energy. You're gonna dance. You gotta, you're grinding your teeth. That's the modern day version of MDA, which is nothing like that. And I think the drugs of the 60s made a bunch of people like me to pass out what we know at a time like this. And I'm hoping that they're going to make it okay or legal again. I mean, I can remember thinking to myself, I wonder if they'll ever make pot legal. So now I'm wondering, are they ever going to make psychedelics legal? Because they finally made pot legal in my life, which was, if you start in the 50s and come forward, back then, if you were smoking, it was you and one or two other friends, and you guys were button lip. Nobody was talking to nobody else. No one was, everybody was like, if we can get an ounce, it'll last all of us for 2 weeks. Now an ounce lasts a couple, 3 days,
It is amazing how far we've come. Indra, I just wanted to say, I'm going to drop off here. Thanks for coming on, and thanks for chatting. I'm going to hang out and chat for a while. Yeah, thanks for your time.
Hey, it was my pleasure, guys. I appreciate it. So I'm going to probably drop off too. It's 1:04 in the morning, and I slept all day long so that I could be up to do this with you guys. because otherwise I would have been in bed at 8 o'clock.
Well, don't let me
Well,
stifle
Mr.
you.
Indra-
Keep going.
Can you hear me, Andrea? Oh,
Yeah,
you know that's up to you. The show. If you're tired and you want to jump off, I would fully respect that. If you'd like to keep on, I'm willing to hang out as long as you want to hang out. That's for sure. But if not, again, I've got too much respect for you, sir. Too much respect for you. I would be willing to come to your terms. You know what I mean? And do a daytime episode with you and let you talk about whatever in depth, too in depth, because you
where
had,
are you?
like I said
Where are you
earlier,
at?
I'm in Michigan. Is where I'm at. So I'm Eastern Standard Time here. I'm just a late owl. That's all. Late, third shift gardener, and this just happened to fall into that time span.
Well, I live in
But,
Northern California
Okay.
on the side
So it's a little
of a
bit
mountain.
earlier.
No neighbors.
Beautiful.
Yeah, the river runs down below. The Klamath River is my view in the Klamath River Valley. And yeah, I get exactly 0 visitors here. No one shows up at this place.
It's got to be a pretty peaceful place there, And at your age, you should have a nice, tranquil place to just be able to do whatever you want. Be happy, right? It sounds like you've lived an extraordinary life. I mean, don't let me interrupt you.
It's been
That's
fun.
one thing I usually say, like pre-show, that with the Zoom, it's a little bit easy to step on each other's feet because of the delay. So if I accidentally cut in on you, please steamroll over me, sir. We want to hear you talk. We want to hear you talk, sir.
No, you haven't rang in over me. You got to realize we're on a satellite dish that goes up and then down in California and Southern California, and then up again and to a different satellite and back down again. So if there's a delay, you can thank technology.
Yeah, I've been looking forward to this spot with you for a very long time. Again, I don't think that people have realized that you have put in as much work as you did. I mean, you revealed to this community, like I said, a few years back with Sub Cool, you kind of hinted down to some of the work you had done, which blew my mind back then. And then you kind of disappeared, for quite some time. And this is the first, I've heard of you speaking publicly in a very, very long time. And I'm honored to that you took the time to come speak here with us, because it's been anticipated very much so. And one of the things I kind of tried to bring this up a little bit when you were speaking was I watched you work a little bit with the nitrogen extraction. What were you looking for, and when you were playing with that? Beautiful crystals came out of it. Beautiful emerald green crystals came out of it. But what were you fishing for with that process?
That wasn't oil at all. And I was just using the nitrogen as a temperature control, and really had nothing to do with that. I was on a different trail with that. I was trying I use nitrogen mostly to control temperatures, because the world of physics at extreme cold temperatures is entirely different from the world of physics in normal temperatures. And so I've always been a proponent of nitrogen. I've never made an extraction of pot with nitrogen, because that's, you know, anybody tells you they're doing that is full of toro caca. Nobody's making extractions of that sort. It's just, that's not physically happening anywhere. I know people will say that, but people will say all kinds of shit. I've heard people say everything that you can imagine, and then some. So I was just using it to control temperature so that I could get at the terpenes that I wanted without having the lipids being present. You know, the drink industry up till now has always been wanting to use terpenes to flavor drinks, alcohol, and so forth, so on. The people from tequila came and visited me, and he said to me that they wanted to use it, and they tried for 2 years, but they couldn't, because every time they add the terpenes to the alcohol, it got cloudy. So I asked him, well, how are you getting your terpenes? Where are you getting them from? And he said that some guy sold him a steam distiller, and they're distilling them. And he had a bottle of it with me, and they were, you know, clear as glass water. He said, this is them. And he said, very pure. And I said, can I see it a minute? And he handed it to me, and I got a glass of water, and I poured some of the terpenes in, and it changed all cloudy. And he was like, see, that's the problem right there. Everything turns cloudy. So I said, well, you're steam distilling them, right? And he said, yeah. And I said, so that's the problem. You can't steam distill them, because terpenes are alcohols to begin with. And when you get the alcohol hot enough, and the lipids, the lightest fraction of lipids also are at the same temperature, they become miscible. And in case anybody doesn't get that word, it means they can mix with each other and you can't tell. It'll be miscible. It'll be hiding right there in the terpenes. And when you pour the terpenes in, change the dilution rate, then the lipids drop out, because they're no longer diluted in the alcohol that the terpene was. So I showed them how to make terpenes without any lipids in them. In fact, I filed a patent on it not long ago. And a big company buying the patent while it's under patent applied for circumstances. So they apparently liked that idea, and I liked it too. You know, accomplishment, self-accomplishment, human accomplishment will make me cry. It'll drive me to tears. When I see somebody sing a song that's more amazing than anyone else ever sang it, when I see somebody paint something or do something or understand something, it just drives me to tears. I am so joyful to see human beings in self-accomplishment. And I can vibrate with that myself, because all the accomplishments I've done in my life have been, I was driven towards them. And I couldn't find another way to express myself. I mean, I became a musician. I learned guitar, keyboards, and I got a lot of emotional expression out of that when I play instruments. But still, nothing like writing a patent on an idea, turning it in, and then having the patent examiner tell you that he looked back 80 years and no one had this idea before. That feeling on that day was just unfucking real. I was so confident and sure of myself. I understood something that nobody else understood. And I don't know, maybe it's, you might say, oh, you're ego tripping. I'm not. I'm explaining circumstances which led me to self-realization. And yeah, I love that kind of stuff. What can I say? My life has been full of it. I've written numerous patents. I just
Be
enjoy
very
it.
proud
I
of
enjoy
yourself.
understanding.
No ego about that. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Indra. But there's, nothing about ego there. You should be very, very proud of that. I mean, that's amazing work. Fascinating work, to be quite honest with you. And yeah, I mean, actually, how many patents, do you hold with extraction processes?
7 with the extraction process, but I developed other
How many
things
patents
on
altogether?
my. I think 22 or 23. When I was building the machine in Kansas, sometimes you're forced into it. Here I was going to put 2,500 gallons of gas in this chamber and let it sit there for a while and then drain it down. Well, how was I going to know that I could, when I had enough gas in it? I'm going to have to sit up there on top of it and look through this tiny peephole to try to make sure that that's it. I started looking around for a switch that I could install in it that would tell me when the gas is at the right level. No such thing. Nobody was like, no, we don't make anything like that. So finally, I decided I'm going to have to come up with something. So I had read about tuning forks and how they could change the level of vibration depending on the atmospheres they were in. So I machined a hole in the side of the chamber and machined the tuning fork to fit in it with an O-ring and had a neodymium magnet on the opposite side as a pickup. And that magnet was wired to the switch to turn the gas off and on to the chamber. And when the gas got to the level of the tuning fork couldn't vibrate at 440 anymore. It would drop down to 360. And when it did that, that would shut the gas valve off. Well, I filed for a patent on that and got it. And things like that. I mean, there wasn't one anywhere, so still need it. So got to come up with it.
You've mentioned a lot of things that, there's one thing, but it seems to hit a lot of areas in which you've talked about tonight is frequency or vibration, but basically it's the same. I believe frequency is the basis of vibration in life. And I've talked about a lot of times on this show about frequency just being the basis of everything. Just it's the secret, basically. I mean, it creates sound, electricity, it's the base of everything. How we feel, how we transmit things to each other, how we transmit feelings to plants, how they transmit feelings to us. I believe it's kind of the way animals communicate with each other. And it's underlined in everything, but I don't think people understand or look for that tie into everything. What are your thoughts on frequency in general, and in aspect of anything?
Frequency. First, you have to tell yourself, when you're going to do something, you have to get ready for it and set up, get the right tools out, and then do it, right? So frequency, what's really happening there is you are part of the universe, and the universe is part of you. And so all the frequencies can start with the beginning and the end of that understanding. Frequencies, obviously, they're the way of counting vibrations, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Sorry, I mic'd off so I could listen to you. Yes.
depends on what frequency you want to live at. You know, if you want to live and enjoy your life, you got to pick the right frequency to exist at. And we already know what that frequency is, because there's nothing else here except this one lesson, which is love. All the rest of it is just little tools. It's like chalk and erasers in a classroom. It's tools. You know, you come here to learn about love, and you leave with either having learned about it, or you earn yourself a ticket to come back and start over again and try to understand it. And I think that that's the main frequency that's here. All the rest of it's eddy currents off of that. In my book, anyway. I could be wrong. Don't take anything I say for verbatim.
Oh no, I'm glad I was off camera, because you know, you've continued to blow me away. I mean, I feel like I should be paying for the knowledge you've done dished out tonight, Indra. That's really coming from a sincere place. It's very true.
$20 check in the mail.
I'd be happy to mail it. Where do you want me to send it? You know, I agree with that. Frequency, what you put out is what you get back, and just it is.
Look, if you pick a guitar string, and there's another string 4 strings away that's around the same tension on it, both of them will vibrate, isn't it?
Right. Very true. Very true.
So if you pick your vibration level and you start living at it, and other vibrators around you will pick up on that, and it'll double back into you. You know, you can change life into the most joyful experience if you wish.
I agree with that 100%, and I very much noted on saying on this show, if you're not doing something that fulfills your soul or makes you happy, it's your time. But you know what?
The trick is learning.
That you spoke of that really struck another chord. Well, when I was young, and I'm sure this applies to everybody, most kids, whatever. I hope anyway. You know, you wonder why you hear the greater goal of things, and for some reason, just what you said seemed to make sense. You know, versus, and I'm not knocking religious or anything, and I've went down that path of at least looking at. I know you can't see me, but and it made me smile when you talked about the tattoos, because I'm pretty well covered, and I don't know your stance on that, but a lot of my tattoos have some religious nod to them, geometric symbols and stuff like that. I just try to pick, the best out of everything. But I respect all. But basically, I went to Buddhism as a current, it's not even a religion; it's a philosophy. But what I noted early on in my journey through all this is I decided the very same thing, and it was like 10 years old, that we were here no matter what. This is our basically heaven and hell is right here, but we're just doomed to repeat it over and over and over until we've lived the perfect life, if you will, and then we're on to that next level, next frequency, next dimension, or whatever. We're just kind of, our brain's only tuned into the one frequency. It's kind of like a preset radio station that we're just not smart enough to get past. We can't we haven't figured out. And I've kind of also said too that if there's anything else out there in the universe, well, again, we're talking about frequency. We're not hitting the right chord to attract what's out there, because we're not capable of dealing with ourselves yet, much less somebody else at a higher frequency that is way more knowledgeable with us. It's just a crazy place that we live in. And go ahead, please take over. I want to hear your thoughts.
Maybe your life that you're living is what will induce the change in your frequency. You would have to surrender to yourself.
I believe that to be
it
very
can be a
true,
difficult.
but we need to try to get everybody on board. You know, like you've kind of hinted to with the guitar string reference. Right now, we're all these just, you know, weird strings we're all banging on at once, and we can change our frequency. And I suggest everybody, because the energy we put off is like Einstein and everybody, Tesla, is exactly the energy we get back. And we needed to start, you know, like you said, drawing each other in, making that chord, that frequency stronger and stronger and stronger. It's not till we all come to that positive one frequency that it's going to unlock the next phase. For everybody, I believe. I don't know.
Well, I really think that the reason we come one person to a body is so that we can make, if we all became aware overnight, that wouldn't quite be the same. The understanding of becoming aware is for you. It's for your growth. It's not for the whole world, except for when you display symptoms of self-realization, it will vibrate out and people will be attracted to you. But we're not here to do that even. We're just here to find ourselves completely. Look, this has been going on since forever, and it's going to keep going on. It's not going to go away. It's not going to change. The Earth's not going to end. This is a protected zone. They've even found recently there's a giant wall of fire around our solar system that's pretty much impenetrable. This is a place, and there's certain things happening here, and we're all part of it. And after you've been here long enough, if you're lucky and you've been paying attention, you start to understand yourself, which is the only job you've got here, is to understand you. You know, you're not going to change the world. No one person is. I mean, there's been a few avatars who've come close to changing the world, whose vibrations are still banging around out there. But it's you. It's your own self, your singularity. You exist. You've always existed, and you always will exist. You're never going to not exist. Existence is not a limited idea. It's an all-encompassing idea. This universe is huge. And look, there's plenty of, mankind is, we're still young and everything, but even for instance, if you look at all the different planets and different possibilities in the universe, and then you go back to the Bible, and Jesus said his Father's house has many rooms in it. Well, that could be translated to mean that there's plenty of places in the universe where you could live and understand and grow. And we're separated from all of it because what is being taught here is love, which is really a potent lesson. And those who graduate from here go somewhere else and do the job that they were taught to do when they were here learning about real love. So I feel like, okay, this is a stopover. You know, I've been here before. I must have failed the class a couple hundred times in a row. You know, when I was in India, working at the free hospital, Swami materialized a Rudrak seed on a gold chain with a little umbrella on either side of it, and gave it to me, put it around my neck, and it just barely fit. And I thought, wow, why does it have to be tight? But anyway, within about 2 weeks, it started getting looser, and it grew for 22 years until it became just fitting around my neck to 19 inches long. I know that sounds crazy, but it's true. I'm the witness of it, and I still try to become clear in myself about how that is even happening. But Swami gave it to me, and then at the medical school, he was giving a talk, and one of the students asked him, "Why did you give this to Dr. John, Swami?" And Swami looked at him and said, "I gave it to him to mark him. He's mine. He spent more than 25 lifetimes in a cave meditating for peace for mankind." So suddenly I heard that, and my sarcastic self, which is my surface being, said, "No wonder you want a car and a stereo and a computer now. 25 fucking lifetimes in a cave." But really what that was Swami telling me how long I'd been on the path devoted to understanding. And I think I've come a long way. I've learned a lot. And I hope that I'm not going to leave behind any of the secrets that I've learned along the way. And I hope that things that I say can become sparks of divine understanding in hearts that listen to them. Because Swami told me long ago, he wanted me to talk. And I said, "When?" And he said, "The time will come." And I said, "What'll I say?" He said, "You'll know what to say." And so I must refer back to those moments now when he was reassuring a neophyte student in the understanding of what's going on in the universe. So I guess in a way he straightened me out. And now you're straightened out, get back out there and do some good. Because I was a wild child of the 60s, let me tell you. We thought, I used to think I'm only going to make it to 42 max. And yeah, now I'm almost double that one. But I think I learned what I needed to pick up along the way. And a lot of crazy trips with Swami. He used to materialize things right in front of your eyes. He would hold his hand out right in front of you, 2 inches from your face, and things would appear in his hand that weren't there a minute before. And if you don't think that that will test your ability to accept and understand what transmissions your eyes are making to you, I've got news for you. That will shake your ass up beyond belief, because you will realize in that moment when you see something like that, who you're standing there with, what's being shown to you. So I always felt like it was the most fortuitous life I must have had is this one.
I am just amazed by everything you're putting down here. I am just in awe about everything you're saying here. What a fascinating life. I just could listen to all your stories for a great amount of time. I mean, just your time in India and with the Swami, all this is very appealing for me. I may just be greedy about wanting to hear about this or whatever, but man, and you say that you had a message to pass on. I anytime, Mr. Indra, you're welcome to come back here and talk. That's for sure. I'm fascinated. I'm just fascinated over here. And to be quite honest, as you were just speaking, I have tray of buds right here that need to be dry trimmed, and I thought for a second, man, I could actually be, listening to this and trimming. And then I picked that thing up for about 30 seconds, John, and I put it right back down. I was like, this should, I don't get this chance often. Fuck this trimming. I'm all ears. I mean, I'm actually just staring at the screen, taking in every word you're playing down. If it weren't just for looking stupid on camera, I would be on camera, because I'd just be staring at the screen, and everybody would be watching me stare at the screen, all fascinated. Yeah, because I am. I'm complete. I am just taken back. I might just sound like a babbling idiot right now, but it's because it came in a little bit late, and I'm just still so honored that I have you here right now listening to all these great stories. I'm honored. I really am.
No,
I could listen to you all day. So.
I appreciate it. Maybe sometime in daytime, we possibly talk more. It's a little tough on me staying up late to get it done, because I had to actually sleep for about 3 days in a row during the day to build up being able to be awake. And then my son woke me up at 10:30 tonight. It took me a good half hour to get my wherewithal and get back together. When you get to be 75, I don't know, parts of your mind are satisfied about certain things. There's a lot of things I don't think much about it anymore. I never find myself, for the first at least 60% of my life, I was a woman watcher, and I loved women and the poetry of them. And I used to always look at women and go, wow, what a beauty. And nowadays, I just look at everybody as beings. I don't see that anymore. That part of me melted away, and more understanding and love for everything and everybody around me. It seems to be, let me tell you, hate will fuck you over and make your life bad in ways that you can't even imagine. Whereas love will do the opposite. So you just got to decide which one of those you want. I'm pretty sure most people, unless you're severely thrashed, will come to the conclusion that love is more desirable of a state, a situation to be in.
You know what's a little funny here is I think me and Chad are both realizing what happened tonight, and I feel incredibly bad listening to you speak about like having to build up your tolerance to stay up a little bit later, because in all reality, the show would have been at 8:30 for you. Yeah, the time zone. It's at 11:30 my time, but it would have been 8:30 for your time to when it would normally went live. See, and that's I didn't reiterate. I didn't want to butt in when you jumped in. I was just so honored that you popped in that I wasn't gonna let anything stand in the way of letting you talk. But the show would have at 11:30 it aired, and because I hadn't heard from you, I scheduled the other guests to come on and kind of hang out, because I hadn't heard from you, and I wasn't sure if you were going to make it. So in all reality, you probably wouldn't have even had to build up your sleep time, because start time would have been 8:30 for you, not 11:30 your time.
Oh, I guess
that's my bad. You don't. Oh no, you don't know how many times this has happened, and you would think about with every error like this, I would be more more be more apt to specify, because I guess it's the internet, I guess, that makes it seem like such a small world or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You live in that bubble, like when you're in the car almost. But yeah, I do. I don't know, but that's exactly what happened here tonight, Indra. Is you waited till 11:30 your time, and I forgot to. Again, I forget exactly where everybody's at, so I need to double check. You know, I need to ask. I guess that's the first question I should be asking: is where you're at, where are you, and then I can plan around that. But man, I am so sorry that you had to, 3 days of, building up your sleep to join us.
That's okay. It's my pleasure. Next time we'll know better. Yeah, I had no idea either. When I tried to come on, you gave me that number, and I didn't know how to work that. Anyway, I'm awake and pop in, and it's 2:00 in the morning, and I'm probably not going to go back to sleep until tomorrow again, because that's what happens when you get old. I go to sleep 20 hours a day anymore and enjoy every fucking second of it. But that's just because I'm not engaged so much in doing things. Lately, I've been churning out lots of art. I don't know if you saw my YouTube site. I discovered a way of digital painting with a digital airbrush, and I've been doing a lot of psychedelic art, and had a lot of fun doing that. Getting ready to make some animations to keep myself engaged, because I'm afraid if I lose the excitement, that it won't be long after that, and I'll be talking to what's his name there who just croaked. Anyway, I was busy trying to save his life. When I met him, I was heard him talking one day, and I listened to him for a little bit, and I messaged him that you're not fucking breathing, man. You've got terminal low breath. He said, how do you know? And I said, because I can hear you talk, and I can hear the pauses between the words and the breaths. I said, my big specialty when I was practicing was I can restore the breath in people. I can put you on a table and double your breath in 5 minutes that you can take. And it's a physical shift that you learn how to do with the hands and the soft tissue of the body to open the chest up so you can breathe. And he was like, well, you must be right, because how the fuck else could you get that? That's exactly what's wrong with me. So I was always trying to save his life. That's what that relationship was about. I could feel him edging off, and yeah, not long ago he did. And the day he died, the day before he died, he was taking a big influence of fluid that they wanted to put in his body. And I talked to him then, and I said, hey, man, I said, that's the kind of thing they do to people as a last resort. I said, that's what they're telling you there. And he said, I guess it don't matter anyway. And I said, okay. Next day, dead. So
it's pretty crazy. And I hope you don't remind me. I hope you don't mind my language in this little story. But I do remember he was a very good friend of mine, and I do remember exactly everything you telling me. I remember him calling me and telling me about you initially, and this was exactly his phrasing, his words. He says, I've been talking to this guy who says he can heal me, and he says he can fucking heal me by pressing on my chest. Just by pressing on my chest, he can make me better. I don't know how to fucking take it. I don't know what to do. I'm like, Jesus, sub. if what do you have to lose? Let the fucker push on your chest. What, you know what I mean? I mean, believer or not, what are you gonna have to lose? And he was kind of freaked out initially, but he did listen somewhat. He did go up and see it, right?
Yeah. He was a good guy. He just had a stroke of real bad luck. His house burned down. His money was in the walls. His seed stash was in the walls of the house. They didn't have it together enough to pull all that out before the fire. And it kind of ruined him and put a real hurt on him. His wife left. She was leaving before that, but that finalized it. And yeah, he just gave up. That's what happened.
Oh yeah, you're
I hated to see
exactly
it.
right, Andrew. That final blow of them raiding his house and the thought of him, he had it tattooed right across his knuckles, Weidner. You know what I mean? That's something you're not taking away. That's something that you've made a very well commitment to who you want to be, and to look down at that, that's permanent. We talk about tattoos a little bit. Sometimes it can be a stupid path, and unfortunately, I don't, really look back and regret any of them so far. But I don't know. Sub was he was a different person, and I got a little sidetracked.
He was big.
So
was
I know.
larger
I
than
was
life.
When the thought of him, not being able to be that weed nerd again, and that's what he really took it as, especially that last few days where as they took the house and things were really looking south, man. To not be able to be that persona that he loved and cherished so much, I don't think you could look down at them knuckles, that he, that persona that he created, and I think that was honestly the final blow. He just he did not see that coming back from all that, which was sad because he could have probably come back, but it's sad that
he could have,
life,
but he gave up.
Life, yeah.
He literally gave up. I mean, when I talked to him on the phone a couple of days before, I could hear it in his voice. He was just, the sub voice of radiating, "I'm me, God damn it, I'm Gumby," wasn't there. And there wasn't nothing I could do about it. I mean, he was.
No,
it
you're
was
right.
Entered into and set up, and it wasn't going to change. It was just, that was his exit, and I knew it when I talked to him. So I didn't try to make him change or realize it or anything. I just, okay, sub. I told him it's been a great honor in my life to know you. And he says, "Well, God damn it, don't say goodbye yet." And I said, "I'm not saying goodbye. I'm just saying stuff that I want to say, that I want to make sure I get to say before a goodbye." So Sub was a good guy. Like me. Good people. The year I went to the Emerald Cup 2 years, and I didn't go this last year because I wasn't well enough. I was feeling pretty bad, but I'm better now. So, but Sub wanted to take some pictures with me, so I went to his stand and we took some pictures. And I thought, well, this is all good vibrations here. And I got on my scooter because I can't walk because of my left knee and hip. And I went around the corner. The scooter tipped over as a 3-wheeler, and I didn't know it at the time, but my wallet dropped out of my pocket with $3,000 in it, and all my ID and pictures, and my medical marijuana license. God forbid I should lose that. and I didn't figure it out till I got home that my wallet was gone, and I was, oh man, what a bummer. And so I called Sub up over at his motel room, and I told him I lost it. He's like, "But that's a bummer." He goes, "What do you think?" And I said, "I don't know. I feel like it's not lost yet somehow." And 2 days later, a package showed up. It was kind of thick, and I ripped it open to look inside. And guess what? It was my wallet, all the money, everything was there. And it was by some of the people who found it there at the show nearby Sub's booth. And they said they knew it was mine when they saw the picture, and they wanted to make sure I got it back with everything that was in it. So to me, karma, it's a wonderful thing. Yeah, I could get my wallet and all my goodies and my money back from losing a wallet at a fair full of people. I think, like Sub said at the time, he goes, "I ain't gonna worry about you. You got good luck. I can feel it."
I can too. And I actually really like the Gumby reference about Sub. And it's sadly accurate. I spoke with him that time too, and you're right. It wasn't the same. It wasn't the same. I spoke with Bonnie. You know what I mean? The Gumby, the Subcool persona was definitely broke down, and it was Bonnie. If you talked to him like I talked to him, obviously. You knew that was a persona. I've said this a million times on this show because people don't understand that. They seen the online sub, the exactly like you very well described it. It made me smile, and the Gumby reference, the "fuck you, I'm Gumby" reference, and he did have that online. That was his online persona for sure. But when you spoke with him, on the phone, in person, one on one, that wasn't what who you dealt with. And it was sad there at the last few days when I spoke to him as well. That fire that you spoke of was most definitely not there, and it was hard to
Well, Sub
watch.
was a real teddy bear on 1-1. He was a real sweetheart. When he closed his house and took off, I got a hold of him, and he said, "How you doing?" I said, "I'm doing good." I said, "Where are you going?" He said, "Well, my house burned down." I said, "So burning your house down and leaving town, do you think that that's going to stop me from getting a hold of you and fixing you?" He laughed. We had a good time together.
I'm glad you were able to share these stories with there's some, and a lot of his community, a lot of the weed nerd. I proudly call myself a weed nerd, but a lot of that community he created tends to gravitate here and loves to hear some stories, as I do. I. So thank you for sharing anything along those lines. It was a tough passing, and the one thing that bummed me out most about his passing was, we never got to, as a community, got to say goodbye properly, because he had created, like Sub, love Sub, hate Sub, whatever. He did create a community, and ultimately that the community came to be a family. And like most families, when that hub passed on, man, that it splintered. Weed nerds went in some different directions. People just kind of checked out of the community altogether, and it was sad because he was, like I said, like him, love him, hate him, whatever. He did. Well, he was that magnetic frequency that people gravitated towards, and I had tons of respect for the guy. Still do to this day.
Yeah, I still hear from Sid and all his Group B guys. They used to hang with him there. They all drop me a line once in a while. Well, look, guys, it's almost 2. In fact, it is here. It's 2 a.m. here, and I think I'm gonna call it a night. But it's been a distinct pleasure. I appreciate it, and yeah, I don't mind coming again sometime if you like. Up to you. And I hope everybody
be more than honored to have you again. And this is going to be one foolish thing, and I can't believe I'm so honored that I have you. And it is. God, let me get this fucking camera. Excuse my language here, John. It is such an honor to have you here, and to ask such a corny thing of you, but it is part of the show. And hopefully you can play along and humor me with this. In the beginning, when I started this is episode 80. It's been 80 days in a row. I've done this at least 5 hours a night, hanging out with everybody, doing interviews. And I hope to do it. It's going to either be 1,000 subscribers or 100 episodes, which is coming super fast. This radio, I had come up with this, the radio station identification, the soundbite we call it. Remember, throughout radio, the artist would come on the station, and in between commercials, you would hear, this is Bob Seger, and I'm Don TNF or whatever, and they would play that all the time. Well, this I want to do it in like a celebration. I've asked all the guests to do it in a certain number. I hope to piece them all together, and just in celebration of my achievements. So I'm asking you, please, could you give me the soundbite like I'm talking about? I honor, I have such respect for you. If you want to throw that F-bomb in there like it's supposed to be, I mean, the name of the show is fucking Talkin Shit with Eagle, but it's more geared to like a laid back, gentleman conversation on, whatever, instead of, some serious. I'm over here with a pad and paper with a ton of questions. This is supposed to be freewheeling and friendly, so that's the idea with the title. But could you tell me, give me your handle and tell me you're on my show and give me this soundbite? I would be beside myself with honor if you could do that.
Well, listen, my YouTube channel is just INDRA, and there's not really anything on there because recently YouTube pulled my animations down and told me that they were scams. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's 30 pictures and music I downloaded from YouTube in a row. And so what the fuck are you talking about? Scam. And I haven't gotten the answer back from them yet, but they took both of my videos down, which were nothing more than a slideshow of my art, which is copyrighted. And somebody there, back on Hash Church, there was one turkey on there, Todd, and I'm pretty sure Todd, he's totally can't get over me for some reason, and I think it's him that's complaining to YouTube about my videos, because without a complaint, they wouldn't be taking it down in the first place, and they haven't answered me yet. And Todd, the first time I was on with him on Hash Church, I felt him right then and there, and I told Marcus after the show, I said, hey, your guy Todd there is like, he's got a bad attitude. He's like, no, Todd's great. And I'm like, okay, well, for me, he's got a bad attitude. Wasn't very long after that when Todd told Marcus, if you're going to have Indra on, I'm not going to be on. And so Marcus said, okay, see you, Todd. And he hasn't gotten over that. He's just totally fascinated with me and wants to bring negative energy. But, you know, I don't receive his vibration. I just notice it. I don't know. It's like when you step on a branch in the woods and you hear it break. You don't pause and go, oh, poor branch. It's just one of the things that we create this unbelievable dream out of molecules and atoms, and then we live it. Crazy, but I love it all. Anyway, you guys, I appreciated being on your show, and I hope those who listened heard the things that they wanted to hear, or their hearts were open to. And if that's the case, I felt like that sleeping for 3 days in a row to be up for this wasn't a lost cause at all. Next time, 8:30 is much better, though.
Yeah. I am so embarrassed I didn't specify with that. But you still didn't give me my sound bite, sir. And I hate to be a butthead, but you didn't. All I'm looking for is your mark on this show, and all I want is that station identification. This is exactly what I'm looking for. I'm even going to cheat. I'm going to use your name and everything, but you can do it the way you want.
Well,
this is exactly.
I just
what
noticed
I'm looking for.
that you're. I just noticed that your background. I just noticed that you had sent me on Instagram a request, and I didn't realize it was the same person that you are now. So I will accept your request to follow on Instagram, and then you can be more clear about all that. But anyway, I'm starting to drop out of the chair here, so I'm gonna sign off for the night.
This is all I want, Indra.
Had a lot of fun.
This is John Indra, and I'm on fucking Talkin Shit with Eagle. That's all I want, yeah.
So have a good night, eh?
Thank you, John. I'll talk to you soon. I'm honored
that
you were able to be with us. Have a good night.
Good night.
Oh, good night. So honored. Slipped through there. I tried. Very honored, though. Ran a little bit long tonight. What a great episode. Thank you guys for hanging out for this super long, fabulous episode. I couldn't have been any more stoked that tonight took place. And Aldridge 25, D's Nugs, Smoke and Grow Frazier, Automation is Freedom, Bill Sid, JD's, Chris Mert. Who else is left here in chat? You guys are pretty much killing it right now. Homer Grower 420, Rob Sagar, Purple Thumb OG. Some of the last ones here. The American one, Smiley's Gardens, Canna Queen, Abolish Farms, Mrs. C, Mr. Green Thumbs 420. So many great people. That's as far back as I can go. But you guys are all amazing for hanging out to these late hours with me. I'll be back tomorrow night with Mystic Marks will be here telling us of his journey and his life and all that good fun stuff. I know it. I know. I get a little wordy on the sound bite pitch. I gotta shorten it up or give it up. Oh shit. I love you guys for hanging out. Like it says in the title, I bet you people will watch this one over and over and over. I know I will give it more than one run. You guys, I look forward to hanging out with you guys tonight at 11:30. Don't forget, you get to see me next week. I'm embarrassing organics. I get to come popping out of my environment and go hanging out with another group for a minute. So look for me next week, next Thursday on Embracing Organics. Other than that, you will find me every night here at 11:30, hanging out with you great folks. Please do something nice for somebody, or at least send positive vibes somehow to somebody. Random acts of kindness do change lives. Promise you. Not just theirs, but in a selfish way, you'll get more out of it too. That being said, again, I love you guys. Thank you for hanging out. Slaps are ordered and will be handed out soon. If you have won anything from me tonight so far, well, he didn't won anything from me tonight. John popped in before I could give anything away. But any winners that I am sitting on waiting to mail out will be sitting a few more days. And in fact, I'll tell you exactly who's waiting on winnings right now. Cameron, Misty's Nugs, Hans Warrior, Slurhow, and Light It Up Again, Tim all have winnings sitting here waiting for you that I need to mail out. But they will wait a few more days if you don't mind, because the slaps are on their way. Your winnings you'll be the first ones to get slaps. So, pardon me for the delay in getting your package out, but they are on their way. I ordered 1,000 to start, and there's no charge. They'll be handed out just for you guys to slap up, and thanks for supporting the show, and hoping you'll slap them up somewhere that will support the show. So with that all being said, thank you guys again. I'll see you tonight. Have an amazing night. Get some rest and have an even better tomorrow. See you tomorrow night. I love you guys. Peace.